a monthly subscription to all of these separate streaming services, you know? And some of these streaming services put out episodes on a weekly basis, just like cable television. And also some of these streaming services have ads just like cable television. So what's the difference? I just think these streaming services like Netflix, Hulu, they've gone too far. And I think it's time for a new streaming service to swoop in and take over the world. And you know what? That time is right now, because I found a streaming service called Real Short, and this is by far the most entertaining streaming service in the world, for all the wrong reasons though. If you've never heard of Real Short, that's not surprising. The only reason I found out about this is because one of you guys sent it to me and told me to make a video about it. That's the only way I know anything. I sit by my phone and I wait for you guys to tell me something. So, thank you. And Real Short is unlike any other streaming service because Real Short is strictly vertical. Should be called Real Tall. But with just a quick scroll through the app, you'll find your favorite movies like My Gorgeous Wife is an Ex-Convict. I wonder what that one's about. My Husband Killed Me, Then I Won the Mega Ball. I wonder what that one's about. Big Bad Husband, Please Wake Up. And who could forget everybody's favorite, Big Bad Husband, Please Wake Up 2. And like, hey man, if he hasn't woken up in 2 movies, sorry to break it to you, but I think your Big Bad Husband is tired. But yeah, that's what Real Short has to offer. Bunch of weird looking movies with really strange names that give away the entire plot. You know, which is always a good idea when you're making a movie. For example, my favorite Bruce Willis film, He Was Dead the Whole Time. Or that Brad Pitt fighting movie called Tyler Ain't Real. So good. But the intriguing thing about Real Short is you can't just watch the movie in full. Each movie is broken up into like 60, and that's 60 minute long segments. So each part is like real short, I guess. On the app, you can pretty much only watch a movie one scene at a time. And then they do this super cool thing at the end of every single scene where they force you to pay real money or watch an ad before you can see the next scene. And some of these ads are longer than the episodes. And we'll get to one of the movies in a second, but if you check out all the reviews on the App Store, every single review is complaining about how the scenes are way too short and they have to watch way too many ads. Like this one. 1 star. Well, thinking I would give this app a try as I saw a film I might like to watch. I was surprised at how many times the show stops, making you watch an ad to continue. You don't get to watch anything barely before another ad. I would not recommend this app under the current programming. It seems like there's more ads than actual show being played. And here's the developer response. Hi, you have 15 to 20 ads to unlock episodes for free per day. Each ads is up to 5 to 45 seconds. Our team is working hard to improve users' experience. You can also earn free bonus with following ways. 1. Daily check-in. 2. Watch ads every day. You can replay the whole series after you unlock all the episodes. Many users like Real Short stories. Your higher score will give our team a great incentive. So their response to the complaint of the frequency of ads was,
have you tried watching ads every day?
So the app is poorly designed and it's clearly trying to make the most money without factoring in the user experience. But how is the content? Would it surprise you if I told you it was the best content I've ever seen? Of course it would, because it's not true. On the contrary, this is actually some of the worst shit I've ever seen in my life. So I thought together we'd take a look at one of these movies today. And the one that we'll be watching is called Fated to My Forbidden Alpha. Here's the synopsis. Fated to My Forbidden Alpha is a werewolf romance that tells the story of forbidden love, the strength of the human spirit, and the transformative power of love. And there's some absolutely ridiculous stuff in this 60-part movie, so strap in. But before we talk about the movie, let's hear a word from today's sponsor, Dragon City. Dragon City is a super fun game where you can create your own dragon empire by collecting, hatching, and evolving over 1,000 unique dragons. You can construct and customize your dream city with magical habitats, buildings, and decorations. You can engage in exciting PvP battles with other dragon masters to prove your dragon strength and become the best dang dragon master in the whole world. And I'm extra excited about this because Dragon City put a special Kurtis dragon into the game for you all to play with. Look at him, he's so cute. He's got a cool shirt on, he's got a mullet, a pearl necklace, a microphone. He's literally me. So if you're ready to embark on an adventure filled with enchanting quests, ancient legends, and mythical creatures, then quit dragging your feet and download Dragon City by simply clicking the link in the description, scanning the QR code that's on screen. Once you do that, you'll get a special free starter pack with 15,000 food, 30,000 gold, and 10 gems, and you'll also get to play with the Kurtis dragon. Thank you so much to Dragon City for sponsoring this video. Seriously, guys, go check it out. Just click the link, try it. It's free. It's a lot of fun, and it helps me out a bunch when you check out the sponsors, and helps you out because you'll be having a great time with a super fun game. So yeah, thank you, Dragon City. Back to the video. The movie opens on this old-timey castle where Tinfany, and yes, that's Tinfany with an N before the F, Tinfany is making out with this guy named Jackson. He's the alpha of the Blood Moon Pack. They're interrupted by Celine Lovett, the maid of the Blood Moon Pack, and Tinfany gives her a nice high five. Celine then threatens to leave when Jackson says this.
You have no home, nowhere to run.
Just leave and be
A rogue? You don't even have your wolf yet.
So yeah, in this movie's universe, when you turn 18, you get your own wolf. I don't think it's like a physical wolf, it's more of like a spiritual wolf. I guess on all levels except physical, you get a wolf. We now cut to this guy, Ethel Lovett, and he's yelling at this other guy named Alexander Kane, and they're both alphas of their packs. I don't know what these packs do exactly, but they call themselves alphas. That's pretty cool. Oh, yeah. Alexander Kane is the alpha of the Nightwind Pack, which is upsetting because I thought I was the alpha of the Nightwind Pack. I fart in my sleep all the time. And spoiler alert, kind of, Ethel Lovett is Celine Lovett's dad. I don't think we're supposed to know that plot twist yet, but they sort of gave it away by spelling out everyone's full fucking name when the character's introduced. And I know they fucked up because later on in the movie, Celine says she doesn't have a last name.
I don't really have a last name.
But anyways, Ethel is yelling at Alexander because Jackson and the Blood Moon Pack attacked his pack like 15 years ago and kidnapped their daughter.
Those Blood Moon bastards attacked my pack 15 years ago and my poor daughter vanished.
So he wants Alexander to go to war with the Blood Moon Pack.
My alpha, I came as soon as I heard. Are you sure you want to start a war with the Blood Moon Pack?
Yeah, if you were also wondering if there were beta guys in this movie, there is. One of the main characters' names is Beta Drake. And you know, I really hope he knew that was his character's name, like while he was filming the movie. You know, it would suck to find that out after the fact.
Oh, Alexander, you are the
Dude, look, this is my scene. Oh, no way. What's your character's name? Oh, my character's name is Drake. You know, I don't want to speak too soon, but I feel like this could be my big break. Oh my god, there you are. No way.
My alpha, I came as soon as I heard. Are you sure you want to start a war with the Blood Moon Pack?
Why does it say Beta Drake? That's not my character's name. They can't do that. I'm ruined. Are you crying? That's pretty beta. No, I'm not crying. You are crying. Pull up my IMDb. This has got to be a typo or something. Okay, sure. You're not gonna like this. Let me see. It says my character's full name is Beta Cuck Tiny Dick Crybaby Pussy Drake Jr. It was a typo.
Alright, so the other weird thing about this movie and the Real Short app in general is the whole thing is pretty much like softcore pornography. And the troubling thing about that is this app did not have me verify my age or anything. Like, this shit is just readily available for anybody who has access to the App Store. Because in this next scene, Celine walks in on just full-on blindfolded intercourse. I'm not gonna show it, obviously, but it's pretty alarming. And what's even more alarming, this app has like a For You page type thing where you can scroll and watch previews of other movies they have available. And one of these previews shows, and trigger warning here for assault, but one of the previews shows a man trying to engage in intercourse with a woman who is asleep. I'm not gonna show that either, but the reason I had to film the screen like a fucking ransom video is because whenever you try to record your screen when you're using the Real Short app, pop-up appears threatening legal action if you distribute their content anywhere, so. Whoops. Little do they know, I got this video from YouTube. And also this falls under fair use. So yeah, after Celine walks in on them, Jackson gets mad at Celine for not calling him an alpha.
Why won't you call me alpha?
Which has gotta be the least alpha thing you can do, right?
Why won't you call me an alpha?
So yeah, Jackson and Tinfany are having an engagement party, and Jackson finds out that Alexander Kane is coming, so he tells Celine that she has to work during the whole party.
It's my 18th birthday that day. You promised me a break.
I changed my mind.
Should've called him Alpha. Should've called him Al. Whoa, is that what that song is about?
Call me
Alpha.
And right after that scene is when the movie gives away yet another huge plot point prematurely. So in this movie's universe, there's a moon goddess who controls everything, and the moon goddess actually pairs people together as lifelong mates. And you're only allowed to mate with that one person that the moon goddess paired you with. And apparently Jackson is Celine's mate.
She'll find out I'm her mate when she turns 18, and I will reject her then and there.
Well, that's gonna break her.
You're dismissed, Beta Luke.
This is the world Andrew Tate wants to live in, I think.
Beta Luke.
He'd fucking watch this movie and see no problem with it. He'd be fucking squirting in his little shorts, I think. And it features a young woman held against her will. This is right up his alley. So we cut to Celine waking up on the morning of her 18th birthday. And dude, I just gotta say, I am so confused about the time period this takes place in, because they live in a fucking medieval castle. Celine's dressed like a medieval maid. There's like mystical wolves and shit, but she also just has a flip phone. I know flip phones are old, but they're not that old. And I think things would have gone down a little bit differently if they did have flip phones back in medieval times. Trust me, they would.
Dude, this is genius. They're gonna have no idea. When we pop out of here and start swinging our swords, they're gonna be like, what the heck?
Dude, turn your phone off. Dude, what are you doing? Why'd you bring your cell phone?
I'm sorry. One second. Hello.
Hello, Squire. Methinks we should get
I
a...
can't talk right now. I'm in the Trojan horse.
What? No way, they're gonna be so surprised.
I know, they're gonna be so surprised.
Dude, hang up. Dude,
Alright, I'll hang up.
What the fuck, man?
Sorry, I didn't think I'd have service in here. It's a wooden horse, man. How do you...
Just leave your phone at home.
Okay, yeah, you just want me to leave my phone at home? Like, listen to yourself. You sound crazy. Oh, man, they're setting us on fire.
They'll name condoms after this. All right, so it's Celine's 18th birthday. Let's see if she gets a wolf.
Happy birthday, Celine. It's me, Lila. I'm your wolf.
My wolf, Lila, you're here, you're my wolf.
My wolf, Lila, you're here, you're my wolf.
Yes, Celine. It's so nice to finally meet you and to finally tell you about our mate.
Dude, it looks so bad, dude. Oh my god. The wolf literally looks like a fucking character talking in Star Fox 64.
We're heading out. All aircraft report.
Anyways, let's see what this wolf has to say.
It's Jackson Richford, the alpha of Blood Moon Pack.
Did you know? For all these years you knew that I was your mate, but you still...
So what?
So Jackson confronts Celine and rejects her as his mate.
I reject you, Celine.
But then she accepts the rejection and a magical red yarn dissolves between them. And then he's like immediately mad about it for some reason.
I accept your rejection, Jackson.
You're what? You'll never be mated again.
I fucking hate you. Okay. You're breaking my heart. So yeah, Alexander Kane pulls up to the party, and this is the first time he sees Celine. And judging from the slow motion and nice music, I think they like each other. And then Alexander tells Beta Drake that she is his mate.
That girl from earlier, she's my mate. Find out who she is.
Which doesn't make any sense because they made a huge deal about having only one mate for the rest of your life.
You'll never be mated again.
And Celine was rejected by her one mate, Jackson.
I reject you.
So how the fuck can she be Alexander's mate?
Checkmate.
Beta Drake confronts Celine to find out some more about her.
Please, my birthday already sucks.
It's her birthday?
Also, saying Beta Drake is making me think like how funny it would be if there was a musical artist named Beta Drake and he was like exactly the same music as Drake, but just like really weak, timid, beta male shit, you know? 21, can I do something for you? So in this next scene, Jackson is trying to set up Alexander with one of the she-wolves that live at the castle, which again, how is that possible when you only have the one mate that is assigned to you by the moon goddess? But regardless, he goes on to tell them that he has a crush on Celine.
That maid from earlier.
So now Celine is sitting in her room talking to her wolf about how nervous she is to meet Alexander, and this is when her wolf tells her some crazy news.
That's your mate bond. Alexander Kane, he's our mate.
Wait, what? But we accepted Jackson's rejection.
That's what I'm saying.
The moon goddess gave us another.
Oh, isn't that convenient? Oh, isn't that convenient? The moon goddess gave you another. Isn't that convenient? Sorry, whatever. I'm sure they'll explain it later in the movie so it makes sense. They don't. So yeah, Celine heads over to Alexander's room, and this scene is very weird. Trigger warning for assault again.
Alexander. Ew! Jackson?
Yeah, I don't know why this app keeps including these like super predatory situations into their videos, but super fucked up. So there's a huge altercation, and Alexander steps in with a really good Liam Payne impression.
Don't fucking touch her. If you lay another finger on my mate, I'll make sure you live the rest of your life without it.
So Alexander whisks Celine away, and he assures her that he's gonna take care of her now.
I will take care of you now.
And hey, I'll say it, she just turned 18. Alexander's what, like 25 at the youngest? That's fucking weird. Is that what they mean when they call wolves apex predators? Wolves are just like in discords grooming teens. Okay, this next scene also makes no fucking sense because Jackson is making out with Tinfany and accidentally calls her Celine.
Celine.
Which is insane because Tinfany is a name that you would never forget. He then goes on to explain that he's been in love with Celine for years.
I've always loved you.
What?
So yeah, there's a major problem right there, or like, I guess it's a minor problem. He then gets all grabby and victim blaming on Celine, which is actually an incredibly accurate depiction of how self-proclaimed alpha males behave around women. And then Alexander comes in with a nice fist bump. They then go back to Alexander's house and they're about to, you know, wrestle. And then she stops because she needs to have a shower.
I need to bathe.
And it's super funny because they've made like several references so far about how like dirty and gross Celine is and how she never showers and stuff.
Well, that bitch doesn't even shower.
Right for cold, left for hot. That's the shampoo, conditioner, body wash.
You call that a shower?
While also having an entire face of makeup done with like smooth, silky hair. Disgusting! They both have separate conversations with their respective wolves. And dude, I am so confused by the concept of this. Like, are these wolves them? Are the wolves inside of them? Like, do they have that dog in them? I don't know. Or is it like a completely sentient, physical wolf, or is it just like a spectral wolf, or like a sniper wolf? Like who knows, right? That would fucking suck if the wolf you got on your 18th birthday was Sniper Wolf. Hey Sniper Wolf, I'm like super stressed. Can you give me like an original thought or opinion? Just one. Damn it! They end up not having intercourse that night. Damn it! But the next morning, Celine meets Alexander's sister, and she asks some super weird questions.
How's Alexander? I know, bold question, but the rumors are just too wild, so I had to ask. So?
Super gross. Nice to meet you. I've heard a lot of rumors about my brother's sex life, so I gotta ask. Did you bang my brother? Oh yeah, you might be wondering what Alexander Kane does for a living to afford this lavish lifestyle, you know? He's got nice cars, a nice house, he's well groomed. Sorry, he's a groomer. Well, wonder no more.
Alexander founded WolfBite, one of the largest crypto startups in the States. He can afford everything.
I don't know about that. Also, this might be a personal thing, but I feel like if your movie has a castle in it, don't use the word crypto. Those things don't mix, okay? I don't think medieval knights wore blockchain mail armor. Sorry, I'm not sad about the joke I just made. I was just thinking about the wage gap. So a bunch more bullshit happens in the movie. Jackson invites Celine back to the castle because he has some info about her parents.
Damn it, Jackson, just tell me.
I will, if you come back.
And I've just got to say, watching this movie front to back was one of the most challenging things I've ever done in my life. It is so boring and stupid and just hard to watch. And I think the main reason for that is the whole thing is fucking vertical. Like, Quibi happened so we know as a society that like long form content doesn't really work in a vertical format. It's all good, but like, you know, some things are just better horizontal, you know? You know what I'm saying? Open casket funerals. Imagine if the fucking coffin was standing up. Dude, that'd be terrifying. You see? Okay, so later in the movie, Celine and Alexander finally get it on. Oh, yeah. Doggy style, I assume. And Alexander engages in some stellar pillow talk.
Hey, random, but do you remember anything about your parents?
Jesus, man. Sorry for making you call me daddy back there. Must have been weird because you don't have one. Anyways, Alexander gets a phone call and then he does his best impression of Millie Bobby Brown.
Shit, I gotta go meet Drake.
And then Celine heads back to the castle to confront Jackson about her parents. And this scene is hilarious because Jackson opens the door to his castle, which is supposed to be tucked away in like the middle of a forest.
My castle is tucked deep into the woods.
And when he opens the door, you can see like a fucking suburban home, street signs, and like parked cars and shit. Which kind of puts gentrification into perspective, you know? Like, it's shitty that people keep building these huge, ugly, modern homes everywhere, but like, could you imagine if someone like across the street from you just built a huge medieval style castle instead? With like a moat and like a drawbridge and archers and shit? That'd be fucking terrifying. You know, you'd wake up in the middle of the night and your neighbor's castle is getting stormed by an angry mob of goblins, so you have to get out of bed and don your enchanted armor and unsheath your cursed blade and run full speed at the goblins, slicing them to pieces while the castle goers chant your name, Kurtis, Kurtis, Kurtis. And then when you finally slit the throat of the final goblin, he's on the floor, drowning in his own blood, and he's like, "Hey, I'm so scared. Am I gonna go to heaven?" And then you say, "No!" You know? So yeah, anyway, Celine confronts Jackson and he spills the beans on her parents.
My parents snatched you up from the Red Dog Pack when we attacked. Your souvenir.
And it's crazy because when you take away all like the beta, alpha, like wolf terminology, he just described a mass murder / kidnapping. These are crimes, okay? I feel like if a normal person had to spend a day with these people, they'd fucking go crazy. Alpha Jackson will be banished from the Wolfpack peace treaty if he keeps this up. What are you talking about? And although my wolf is pretty upset with me, you have a wolf? The Moon Goddess will be the final judge after she assigns me a new mate. Yeah, I'm a wolf and my crypto startup is pretty epic. So while Celine and Jackson are having this little talk, Alexander and Beta Drake are having a meeting of their own. And this is when Alexander says something pretty intriguing.
I don't sense her alpha blood, but she's also too young. She's also too young.
Scratch that. Reverse it.
She's also too young.
She's too young, you say? Interesting. Meanwhile, Celine ends up getting poisoned by Tinfany and she passes out. And this is when something fucking crazy happens. Okay, horrible CGI aside, I guess they are the wolves also. They could turn into the wolf, but they can also talk to the wolf. So the wolf has got that human in it. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, I don't get it. So Celine ends up in a fucking coma and she wakes up a few weeks later. And in that time, Alexander has apparently waged war on the Blood Moon Pack.
Alexander went apeshit on Blood Moon and led the entire Nightwind army to attack the day you were admitted.
Apparently fucking killed everybody except for Jackson, who's just like really severely injured. So we're getting close to the end now, I promise. Alexander brings Celine to meet with her birth parents, and then out of nowhere, we find out that she can read minds.
They're gonna have to answer for kidnapping the future alpha of Red Dawn.
I want to strip Celine naked.
Celine, we're gonna make sure that they pay for what they did to you.
I want to her right here.
All right. So yeah, I don't know where the fuck that came from, but I guess she can read minds now. In the last 10 minutes of the movie, she gains the ability to read minds. Read this. I want to kill a goblin. Dude, I'll say it. Randomly adding superpowers is not cool, man. It's never been cool. Like, remember when you were a kid and you were like play fighting with the annoying kid on your street? And then you clearly hit him with your sword and he's like, I could see the future, so I knew that you were gonna hit me and I dodged it. And it's like, no, you can't fucking see the future, Eric. If you could, you wouldn't have cried so much when your parents got divorced. So the movie ends with Celine confronting Jackson and the Blood Moon Pack.
That's why I came here today, to make sure that no one ever tells a lie again.
I propose to banish Tiffany from the community to live as a rogue forever.
Okay, yeah, that's the punishment, is to banish them from the community. Dude, speaking of community, it actually reminds me of that one episode of Community.
Take this man to the infinite labyrinth of eternal ice.
Yeah! No! Take him to the police. He murdered someone.
It's the same thing, man. These are fucking war criminals. Take them to jail. Don't fucking force them to live as a rogue, dude. That's not a punishment. That sounds fucking badass if I'm being honest. But alas, Tiffany and Jackson get banished.
I love you, Celine.
Celine and Jackson get married, and they live happily ever after. So yeah, that was fated to my forbidden alpha. I don't think we need any more vertical movies, okay? As far as I'm concerned, there's already one amazing vertical movie, and that's MVP 2 Most Vertical Prime. And it's one thing to make a shitty vertical movie, but to have the gall to break up said shitty vertical movie into 60-minute long parts and then force people to watch a minute-long ad in between each part. I'm no math genius, but that's equal parts movie and ad. That's fucking insane, dude. So in conclusion, real short, More like real shark. Stinks like poop and fart. Smells like caca and wee-whiz. So yeah, that's it. Press the like button if you enjoyed it, because believe it or not, 1 like equals 1 goblin that I will murder. Leave a comment, let me know what you thought. And also press subscribe button, check out the new merch, check out my podcast, all that stuff. All right, thank you so much. And once again, thank you to Dragon City for sponsoring this video. Be sure to click the link in the description or scan the QR code on the screen to download Dragon City for free today to get your free starter pack and to play with the Kurtis Dragon. All right, that's it. I would stick around, but unfortunately I have to go listen to She-Wolf by Shakira. Bye.
Cold turkey. When you subscribe to videos by Curtis Connor, you get all the cold turkey you want.
You subscribe to me,
you get a big envelope in the mail full of cold turkey.
Well, it's cold when I ship it. It's very warm when you get it.
And it's wet.
Oh, I could do it, folks. I still do that.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get into the topic. Jacob, growing up, was there any like urban legends around your town, like growing up?
Oh, absolutely. There was one about a man, I think they called him the Metal Man. He rode around on a bicycle collecting scrap metal. And there was an urban legend, and that he just took the metal and he built himself a home in like an escarpment, which is true.
Oh, he did?
He did do that.
Oh, urban legends, you know, I feel like it's a thing everywhere. Even suburban legends, there's probably some of those too. But
Nice.
I feel like they're so fascinating that there's actually a TV show made about urban legends, and it's called
Urban Legends.
The original network is on Biography Channel and History Television. Country of origin, Canada. It aired from 2007 to 2011, and the premise of the show, it's like, it'll show you 3 urban legends.
Right.
Sometimes they'll all be true, sometimes they'll be false, sometimes one will be true, sometimes won't. And it was the viewer's job to figure out the true one.
And what do you get as the viewer?
You sort of get bragging rights. You'd sort of show up to school the next day, big dick swinging.
Big dick swinging, touching your other friends' dicks, and they go, wow, that's big.
It wasn't that big yesterday.
Holy
Did you
moly.
guess the urban legend correctly?
And then there's some kids walking around like, my dick got smaller because I couldn't get to the right thing.
Yeah.
And that's the tough thing is growing up as a young boy watching urban legends. Mm-hmm. You really gotta focus. You really gotta focus. Your life might be fucked.
So I thought it'd be fun to watch an episode with you, but I did a little bit of editing. Okay, I watched like 5 or 6 episodes. I picked the funniest, craziest little urban legends.
You did a classic Curtis Connor hack.
Yeah, Curtis
Connor.
Old
hacker over here.
I compiled like 3 of my favorite ones that are like funny or weird, and I put them into one episode. I'm not going to tell you how many are true, how many are false. It'll be up to you.
So wait, you chopped up like an episode, basically?
I
did
like 4. It was through like 3 different episodes. I made it into one episode.
Oh, that's
because they do 3 stories in each one. Out of those, I picked 3.
History, television, and the Biography Channel. If you're looking for an editor, I think this is Curtis's submission.
I'm your guy. This is actually a job application. So let's start off with the first one.
The island of Sicily, Italy, is famous for pizza, espresso, and the mafia.
Hold on. I know this has nothing to do with it, but that's a child's description of Italy. Yeah. Pizza, espresso, and the mafia. You know what Italy's known for? Mario, Luigi, and Bowser.
On March 19th, 1988, Justo is at the ER. His hands are locked together, raised up to his forehead. The doctor has no idea what's binding his digits.
That's what you say when you're trying to get a girl's number?
Yeah. Can I bind your digits?
Can I bind those digits off you?
Can only suggest cutting the tendons on Justo's fingers.
It was a mess.
I have a question. Is it just stuck to his head, too?
It's stuck, like, up here. Yeah, like he can't unlock him, he can't move them.
I just needed to clarify, because I thought he was just doing this to show them, like, I don't know what's going on.
Oh, no, it's stuck above his eyes.
So it's like, what a rude little kid being like, doctor, can you not fucking see?
Imagine if you're going into, like, you're, like, getting, like, your testicles checked for, like, a lump or anything. You're like, doctor, my balls.
My balls.
They're right here.
Look awesome.
Like millions of Italians, Justo watches famous hypnotist Jukas Casella.
Put your hands together and place them on your forehead. Like this.
Oh, Jesus. We shouldn't have watched this. Oh, man.
My fingers were stuck together like cement. Hard in an instant.
But before the hypnotist can undo his trick,
stop being so silly.
Justo's father turns off the TV.
Now, this is just not unbelievable, because what dad turns off the TV?
What dad turns off the
No, I'll go, Dad, pay attention to me, give me any sort of love and attention.
Help, my hands are stuck.
Please, and he goes, Volume up. Shut up, Kurtis.
Sorry, better luck next time.
Right, everybody else's dad did that.
There was a bit of panic. Pulling this way, pulling that way. They wanted to separate my hands, but they couldn't.
That's really impressive. That kid's strong.
If your dad can't yank your arms
Or you
apart,
have a weak dad.
yeah, you got a shit dad.
Remembering that his son was watching a hypnotist on TV, the cops track him down in a Rome restaurant.
Then they put me on the phone with Jukas.
I will count from the number 1 to 3, and on 3, your hands will separate.
Ooh. 1. Your hands are getting looser.
His hands just fall off of his arm. Oh no! His arm fall off.
Your hands are apart.
Separate them.
I didn't believe it.
So is this story spellbindingly true, or is it just a load of mumbo-jumbo?
So is it spellbindingly true, or is it a bunch of mumbo-jumbo? What do you think?
Yeah, on a scale of spellbindingly true to mumbo-jumbo, I'm gonna say this is a bunch of mumbo-jumbo.
Okay.
That's...
Next one.
What's in Hamilton, Ontario?
I'm from Hamilton, Ontario, if you don't know that.
Man of Steel.
Yeah.
Meet medical student Jeff Crawley and his girlfriend, Ashley Enright.
I went to high school with these people.
No way.
Yeah, I didn't.
Jeff decides to take Ashley on a special date for their first anniversary.
I'd always seen this old drive-in movie theater. I thought it'd be cool if I took her there and we watched one of our favorite movies together.
And this hypnotist came on screen.
But Jeff has brought the movie to the drive-in.
I brought her the DVD player. She laughed. She thought it was so great.
Why would you drive to an abandoned drive-in to pull out a portable? I would probably just say stay at home. Let's go near screens that don't work, and we'll bring a tiny one that does.
Yeah, in 2005, there were still drive-ins you could go to in Hamilton.
Yes, absolutely.
We started watching the movie, and things got a little more romantic, I guess.
Shit.
Saw these bright headlights turn into the drive-in. First, I thought nothing of it. I thought maybe people were turning around, making a U-turn. They were lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Woohoo! We're lost! Woo! Lost again! Woohoo! Huey.
You probably heard us going, wahoo.
So they started shaking the car, and so I was screaming at Jeff, can we just leave?
It's not that big a deal. We do this all the time.
That's the thing. You grew up in Hamilton.
Yeah, this is a thing you do.
That's just like a friendly hello.
Yeah, we're just trying to ask for directions.
Imagine if they started shaking, they're like, whoa, you got a portable DVD player?
Holy shit.
I know this guy was a billionaire. You can hold on to this guy.
Hold on to this fucking guy.
You can afford a DVD player. It's like a laptop that only plays movies. Yeah, laptops play movies.
Yeah.
No more laptop.
Just movies.
No more laptop, just movies.
Dude, showing up to like a university lecture, and you like fold open a portable DVD player.
You just start watching.
You watch like fucking season 3 of Family Guy on DVD.
Oh, that's funny. And it's just loud and playing.
Yeah, no headphones.
Jeff finally decides to get the jocks off the car.
So I started, revving up the gas, and they dropped the car. We sped off.
The lovebirds seek shelter at a nearby gas station. The sight that greets Jeff is straight out of a horror movie.
4 fingers were hanging off the back of my bumper.
Okay, a few things. The fingers were kind of just laying on the bumper. Like, they weren't caught in anything. He was holding the car that way, and they drove away, and his fingers just came off. I feel like
the best way to lift up is go fingers on top, and thumb on the bottom. Put all the pressure on your thumbs.
Yeah, but yet all these fingers, and just the one hand. That makes it seem like his fingers were already very loose before. Also, one more thing. What would you do if there were 4 fingers just on your car? Would you go and...
I would pick it up.
Exactly.
Also, I like this screenshot. He's kind of like...
Yeah, what are you doing after smoking this?
While the jocks were lifting Jeff's car, the ringleader got his hand caught in the bumper. So when the car hit the ground at full throttle, his fingers were torn clean off. Jeff puts the jock's severed fingers on ice.
Fingers on the rocks.
I said, you know what, let's take him to the hospital.
Best date ever. That's a very memorable date. And also just going, babe, can you hold these?
Yeah, hold these fingers.
Hold these.
And hold these. Oh, got fingered on my date last night. And not the way that you'd expect.
Not the way you'd expect. He fingered me with severed fingers from jocks that were trying to flip our car.
On-call Jeff gets a message from his employer. Jeff heads to the local hospital to hand over the fingers. Now Jeff can finally get to work. He's a surgical intern.
I recognized the guy. It was one of the guys that was lifting up the car off the ground.
So, does this story grab you as true? Or is it just a fistful of lies?
Yeah, does this grab me as true? Or is it a fistful of lies? God, guys, the other day I just got grabbed by truth. Oh, it wrapped its 4 fingers around me, and I ripped those 4 fingers off, and that's the truth. So the last one, way more believable.
Maybe I heard of this story when I was growing up in Hamilton, Ontario. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe this is a classic bedtime story.
And then this is the last one.
My wedding was such an experience, such a positive, fantastic experience.
So Joanna and I have been married for 10 years now. Things have been really good, but our wedding almost didn't happen. Joanna was completely obsessed about every aspect of the wedding, and I'd gotten cold feet about the whole thing. While she was busy planning the big day, I spent a lot of time alone fishing.
Guys! Like, it looks like they just Googled, like, fishermen.
Yeah.
And they're like, perfect, we'll just go get all that stuff then.
One morning he went on a fishing trip for the day. Came early evening and Craig didn't come home.
Usually, Craig is back from his fishing trips before night falls.
Comes back to him, he's like making it with a fish.
That's why he got cold feet.
Yeah. His feet were in the ocean, that's why they were so cold. I got cold feet while I was macking on
I was macking a mackerel.
Having a group sex with a grouper.
You know what I mean? I was fucking a trout.
Joanna begins to fear the worst.
Craig's boat had been found.
We found Craig's
and it had been tipped over in the water. His belongings had been found.
The day before, Craig had piled his tackle and belongings into the boat.
And set it adrift. I figured that when they found the boat, that they'd assume that I had fallen over the side.
So he pushed the boat out? He put his belongings in the boat and pushed it out to sea to fake his own death so he wouldn't have to get married.
By faking his death, Craig hopes to escape the unwanted wedding.
Like this, I don't want to believe this, but I feel like guys are so emotionally like usually not like, instead of saying I don't want to get married, I'm just gonna fake my own death.
Fake my own death. Just tell her how you feel, maybe? Talk about my emotions. I'd rather fake my own death.
And fuck a fish.
As I was leaving the beach, I was just, alone with my thoughts, and I guess I wasn't paying attention, and I came across a road and got hit by a bus. And that's kind of the last thing I remember for a while.
So this story, he doesn't want to get married, he fakes his death, runs onto a street, gets hit by a bus.
Later on in the day, my phone rings. I pick up the phone, and it's a doctor.
Hey, there's a kid here with his hands stuck on his forehead.
Do you have any idea?
The doctor tells Joanna that Craig had been hit by a bus.
I don't know why. And I know it's not, getting hit by a bus isn't funny,
right?
But the sentence, Craig got hit by a bus, is funny.
It's inherently funny, yeah.
Yeah, the name Craig is the most, like, I got hit by a bus name.
Every time you meet a Craig, you have to be like, I'm so sorry that happened to you, man.
It's like, what? Like, the bus.
Every Craig has been hit by a bus.
And that'll grab you right by the truth.
My accident actually made Joanna want to get married even more. So I get wheeled into the church. So when it came to the vows, all I could do was cry.
Instead of telling me how you actually felt, you let me put you in a body cast and force you to marry me. Mm-hmm. And instead of telling me how you felt, you just cried. You just cried.
And you just went on with it? And you haven't told me?
But you have no problem going on TV and being like, I didn't like her.
With our wedding out of the way, Joanna was just obsessing about other people's weddings. So things got a lot better. And things have been really good since then.
This could be true because this guy just sounds like an idiot.
Even now, when we fight or we argue or have a disagreement, I still find myself pulling out the boat and going out fishing for the day.
Yeah, I really almost got away with it if it wasn't for getting hit by that bus. It really taught me a lesson.
Those are the 3 urban legends. So now I want to pass it off to you. I know. Okay. They could all be true. They could all be false. It could be a mix.
It could be a mix.
So how about the first one? The hypnotized kid with the hands on his head.
It's so specific that it has to be true.
You're going true with that one?
I'm going true with that one.
And then the car one with the 4 fingers.
That's not true. Okay. And I think the bus one is super true.
So this is the first one. Let's check out what you got for the hypnotized one.
My name is Giusto Durante. I'm 29 years old, and this is a true story.
You're right. I could have nailed it.
Giusto's situation wasn't unique. The hands of so many viewers remained interlocked that Jukas went back on TV to undo his spell a second time. After that, Jukas was banned from the show.
He's good at his job.
He's good at his job, but so good that he lost his job. Imagine being so good that the world goes, you can't do that anymore.
Keep doing this.
You have to stop doing this.
Dude, stop.
This isn't funny.
The only thing this helps is now that I know my fingers won't get cut off when I lift the car up. So this next one we're doing is the severed fingers story.
This story is false. If it had been me, I probably would have thrown away the fingers.
2 for 2. So now the last one. You said it was true. The boat guy who loves fish.
Yeah.
This story is not true. Completely false.
You were wrong.
I mean, all right. So I went 2 for 3. That's not bad.
Though this is an urban legend, a North Carolina man did actually stage a fishing accident to get out of his wedding. However, he gave himself up after 5 days when he realized the cops were conducting a massive search for his body.
Hold on.
So you're half right.
So I was half right.
Someone did try to do it.
So wait, hold on. He did fake his death, though. He just didn't get hit by the bus.
Right. So I guess you are kind of, I guess you're right. You know,
like
sometimes girls fake their orgasms, men fake their death.
I can never make my husband die. I'm just faking it.
Well, give it up for Jacob, everybody.
Oh, thanks.
2 out of 3. Well, 3 out of 3, basically.
3 out of 3. I think that last one's nonsense.
Yeah.
I think I basically got it. So, urban legends, if you want someone as your fact checker, if you need an editor and a fact checker, you let us know, because
we're your guys.
We're your guys.
We're Your Guys will be right back after a word from our sponsor. This video is sponsored by Current. But thanks for watching, guys. Go check out Jacob's channel. Go subscribe.
Yeah, sure.
He's a full-time YouTuber now, so you gotta go subscribe to him and watch his videos.
I just quit my job, so please go watch my video.
Press the like button, because believe it or not, 1 like equals 1 severed digit
in your tiny little... And a subscribe will get you a whole severed fist.
And check the description for whatever else I do. I got a podcast and a gaming channel and a bunch of other shit. We'd stick around, but unfortunately we do have to head out because we
gotta go catch some fish.
We gotta go catch some fish
and
get hit by a fucking bus. Folks, think of your top 3 favorite animals right now. You got it? Now, if a monkey isn't in your top 3, you're an idiot. You are objectively wrong. Show me one animal other than a monkey that picks his butt, sniffs his finger, and then falls off of a tree branch from the stench. Don't worry, I'll wait. Dude, straight up, I've always loved monkeys. The Build-A-Bear I got when I was a kid was a monkey. I had an imaginary friend when I was a kid, and he was a gorilla. And also, I used to watch MVP, Most Valuable Primate, MVP 2, Most Vertical Primate, and MXP, Most Extreme Primate, like every single week. That's like the best trilogy of all time.
Wait a minute, it's a monkey!
And I assumed I was in the top 1% of monkey fans, but I just found out that is not true. I'm not even close. It's like when you see someone post their Spotify Wrapped on their story and it says like they're the 0.001% fan of someone. You're like, how the fuck's that even possible? That's me with monkeys, my monkey rap. Because I just became aware of a very small group of people who not only love monkeys, but they are actually living their lives like monkeys. Like they are quite literally going bananas. I had to get that joke out of the way. There are people out there who are climbing trees, walking on all 4s like gorillas, swinging on vines, making monkey sounds. They're going absolutely monkey mode. So I first found out about this lifestyle from this guy's Instagram page. His name is Leo Urban. I think it's pronounced Leo Urban. He's French. And he has the last name Urban the same way Keith Urban does. You know, it's weird they have that last name because both of these guys seem pretty rural. And this guy is known online as the real life Tarzan. And there's like a ton of articles and videos about him. He also competes in like professional tag, which I just found out was a real fucking thing. They gotta do that with other childhood games. But hide and seek in the Olympics. DB Cooper, #1 draft pick. Yes! Before we get into this video, and before I talk about this monkey movement at length, I just want to say I am in no way trying to like shame these people for doing this. You can do whatever you want, as long as it's not hurting anybody, okay? But I just think it's really interesting and also really silly. So I'm gonna goof on it a little bit, sorry. So I watched a bunch of videos of Leo Urban, and I'll say this, they're objectively impressive. There's videos of him swinging on vines and branches, climbing and jumping around trees like it's nothing. It's pretty nuts. And I was immediately intrigued by this. The first question I had was like, how far does this go? Like, what length does he live his life as a monkey? Like, is this just a strictly fitness thing? or an entire lifestyle. So let's go to his website and find out. So he calls this whole thing primal parkour, and he defines it as primal parkour is inspired by urban parkour, but it essentially takes shape in nature. The practitioner evolves in a mixed and rugged environment in which he will find his only inspiration. Ooh, I guess it's only for boys. Sorry. Controversial take, but I feel like all monkeys are boys. It's like how all cats are girls and all dogs are boys. They will find their only inspiration, the power of the elements, animals, and the genetic heritage of our ancestors. And on his website, he actually sells a booklet called The Introduction to Primal Parkour, where you get the origins of primal parkour, a warm-up program, introductory exercises in tree and rock climbing, and get this, a glossary. I don't know how fucking monkey-like it is to read a booklet, you know? Like, I feel like if there was a booklet on how to be a monkey, the first page would be like, fucking rip this out and eat it. Fucking chew on it. I don't care. Wipe your ass with it. But if we scroll down a little further, he goes into more detail. The origins. Primal has always existed. Throughout history, humans have had to use their physical and instinctive abilities to move, hunt, and defend themselves. In the 90s, David Bell founded parkour. He was inspired by it and adapted it mainly to the urban environment. In 2006, I discovered this sport, and living at an altitude of 1,600 meters, I adapted these techniques in this environment. Quickly, I achieved great barefoot performances, which made me known in the discipline. Values. Playing outdoors all year round while bare-chested requires discipline and perseverance. Respect for nature is essential because it is the condition of our evolution. Through this practice, you will strengthen values such as courage, perseverance, humility, and respect. Alright, I don't know about you guys, but I'm hooked. This seems super awesome and productive and not weird at all. So let's find out what the next main aspect of this way of life is. Alright, okay, so before we can even walk, we wear shoes. Our best shoe is our foot. Walking barefoot has unsuspected benefits, so take off your shoes and enjoy yourself. Come on, take them off. Take off your shoes. Shan Schneider be like. It is a little bit too upfront about that aspect of it, you know? Like, I think the unsuspected benefits he's talking about are only for him. Me seeing your feet will benefit me greatly. He does mention the foot thing a lot, and I'm sure that's a pivotal part of this lifestyle, but like, come on, man. For free? Really, dude? At least put it behind a paywall and make that paywall high enough that you can't fucking parkour over. But, you know, I guess it makes sense because monkeys are usually bare feet. You know, they always got their dogs out. Sometimes they wear shoes and it's awesome. And all jokes aside, from watching a lot of Leo's content, he seems like a really cool, genuine, nice guy. So I don't think like the bare feet thing is coming from a place of like perversion or anything, obviously. But I think just like a general rule of thumb or a rule of toe, if a fitness influencer wants to see your feet like right off the bat, that's a pretty big red flag. All right, thank you so much for joining the Monkey Madness fitness class. Now, this is a pretty exclusive program, so I need to do a quick screening process. Yeah, for sure. All right, first off, let me see your feet. Yeah, sure. Makes sense. You know, monkeys, I guess monkeys didn't wear shoes. Okay, makes sense. Okay, my shoes are off. Great. Screening process? Yeah. Good luck, man. Thanks, man. Thank you so much for meeting with me. I have a lot to think about here. I'll report back to my team and we'll be in touch, okay? And don't worry, my current erection is completely unrelated to me sucking on your toes. See you later. Great, thanks. Wow. I hope I get in. Hey, you must be David. I'm the real-life Tarzan. Are you ready for your screening process? Wait, if you're the real-life Tarzan, who the fuck just sucked my toes?
In theaters this summer, The Toe Sucker 2. Trouble is afoot.
I see a lot of comments over the years saying that my cutaway sketches go on for a little bit too long. And to that, I say... You're probably right. So how about we cut away to a brand deal instead? Thanks to Opera for sponsoring this video. Folks, I know it's easy to just stick with the same old browser you've been using since friggin' caveman times, but your internet browsing experience can be so much better with Opera, because Opera is quicker, more secure, and even more intelligent than whatever browser you're using right now. Opera comes chock full of features as well, like workspaces, for example. I don't know about you guys, but I need all the help I can get when it comes to organization, especially when I'm writing. Sometimes I'll be working on like 2 video scripts at the same time, and I need a good way to like separate everything. And Workspaces is perfect because I can keep tabs in separate workspaces, and I can switch between them with just one click. You You can even choose the icons and the names of your workspaces too. It completely simplifies the browsing experience. It's amazing. Another great thing I love about Opera is their free built-in snapshot feature. With Snapshot, you can create the perfect custom online screenshot, and you can easily share the edited screenshots with your friend or on social media directly, thanks to all the Messenger apps and your social media sites directly in the customizable sidebar of Opera. And also, I love listening to music when I'm working, and doing that with Opera is the best because instead of keeping a bunch of apps open, Opera has a built-in player right in the sidebar so you can easily stream music and podcasts from Spotify, Apple Music, Deezer, Tidal, and so much more without ever leaving your browser. Opera is just a better browser in every way, and you can move all your information from your old browser to Opera in just a few minutes. So what are you waiting for? Use my link below to download Opera today. And it's completely free. You got nothing to lose. Okay, thank you again to Opera for sponsoring this video. Back to me. So the first video I actually saw of Leo was a really weird one because it's like clearly AI generated with like the voiceover and stuff.
How about getting back into the wild Tarzan style? He lives for nature and in nature.
And it did a pretty good job of explaining what Leo's all about.
Leo Urban has 17 years of parkour practice behind him.
But it also had some pretty weird statements in there.
You'll need a few years of free running experience in a body made of steel.
Perfect. Are monkeys' bodies made of steel? Should have paid attention in biology class. That's fucking awesome. And there's also another part of this video that made me like really upset.
He has gone back to basics, and it's earned him the nickname of Humanzi.
This is a form of exercise where you pretend to be a monkey so you don't have to go to the gym. The fact that they've never coined the term chimpanzee is honestly heartbreaking. So Leo, if you're watching this, use it, okay? Use that term. Open up a bunch of monkey-themed gyms and call them chimpanzees. Just play the MVP movies on repeat on the TVs, have bananas all over the place, and you can even have a tanning bed there so people could get an orangutan. Instead of showers, you'd pick the bugs off each other's back. I don't know. But like I said earlier, Leo fucking like walks around on his knuckles and he does like little knuckle fist bumps and stuff. And he also encourages people to make monkey noises while they're climbing trees. And you know how weird this is? I do love how committed he is to the lifestyle. He's basically the embodiment of the meme, okay, so basically I'm monkey. When anybody asks him how he's able to do all this crazy stuff, he just shows them that meme. That's how. And honestly, in the grand scheme of fitness influencers trying to sell you a certain lifestyle, this is very tame. Especially fitness influencers who use the term primal. Leo is the superior fitness influencer in that category for sure. And also, Leo is constantly posting about the environment and raising money for charities that are helping with climate change and the loss of the animal's natural habitat. He also posted probably the hardest picture I've ever seen in my life on his Facebook page, so fucking prepare yourselves. That is so fire. Are you fucking kidding? Michelangelo who? Creation of Adam? More like creation of Adam painting. That's a piece of shit compared to this. Although, after seeing where monkeys put their fingers, I wouldn't be rushing to touch tips with this guy. But Leo isn't the only person doing this. In my research, I found another article about a guy in China who claims that walking like a monkey has stopped him from getting ill for 3 decades. Or maybe he just can't get health care. Every time he walks into a hospital, they're like, dude, you gotta go to the vet. You're a gorilla, dude. What are you doing here? Holy shit. Is this the secret to a long life? Just walking on all fours? All those fucking pay pigs, they're gonna live forever. I'll read a little bit of the article. I started doing this walking exercise when I was about 20 years old, the Chinese man told Pear Video. I often watched the monkeys at the zoo. I thought it looked so fun, and I started imitating, he added. Man, good for him. I'm also pretty glad that he picked the monkeys to imitate. Like, that's a little weird, but any other animal would have been that extra step of crazy, you know? Yeah, I just loved watching the snakes, so the last 20 years I've kind of just been slithering around. And every couple months I rip my skin off. So this movement exists all over, but Leo Urban is the main real-life Tarzan. Or so I thought. Turns out, there's another person who is also called the real-life Tarzan. And Leo's dedication to the ape lifestyle is pretty tame compared to this next guy. And his name is Victor Manuel Fleitas. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Victor is the creator of this thing called the Tarzan movement.
What's all that
Tarzan
movement back there?
Which has over 900,000 followers on Instagram. And Victor's connection with monkeys runs much deeper than just climbing on trees and running around like Leo does. Essentially, both of these guys have the same mission statement, which is reject modernity, embrace monkey. But the way I see it, Leo is parkour first because he still does urban parkour. I guess all the parkour he does is urban because that's his last name, but he still climbs around in like buildings and stuff. But Victor, on the other hand, is all in on the monkey lifestyle. Like if there was a monkey off between Leo and Victor, Victor would be the victor. According to an independent article, today, Fleitas believes that many humans have lost touch with the natural world. He also believes that apes embody a spiritual connection to nature that we've forgotten about in our culture of go-go capitalism and office cubicle. So he created a new instructive movement that has already convinced hundreds of people to take to the jungle and, pretend to be apes. Known as the Tarzan movement, it is a fitness regime and novel approach to life taught internationally through workshops and climbing classes, with Fleitas encouraging his followers to mimic the movements of apes and monkeys. So he's fully embraced the monkey. Gorilla Glue to him is just glue. And if you go to Victor's Instagram, it's just him posting about the upcoming Tarzan movement retreats that he has coming up. Like this jungle immersion from August 19th to 25th. Full immersion with me and a team of local guides in the jungle of Sumatra. Everyday 4-hour training and trekkings, daily trips to spot and learn from orangutan and other animals. Holy damn, what are you learning from the orangutan? What is he teaching you guys? Deep in the woods of Sumatra, there is an orangutan who will teach us long division. Okay, we camp by the river every day, carnivore or a veg meal on your preference. Okay, if you're gonna do a fully immersive monkey trip, you guys should only be eating bananas and bugs. Price is 1,500 euros, includes taxi from airport, full pension, and wow, that's pretty good actually. A lot of companies aren't even offering those these days, so that's pretty good. Send a message to join, and then the foot emoji. Okay. Now, why that emoji? Why is that emoji there? What kind of message do you want me to send? Yeah, so if you want to come to the jungle, if you're interested, just send a complete 360 scan of your feet, your size, and some used socks. Where do you go to the bathroom on these retreats? You know, just like in the forest, I guess. Or wait, no, never mind. Dude, have you guys seen that video of the monkey peeing in its own mouth? Is that what you learned from the orangutan? Dude, that'd be awesome. So I watched Victor's entire documentary that he posted on his channel about this philosophy, and it basically boils down to like tapping into the animal parts of ourselves, which I imagine can be pretty therapeutic, but it is super funny picturing someone taking the Tarzan movement like way too far. She promised me she wouldn't walk like a monkey. Sir, why is she walking like a monkey? She just got back from a jungle retreat. Should I keep going or should I stop? Oh my god. She promised me she wouldn't throw her poop like a monkey. I'm not gonna do a recap of the whole documentary because it's pretty long and it's in another language also. But the rest of the documentary showcases him teaching people the ways of the Tarzan movement. And everybody seems to be having like a blast while they're doing it. And you know what? The more I think about this, the more it makes sense. I walk by so many climbable trees when I'm walking my dog, and in my head I'm just like, God, that'd be such a fun one to climb. I could just go up and just chill. But I'd get yelled at if I climbed one of my neighbor's trees. So all the power to these people if it's working for them. But there's one part of the documentary that made me laugh pretty hard though. It shows him like training one of his students in the art of Tarzan movement. And at the one part, he's just straight up throwing apples at the guy.
Más capacidades, pues al final se vuelve como un fuego.
I don't know what that's supposed to do. How did you even come up with that, right? I imagine he's just like, no, I do this all the time with the monkeys at the zoo. I go in there with a big basket of apples, and I just fucking chuck them at them. I throw apples at these monkeys for hours, dude. No curveball, no changeup. Just straight fucking gas, man. And as much as I'm goofing on it, it seems to work. Like both of these real life Tarzan, they're both in awesome shape. Like they're both jacked. And I would hate to get in a fight with someone who is constantly pretending to be a monkey. You know, they're ripping your face off. But the craziest thing about this whole Tarzan movement, it's not the walking on your knuckles, being barefoot all the time, climbing trees, making monkey sounds. All that aside, the weirdest part of all of this, you'd assume that these two guys would be like mortal enemies. Two guys operating in the same niche with like different news outlets, each calling them the real life Tarzan. These guys should be like at each other's throats and shit, but they're not. They're like best friends. It's like no bad blood whatsoever. They're just like, yeah, dude, we did it. We're monkeys, man. And yeah, is it fucking super cute to see two guys climbing trees and having a good time together? Absolutely. Is that also maybe a sign that possibly connecting to your animal side like fully removes your ego and you can actually like enjoy life for the first time in your life? Maybe, but
I'm about to say it.
These two guys being all buddy-buddy, that's not very monkey-like. Like if you're a fucking top dog monkey, you know, and another monkey tries to move in on your territory, you gotta stand your ground. You gotta Mostly, I want these guys to beef with each other because I think it'd be super funny. Like, I would absolutely love to see a real-life Tarzan diss track, you know? Who the fuck is claiming to be the real Tarzan? I'm the real Tarzan, bitch. My dad is a monkey. I'm Tarzan. You're Lil Xan. One time I killed a leopard with a spear. It's the best day of my life. Listen up. I can throw my shit a quarter mile. You got no balls, infertile. Quit saying you're the real Tarzan, or you'll live to regret it. Like what? Starman. Hey, you're a bipedal bitch. What? Rocket running shoes, I reckon. Stupid bitch. And I'm swinging on vines. Jane said you last 6 seconds. Now I got your girl and she all on my tree. She wants to get her belt unbuckled. I don't wear belts. She calling me the MVP. She drew the walk of shame on her knuckles. I'm the real thing, you an imitation. I'm chilling with some apes in a river basin. We all yelling, ain't no conversation. Cause we're monkeys and we're masturbating. Now I may not be a monkey genetically. Homo sapiens technically. True. I be climbing trees in Yosemite. You're monkeying around pathetically. Bitch. Call me Key, I'm surrounded by peel. Legit raised by monkeys, it's not a big deal. Like a baboon, yeah, my ass is out. You smell on my finger, you're passing out. See ya. Suck my dick, no homo erectus. Deforestation, someone protect us. Hunting for sport like they trying to eject us. When monkeys smile, it's just so infectious. Sorry about that, got carried away. My bad. Just like the lady in King Kong. Yeah, I'm banging on my chest all day. Pee in my mouth with my ding dong. What the fuck, dude? No, have you seen that video of the monkey peeing in his own mouth? I actually filmed that video. I know that guy pretty well. He did it. He doesn't always do that. He just had too much banana liqueur, but it's whatever. I'm the real Tarzan, so. Yeah, I'm now realizing that this is the second time that I've written and recorded a diss track from the perspective of a Disney character. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. I don't know. In conclusion, I don't really see anything wrong with this lifestyle. It's not hurting anybody. I just thought it was really funny to pretend to be a monkey. And I wanted to goof on it for a little bit, but who knows? Maybe pretending to be a monkey is a secret. Maybe that's the secret to happiness and a long life. And there's really only one way to find out. So how about you guys leave a comment? Let me know if you want to see me do a video where I try to live like a friggin' monkey and see how it affects my life. And Leo or Victor, if you guys are watching this video, friggin' pick up that banana phone. Hit me up, dude. All right, that's it. Thank you so much for watching the video. If you enjoyed it, please press the like button. Because believe it or not, every time someone likes this video, I will watch the MVP original trilogy. Also, guys, press the subscribe button right now. If you're not subscribed, just do it, okay? What are you waiting for? We're so close to 5 million, and as soon as you press the subscribe button, you become a valued citizen of Kurtistown. And if you didn't know, Kurtistown is the best place to live in the whole world, and I'm the mayor of Kurtistown, so you have to be nice to me. It's the law. Also, again, if you live in Irvine or close to Irvine, if you're in California, come to my shows in June, okay? It's gonna be a lot of fun. My shows are happening the same weekend as VidCon. Total mistake on my end. I didn't mean to do that at all. So who knows? There might be some special guests that show up. That's it. Thank you so much for watching. I would stick around, but unfortunately, I have to go. I gotta go pee in my own mouth. All right, folks. As some of you know, before I was a world-class YouTuber, I was a Viner. Viner, I hardly know. If you don't know, Vine was an app where people would make short little videos, and it came out at a time on the internet where consuming video on your phone was like the next big thing, which is crazy to think about now because that's like the main thing we consume on here, right? You're doing it right now. Vine as a concept was so new that like anything on there was automatically funny. Like, there were no standards. King Batch with a big spoon? Hilarious. But as time went on and Vine naturally grew in popularity, genuinely funny and talented people started to come out of the woodwork and gain traction on the app. And that allowed us to see what can actually be classified as good content. And I think some people were able to upgrade and adapt their content a little bit to try and stay current with the internet content landscape. But a lot of Viners did not do that, right up until its untimely demise. Actually, never mind. I think the demise was perfectly timely. Shame! You know, Viners like Peaks, Dobre Twins, they never really switched their style of Vine-esque humor, ever. And I feel like another person that this applies to is a little boy. Lex, he's not a little boy, he's an adult. I don't know why I said that. Yeah, I'm gonna make a commentary video about this little baby, dude. Fuck you, man. Why'd you bite your big brother's finger? Goo goo gaga. Fuck you, Charlie. Now, there was one guy on Vine named Brent Rivera, a name that sends shivers down the spine of any soul brave enough to utter it. A cursed name. Bloody Mary, Brent Rivera. Same number as syllables. Coincidence? I think not. It's a good thing I don't have any syllables in my name. I had them removed last year. Our little tiny buddy Brent has resurfaced in the internet zeitgeist these past few weeks because of a confrontation at a hotel with another YouTuber. We'll get into that later, but all that kerfuffle caused me to go over to Brent Rivera's channel to really take a deep dive and see what he's even doing these days. And what I found on there was truly shocking, so I figured I had to make a video about it. So Brent Rivera is a wildly successful YouTuber with over 25 million subscribers. But like I said, I've been aware of Brent for a long time now. I remember back in the Vine days, me and my friend Jacob, we'd scroll through Brent's Vines and we'd just laugh the night away. Not because they were funny, but they were just so bad.
Oh my god, there she is! She's coming this way. Act natural. Oh, she's walking away. I wasn't natural enough.
And look, my Vines weren't very good either. And also that was like 8 years ago.
People don't forget.
Making content for children when you yourself are a child makes perfect sense. But the interesting thing about Brent is that he never really stopped making content for children. These are some of the videos he was making after Vine shut down. 6 mistakes you'll make on your first kiss. Brent Rivera. First day versus last day of school. Brent Rivera. Weird types of substitutes. Brent Rivera. 6 signs your crush secretly likes you. Brent Rivera. And that one's the craziest. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I stopped using the term crush when I was like 12 years old. Even at that young age, I was still like, you know what? That's a word for baby. Fuck you, Charlie. But not our boy Brent. He was 20 years old when he made that video, dude. And just so you know, he's 25 now. But hey, sure, maybe 20 is an appropriate age to be like, yeah, I got a crush on that girl. But wait, less than a year ago, Touch My Body Challenge. Gone wrong. No more Brent Rivera in the title, so who is this guy? And the fucking thumbnail says, there's a crush. That's my crush. I put an arrow. That's my crush right there. She's pointing at my crush. Or maybe that's her name. I don't know. I'm not too savvy in the Brent crew. Maybe that's her name. Crush Bandicoot. It's almost kind of punk, you know, because he's going against the grain. Because like most YouTubers, they grow up, they mature, and so does their content and how they present themselves. But Brent has gone fully just like Peter Pan mode. Fully staying the same, only making content for children. On the other side, I do understand adults making content for children. That happens all the time, right? Steve from Blue's Clues. Adults making kid-friendly content is fine, of course. It happens all the time. But Brent operates in this weird world of YouTube where he's making content for children, but the content is not kid-friendly.
Yo, this is not family-friendly at all!
Just to me, it's just so weird to be 25 and then act like this in your videos.
So today, we are breaking 100 rules in 24 hours.
It reminded me of this Matthew Beam video that I saw called, I Built a Secret Gaming Room to Hide from My Mom. That title made me laugh really hard because, you know, another great way to hide a gaming room from your mother is to move out. But back to Brent. I could talk all day about the Mr. Beastification of his thumbnails and content. I could talk about how weird and overprotective he is of his sister, who he constantly sexualizes for views.
Are you flirting with her? Dude, no, dude.
Or I could talk about the terrible song that he put out a few months ago. But that's not what the video is about. but also it could be. So I am going to talk about the really bad song that he put out. The song that he released is called Little Kids Nowadays. But in order to get, you know, clicks on it, they had to sort of disguise it as just another regular Brent Rivera video, which is honestly Jesus. No, it's not. Genius, I meant. Which is honestly genius. You know, I think more musicians should do this. The new Miley Cyrus music video could have had a crazy fucking thumbnail, and it should have been titled Liam Hemsworth diss track gone wrong, not clickbait. Stop kissing my sister. I'm Brent Rivera, and I hate that. Brent Rivera. So Brent's song is about how when he was a kid, he used to go outside and play, you know, be outside, enjoy the outdoors. But little kids nowadays, they're always on their phone. They're always on. My favorite part of the song is like the emotional build up to the big final chorus. Dude. And dude, this whole song, it's like, yeah, being a kid is different now from when you did it. That has been historically accurate for every single generation. You know what I mean? I don't think you need to make a whole fucking song about it, right? Also, Brent, dude, don't get mad at children for watching YouTube videos all day, because if that wasn't happening, you wouldn't be able to fucking spend $25,000 on your plane tickets, little baby boy Brent. Dude, kids are so fucking weird today, dude. All they do is watch videos. But please, don't stop watching my videos. Also, Brent, you were also on your phone all day as a child, making fucking videos, man. There's literally evidence of it on the internet. You did the same fucking thing these kids are doing right now. So it's like, why are you upset? Why are you making a whole song about it?
Was it lasagna or meatloaf?
While I was doing research for this video, I stumbled upon something pretty funny. So this song came out 6 months ago. But if we go back through his channel just to 3 years ago, we get a video called Little Kids Nowadays, Part 2. And then 4 years ago, we get the original Little Kids Nowadays, which have the exact same observation as the song, but these are just like vlog format.
I feel like little kids nowadays are just like so mature, and so much more mature and technologically advanced than like when I was a kid.
When I was a kid, I used to go outside and play with my friends, play basketball, play hopscotch or something.
And it's so funny because in these videos, the whole observation is like, kids are just on their phone all day. They don't fucking go outside ever. But in the videos, they're outside doing stuff all day. Like most of the one video is them playing basketball. And I know it's silly to nitpick a video that came out fucking so long ago, you know? Like these videos are 4 years old. But so is Brent's audience, so it's fine. Fuck, it's so funny to stick with the same bit for so long. Kids are different now! Things change over time! Is anybody listening to me? But dude, it gets even crazier because remember Vine from earlier in the video? Brent was saying the same shit back then too.
Hey, wanna play some hopscotch and some bubbles?
Now watch me whip.
Several Vines with the exact same caption, dude. The 3 words little kids nowadays are Brent Rivera's like magnum opus. And it is such a basic observation. And it's so funny to make that observation for like 10 years. Because here's the thing about kids, they grow up. And then a new generation of kids appear. You know, I don't know how they get here, but they show up. Like how long does nowadays last? You know what I mean? He's been saying this for 10 years, man. I feel like in like 40 years, Brent's gonna be saying the same shit. Little kids nowadays, they're always on TikTok. Dude, we evolved past the need for physical bodies like 10 years ago. Little kids don't even exist anymore. And even as TikTok, what are you talking about? Little kids nowadays, they're always on TikTok. Why do you keep saying that? Hey man, just leave him be. What's wrong with him? A couple years ago, his sister was getting married, and when he saw her husband kiss her, he lost control. And he's been in this catatonic state ever since. That's all he says now. Just agree with him. Okay, he likes that. Alright. Little kids nowadays, they're always on TikTok. Yeah, yeah, I guess you're right. I'm sorry, I feel like I keep getting off track here, but there's so much to cover. So back to the hotel altercation that I mentioned earlier. So Brent Rivera has been under some pretty gnarly backlash recently because he was filming a video at the Stanley Hotel, which is like this famous haunted hotel. They filmed The Shining there. So he was there filming a video at the same time as this other YouTuber named Tyler Oliveira.
Came out of my room and randomly found these 2 girls in the hallway.
Are you guys hired by the Brent Rivera group?
Maybe.
Okay. Do you fake your videos?
No. Do you fake your videos?
No.
Yeah, so Tyler obviously instigated everything, but things just kept escalating, and it got to the point where Brent was like making fun of Tyler for like the size of his channel.
Hey, go have fun with your 100 subscribers, bud.
And it pretty much got to the point where Brent got Tyler and his friend like kicked out of the hotel.
I'm sorry, they're gonna come and get you guys. They're gonna kick you out.
Ask you to pack your stuff, for sure.
I'll link Tyler's video explaining it because that whole situation is crazy. But that whole incident was so fascinating to me because it kind of like peeled back the curtain a little bit to see what type of person Brent is off camera.
Go have fun with your 100 subscribers, bud.
But then I got to thinking, like, is he even a good person when he's on camera? Spoiler alert, the answer is no! Believe it or not, we still haven't even talked about the main reason I wanted to make this video. So I was scrolling through Brent's YouTube videos and I stumbled upon one that really caught my eye. Surviving 24 hours in a city with no laws! And Brent's fucking covered in blood and shit. This guy's fucking breaking a cop car. It says F you. Pretty crazy. And I think this one video perfectly encapsulates the true essence of Brent Rivera's character. So let's watch the video.
We're going to the most dangerous city. Oh my god!
That's putrid.
I'm actually gonna throw up.
You guys shouldn't be here. It's not really safe around here.
Have you seen any like bad things happen here?
All the time, murdered or...
Is it true that there's no laws here?
I don't like being out here, and I carry a gun. I got a shotgun and AR-15 in the car.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
The editing makes it seem like the cop went to go get the guns that he was talking about. See, I hear all my guns, guys.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
This is Slab City. It's ranked the most dangerous city in America, and it's rumored to be the only city left with no laws.
Okay, so I'm gonna call bullshit on the no laws thing, because it's a place, has laws. That's like my one thing. I've always said this. If it's a place, it has laws. But let's fact check the other claim, okay? Let's see if Slab City in California is the most dangerous city in America. So I'm just gonna Google most dangerous city in America. Okay, so it's St. Louis, Missouri. Fucking 10 seconds into the video, already incorrect. Maybe like based on its size, it's the most dangerous because the Wikipedia says there's like 150 people who live in Slab City. So if like one person commits a crime, then yeah, that's a pretty big chunk of the population who are criminals, right? Yeah, Slab City's fucked, man. A guy ran a red light 30 years ago. It's never been the same since. Also, to fact check the no laws thing, federal and state laws still apply in Slab City. You know, you can't just go out there and kill someone and get away with it, you know? Trust me, I've tried. So at the start of the video, Brent is hyping up this video like crazy, and he says that him and his friends are gonna spend 24 hours in Slab City. But his friends aren't gonna wanna go with him because it's oh so scary and oh so dangerous.
But I realized most of my friends wouldn't want to go here.
So, he decides to lie to them.
So I had to lie to them. Okay.
You know how you lie to your friends, right?
So I'm going on this tropical vacation, and I wanted to see if you wanted to come.
Hell no!
No, I'm good.
You down?
No. What's the catch?
There's no catch.
There's no catch.
Nope.
I don't trust you. Why would I trust you?
Dude, what a terrible life to live. You know? I'm sure none of this is genuine. It's all scripted, obviously, but it seems he's got like a David Dobrik-esque situation here, where in like all of his videos, he's constantly like fucking with his friends and making their life a living hell. So no matter what he says to his friends, they're just like, nah, man, I actually fucking don't trust you. Actually, I don't fuck with you at all. You're actually a weirdo.
We're going to the most dangerous city in America. What?
Oh man, we're going to St. Louis.
Nobody's excited.
And they shouldn't be. With no electricity, no running water, and no law enforcement, they're gonna wish they were anywhere but here.
They're gonna regret coming on this trip with me, because with nowhere to run and no cops to show up an hour late to the crime scene and shoot the dog instead of the criminal, this is finally the week that I'm gonna kill my friends. All that and more on this week's episode of Hey look, my sister's in a bikini again. Also, there is law enforcement, Brent. You showed us. You showed us at the beginning of the video. First 10 seconds, they're like, here's a cop.
No law enforcement?
There is, dude. Sorry, I don't mean to get all Brent out of shape here. But I hate this video. So they walk around screaming about everything they see until they stumble upon this abandoned building. And this is when something so crazy and so real happens to them.
Hey, you guys shouldn't be here. It's not really safe around here.
Oh, okay.
So obviously they just hired a guy to walk by and say that for the video, because what the fuck? Some random guy in white face paint just walking alone in the desert warning people about how dangerous it is there while nothing dangerous is happening? That's wildly convenient. If that was a real person with like fucking crazy face paint walking alone in the desert that just walked up to you guys, you wouldn't be like, yeah, this place is really dangerous. He'd fucking kill you. So later on in the video, they set up a camp to stay the night, and this is when the cops show up, which is crazy, because I could have sworn he said there wasn't any law enforcement there.
No law enforcement?
I'm pretty sure they also hired this guy to pretend to be a cop as well, because all he does is say how dangerous this place is.
Isn't really like the safest of areas to be camping. You guys sure you want to be?
Dude, like what the fuck is okay, is this place actually dangerous? I don't think it is. The only thing happening in this dangerous city is different people walking around being like, this place is dangerous. This place is so dangerous. This place is dangerous. If that happens this much here? Dude, imagine what it's like to walk down the street in St. Louis, Missouri.
Dangerous. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. God, it's so dangerous. You know it's dangerous. It's so dangerous. So dangerous. There better not be a guy walking down the street. It's so dangerous.
But this video's big climax is them sitting around a campfire when some Slab City local, and definitely not an actor hired by Brent, shows up and disrupts their whole scene.
Oh, got the fire. Enjoy it, yo. Some barbecue.
We're just having a little
campfire. What y'all doing here?
We're just camping. We're just visiting.
Got a handsome face, man.
Dude. You just had to leave that in, didn't you, Brent? Okay, so you'll be playing the Slab City local. Okay. So at nighttime, just sort of come out to our campfire, you know, just mess everything up, you know, really get up in our business, you know, just knock shit over, you know, call me handsome, you know, it's like, yeah, cool, I could do. Wait, sorry, what was that last part? What's that? Oh, I said like get up in our business? No, you told me to call you handsome? You think I'm handsome? Not what I said. Look, man, I have so much money from little kids nowadays, and I will pay you some of it to come to the camp, get up in our business, and call me handsome. Got it? Okay, got it. Jeez. Little kids nowadays, you know? I'm 35, so the gang leaves, but not before we get one more mention of how dangerous Slab City is.
Packing up, yeah.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea. It's a dangerous city.
Okay, dude, we get it. We got it, Brent, okay? It's dangerous. It's a dangerous city and you're handsome. How much more exposition do we fucking need, man? That's like giving the movie Aquaman the whole time they were like,
God, it's pretty wet down here. Ever noticed that? It's kind of wet.
The vlog ends with them eating Chipotle and them talking about how dangerous Slab City was. Or hearing about how dangerous it was. But when in reality, it just wasn't. I feel like every city is dangerous if you're a loud, fucking annoying YouTuber, you know? I did some research, and the usual cause for police response in Slab City is for use of methamphetamines. It's people addicted to a substance, struggling in life, and then cops being like,
oh, you're going downtown for that one.
So it's weird as fuck to go there as a multi-millionaire YouTuber and be like, oh, everything is gross. Everything is gross and weird down here. It's fucked. It's fucked up. If I had to live here, I'd fucking chop my dick off. He never said that in the video, but I can read between the lines. And the thing that just bugs me about this video is that it's not the most dangerous city in America. It's a low-income area forgotten by the government that was supposed to care for its citizens, but failed to. And instead of allocating resources like safe injection sites or community outreach, they send police officers to patrol the area and Border Patrol officers to search Slab City for undocumented immigrants. And I know Brent Rivera's content is for children, and he's not gonna get into those issues, obviously, but I don't know. It's just like a gross angle to like make a whole video about, you know? Like it gives off the same energy as those old videos where it's like stepping on Jordans in the hood prank. It's like, what the fuck are you doing, man? And yeah, this is a common feeling I got when I watch a lot of Brent's videos, because he does videos like $25 plane seat versus $25,000 first class seat, baby. I survived $10 versus $100,000 day with Crush. Got the name drop in there. I survived $50 versus $500,000 vacation. People who live in trailer parks are dirty, but underwater is good. And obviously these videos are fucking all over YouTube. They go to a cheap option and then a really expensive one at the end. They're like, the expensive one's better. That's crazy. And each video Brent makes like this is framed like, it's like a a game that like some of his friends, you know, it's randomly selected who's going to go to the cheaper one and who's going to go to the expensive one. But for some reason, Brent always ends up going with the luxurious option. Weird how that happened, but it makes sense. It's his videos. He decides what happens at the end of the day, right? Which is probably why his friends don't trust him. But each one of these videos features Brent having an awesome time, spending all his money, and then showing his friends freaking out that they have to go through general boarding at the airport, or going on a bike ride to Subway for a dinner date, or just staying in a regular sized room during their vacation. And I know they have to embellish and exaggerate these videos for YouTube, but it's just so fucking annoying watching these people scoff and complain about doing things that most people have to do, you know? That's just a part of traveling, that's a part of their life.
Where we have to sit for 12 and a half hours. I'm sure you live. I'm a small human. Look at my knees.
Oh no, you don't have a lot of leg room. You don't have a lot of leg room in an airplane that's taking you from one part of the earth to the other in a couple hours. No! How are you doing that? How are you surviving?
This very lovely, spacious bathroom.
Oh, the bathroom in the airplane is small? Oh no! No! Of course it is! Of course, it's a bathroom in the sky, you jackass. And dude, in the date video, a tandem bicycle ride to Subway for dinner? That sounds adorable. That is awesome. Bike rides are sick, and so are huge sandwiches. That sounds like an awesome day. And the thing is, that is more than what most people can afford. So fuck you, man. And for her to be pissed off during the whole date, too.
I'm not having fun. I wasted my whole day doing this.
Even if that was a disingenuous reaction for the video, I don't care, because if that's how you told her to act, fuck you again.
Girls do not care how much money a guy spends on a date. Okay?
I disagree. You have to treat them nice.
No, like if a girl likes you, she likes you for you. Like, she does not care about money.
What a great message you are sending to your young audience, Brent. But the video that pissed me off the most was the I survived $50 versus $500,000 vacation. Because, dude, Brent, he's vlogging himself and his friends going on this lavish vacation at a resort in Hawaii.
One of us is gonna have $50 to survive in Hawaii.
Which is also a place where the locals have, like, publicly begged tourists to stop going there. But hey, it's Brent Rivera. Brent do what he wants. Why would he listen to anybody? So they're enjoying the nice hotel room while his sister is staying at this smaller apartment complex. And they go over there to check it out. And this part is like low-key like hard to watch.
Here we have the kitchen area.
Okay. How much money did you actually spend on this place?
All of it.
Okay, so yeah, it's not even that bad of a place. Like there's a whole apartment pretty much, right? Like that's a big space. There's like running water, a fridge, a stove, like everything you would need in a place to like live, you know? But then she drops a fucking bombshell that totally floors the group.
This was the cheapest thing I could get, and I'm living with 2 other people.
What? You know them?
What?
I've seen one.
Oh, you're doing what?
What? You know them?
I've seen one of them.
What? Oh my god.
No way. It is such a common thing for people traveling, especially young people. Airbnbs, hostels, you know, sharing a space with people so it's like more affordable. That happens all the fucking time and they're acting like she just confessed to a murder.
What?
What? Huh? You did what?
Oh my god.
No way. And then they start going through the fridge.
Oh my god.
What is that?
I don't even want to know, I don't think.
It's,
oh my god.
What is that?
It's breakfast. How do you not know that? It's clearly like eggs and sausage. It's a breakfast, man.
Was it lasagna or meatloaf?
Dude, I don't even want to know what that is. Me personally, I had a skateboard for breakfast.
Is that your leftovers, Lexi?
No, that came with the place.
Okay, well, I'm gonna do you a favor.
What a fucking piece of shit. I'm pretty sure this is someone's home and they're like renting out a room for her to stay in their house. And then these fucking assholes walk in and they're like, oh, this place is gross. What is this otherworldly food I've never seen before? Better throw it out. And then he throws out a stranger's food. Man. That's so fucked up, man. And like, dude, imagine being the person living in this home who's being generous enough to open their home to someone. And then picture that person watching this video. I didn't throw them out, dude. Those are my grandpa's leftovers.
No, I know.
Okay? It's from his favorite breakfast spot. He passed before he got a chance to eat them.
Well, I don't know where they could be.
And I haven't had the heart to throw them away. Okay, they're the last piece that I have showing me that a part of him is still here.
I know.
Okay, and now they're gone. I didn't throw them out. Trust me, I would not have done that.
Okay, well, we'll find them.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. You're gonna want to watch this video.
Oh my god.
What is that?
I don't even want to know, I don't think.
That's
Put it back. Put it back. You were not eating that.
Is that your leftovers, I see?
No, that came with the place.
Okay, well, I'm gonna do you a favor. I'm gonna do you a favor.
They just threw it out?
This literally looks like a jail cell.
Well, surely they regret doing this, right? Dude, I don't know. This video that I'm making right now, this is much longer than I wanted it to be. I just thought I'd make a little silly video about Brent, but I feel like the rabbit hole just kept going deeper and deeper. So I'm sorry this video is so long, but I just get so frustrated when someone has such a massive audience of young, impressionable little kids nowadays, and then with that level of influence, they make a bunch of lazy, derivative,
ugly, yellow,
consumerist, vapid bullshit, and then go on to act like they're doing the Lord's work when someone calls them out.
Do you fake your videos?
No. Do you fake your videos?
No.
And I think Brent is like actively perpetuating harmful ways of thinking, especially for children. And it just makes no sense to me, especially with his sentiment. So Brent, don't complain about little kids nowadays being materialistic or vain, because if they are acting that way, it's your fault.
No.
So what's the most dangerous city in America? Any city that Brent Rivera is in, okay? Watch out. All right, well, fuck, that's the video. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please press the like button, because believe it or not, 1 like equals 1 mysterious breakfast that I've never seen before in my life. You can leave a comment, let me know what you thought about this whole thing. Let me know what you think about Brenty Boy. You can press the subscribe button if you want, because as soon as you do, you become a valued citizen of Kurtistown. And if you didn't know, Kurtistown is the best place to live in the world, and I'm the mayor. So you have to be nice to me. It is the law. But that's the only law in Kurtistown. Okay, there is one law. So we got one up on Slab City. You can check the description for my Instagram, my Twitter, my podcast, my gaming channel, all that bullshit that I do. I'm going on tour. That's pretty cool. I don't know. All right, thanks for watching. I would stick around, but unfortunately I have to go. I have to go aimlessly wander the streets of Toronto and tell people how dangerous it is. So, sorry. Peace. Hey guys, I got some shows coming up. All new material. I'm going to Phoenix, Arizona, Louisville, Kentucky, and Appleton, Wisconsin. It's going to be so much fun, and tickets are available right now, so click the link in the description. All right, thanks. Enjoy the video. Folks, I don't know if this is universal. Thank you, that was my impression of a guy at Disneyland. Okay, sorry. I don't know if this is universal, but I feel like every group of siblings at some point in their lives wanted to start a band together. Right? It wasn't just me and my sisters, because it's been done successfully many times before. You've got great all-siblings bands like Hanson, the Jonas Brothers, Jackson 5, and then you also have bad ones like AJR, But it makes sense, right? As a kid, you already spend so much time with your siblings and you understand each other really well. So who better to start a band with if you all like music? And it's not like the band can break up. You guys fucking live in the same house, right? The Jonas Brothers tried it. It didn't work. This is a vivid memory for me for some reason, but there was one weekend where me, my sister, and my half-sister were all visiting our dad. Yeah, that's right. Bro was dealing with 2 divorces. We were all up there visiting our shared father, and for some reason, we decided to start a pop group called KC3. All our initials were KC, and there were 3 of us, if you couldn't pick up on that. Also, pop groups having numbers in the name was like really big in the 90s. We never actually wrote any songs or anything, probably because most pop songs are about being in love, and our dad was experiencing 2 divorces, so tough to find inspo, I guess. But it's a dream many siblings have, I'm sure. Start a group or a band, you know, become rich and famous, and slowly start hating each other until the most talented one goes solo, or all end up broke because our parents pissed away all our money. It's a dream. And dude, when I was a kid, there was only like one way to become famous. But in the modern age with YouTube and TikTok, there's a plethora of different ways to gain a fan base. So how are modern, aspiring sibling stars adapting? Well, to answer that question, we need to travel to Australia to learn about a group of brothers called the Aussie Bro Squad. So right off the bat, their name is missing a number or 2, but that's neither here nor there. The Aussie Bro Squad is a group of 4 brothers from Australia, and I found out about them through this TikTok. So I was really confused by that video at first. So I searched up hashtag Aussie Bro Squad on TikTok and I fell down quite the rabbit hole, or fucking kangaroo hole or whatever. Quite the kangaroo hole of Australian TikTokers talking about the Aussie Bro Squad. I can only assume TikTok is showing me Australian TikToks because I look like every single fucking Australian dude ever. And the Aussie Bro Squad is tough to describe, so I feel like we should just watch a short clip from one of their live streams.
Hey Daniel! Abby's in Germany!
Whoa!
Hey, Abby!
Oh.
That's so exciting! Dom sent you guys some little TikTok logos and Sienna sent you a bunch of little logos too.
Thanks, Dom and Sienna.
Thank you so much!
Thank you so much!
That's so sweet! Cooper sent you guys some stars.
Thanks, Cooper!
Yeah, seems harmless enough, right? Well, I'm not so sure, and we'll get into the nitty-gritty in a second. I'll hit the nitty-gritty in a second. I'm gonna be 30 this year. And before we get into the bulk of this video, I just want to say, like, no hate towards these guys at all. They all seem very nice. I'm just making a silly YouTube video, so don't go to their page and spread any negative bullshit. That's not what this is about. Got it? Good. Okay, so the Aussie Bro Squad will go live on TikTok and they'll perform a bunch of like choreographed dances to short clips of songs while their mother, that's who you heard in that video, she'll film them and read off the comments in the live stream.
Alice said, yeah, you ate. Thank you, Alice.
Not all the comments, obviously. Their mom does a pretty good job of filtering the comments live because they frequently get comments like, "This is so cringe. Do they have friends? Do they get bullied? Do they suffer bullying?" Which is a fucking gnarly way to phrase that question, dude. I suffer from chronic bullying. But hey man, good on the mom for filtering out those comments because if she read all of them, holy shit, that would take the wind out of someone's sails real quick. Oh wow, Gooch84 says, "I've been sober for 10 years. Well, seeing your dancing is making me want to start drinking again." I didn't tell you to stop. Oh, Gooch84 says, "Just downed a bottle of vodka. Cheers, it's terrific, mate." Mom, I think I should stop dancing. Oh, got another comment. He says, "Just found my car keys. Good luck, everybody else." Wow, cheers, terrific, mate. That's awesome. Mom, are you even listening to what you're reading? Whoa! He says, "Sorry." In the grand scheme of the things happening on TikTok Live, I feel like this is pretty harmless because TikTok live streams in general are literal fucking brain rot. There's like a billion fucking logos and emojis and numbers dancing around. There's a fucking lion farting out a galaxy or some shit. I swear to God, every time I see a TikTok live stream, I feel like Steve Rogers at the end of Captain America when he wakes up in the future and he goes into Times Square and it's bright and loud and confusing. I'm fucking scared. The Aussie Bro Squad is relatively tame in terms of, you know, weird TikTok live streams, but I don't know, something about it, it just rubs me the wrong way. Probably because they're Australian and everything over there is like the wrong way. It's opposite, I guess. And I'm not the only one, okay? There's so many Australian TikTokers making videos about these bros. Or, sorry, brawers.
If you didn't think the Aussie Bro Squad could get any better, think again. Because they're fucking synchronized swimmers now.
The Aussie Bro Squad documentary is going to come out and you're going to go, I remember where I was.
These Aussie Bro Squads just come across my fucking For You page and I've just found out tonight.
Aussie Bro Squad, this morning when I woke up, they were live dancing. Tonight, I'm going to bed. They're still live dancing.
I just don't know what to say. What the fuck is going on?
Just the other day, I was keeping an eye on their account, just see if I could catch a live stream while it was happening. And I did not have to wait long. They went live at 8 p.m. Eastern, and they danced for a little bit, and then they ended the live stream.
We are Aussie Bro Squad!
So I was like, okay, cool. They're already out and about. They decided to do a quick live stream, and that's it. Totally normal. And then 10 minutes later, they went live again. This time it was just the mom, like, reading out all the comments while they just, like, walked around the streets of Australia.
Hi, Mum, said Cass. I'm more of a fan of Mum. Oh, Cass, you're such a sweetheart.
And when I was watching this, I assumed this one had to be the last live stream of the day. But then the mom said this.
We are going to jump back in our car now and we may head over to the water or we may just go home and set up for the food live because I'm getting hungry. Go home and set up for the food live.
I beg your pardon, the food live? These kids can't even enjoy a meal with their mom fucking live streaming the whole thing, dude. I already think it's super weird when parents film their kids for content in any sense, so I'm a little biased, but personally, in my opinion, this seems like a fucking nightmare, dude. Like, this isn't normal or healthy. And again, this is nothing against the Aussie Bro Squad, okay? They're not really doing anything wrong here. I feel like the mom should know better. She should know better not to fucking live stream every minute of her children's lives to strangers on the internet. The mom also frequently posts like where they're gonna be and when, so potential fans can come and like meet them and be in the live stream.
Where in Tassie are we? We're actually in New South Wales at the moment. We're not in Tassie yet. We're not far from that funky palm tree that's up in the air.
It's crazy that she doesn't see how that is also super dangerous as well. Gonna be in fucking Brisbane with my 4 little boys. Come get them. What the fuck? But I digress. So I tuned into the food live stream for a few minutes, and in my head I was like, well, surely this has to be the last live stream of the day. You know, there's no way they're gonna do another one after this, right? I was wrong.
You guys recommended that we do dessert live. Yeah, so we will do a dessert live for you.
Yeah, another separate live for when they eat dessert. What the fuck, dude? I mean, at this point, it was like 11 p.m. and I went to bed. I didn't want to stay up to see them eat dessert, so I can't confirm or deny that it happened, but this is it's like way too much, right? You don't have to do a live stream for fucking every single thing they do. Mom, can I talk to you? Absolutely. Jessica just broke up with me. She was my soulmate. Mom, what am I gonna do now? We had a whole life planned together. She said she fell in love with someone else. I've just never been so sad. I feel helpless. How am I supposed to go on without Jessica? Oh. What do I do, Mom? Hello, everybody. Thanks for watching. Mom, are you serious? Are you live streaming right now? Oh, Jessica's in the chat. She says, this is cringe, lol. Glad I dumped him. Oh, thank you so much, Jessica. Oh, she just donated a hot dog. Give her a dance. And look, there's nothing wrong with letting your teenage children have fun and make some content together online. But if that's what they want to do, fucking let them do it on their own. Having the mom there the whole time adds like a really, really weird dynamic to the whole thing.
You're 4 brothers from Australia. We set up, we go live, we perform in all different areas.
It kind of makes it seem like she's forcing them to go live all day long. Especially when you factor in that none of these brothers have a personal social media of their own. Like, the only videos that they make is filmed, edited, and posted by their mother. I don't know, man, it's just really weird. They're getting like donations and stuff too from people, so I hope at the very least, like whatever revenue that generates is getting like placed in like a college fund for these kids or something. That'd be nice. And also, like, how long can this really last? What if the Aussie Bro Squad actually got like super famous, like fucking like celebrity status? You know, they're performing at the VMAs or something, and while they're doing their friggin' awesome dance moves on stage, the mom is like also up there with them fucking holding a phone and yelling shit at them the whole time. I'm just saying, man, nobody's favorite boy band member is ever the mom. They're called the Jonas Brothers, not Jonas Brothers and also Denise. And also, dude, I just watched a live stream last night of the Aussie Bro Squad. They were dancing outside, and like, the thing is, even if you liked the Aussie Bro Squad, if you're a genuine fan, you don't even get to fully enjoy them because the mom fucking talks the whole time.
Here on TikTok, the massive volume of people who have said, please come to Wollongong over and over on all the reels over and over again.
One of these days, I want one of the brothers just to fucking snap and be like,
shut the fuck up, that's enough, we're trying to dance here.
There's also another live stream I caught of just the 2 twins dancing, and I was really confused to where the other brothers were, but then I found out that it was just them because the other 2 brothers were, you know, young, so they're still in school.
Even though you've graduated, we'll just drop you off anyway, okay?
Yeah, these dudes are like 18, so I guess that's a no on the college fund. They can't even fucking go to college if they wanted to. They're doomed to a life of dancing on TikTok. And you know, not to sound like a boomer, but like, shouldn't these kids have jobs? It's been a while since I've been 18 years old, but I feel like this is the last thing I would want to do if I was 18. Sorry, I'd love to hang out, but I can't. My mom's filming me and my brothers dancing for a live stream. Okay, well, what about when you're done? Done. What is that word? What does that mean? Well, like when you're done, like when you're finished dancing with your brothers. When I'm finished, I'm probably gonna eat some food, and my mom's gonna film that. And then I usually get pretty tired, so I'm gonna go to bed, and my mom's probably gonna film that too. Hey man, is everything okay? Do you want me to like send a police officer? Oh, cool. What's a police officer? Is that a new TikTok gift? And amidst my research, and by research I mean typing Aussie Bro Squad into Google, I found a post in the r/Aussie TikTok snark subreddit about the Aussie Bro Squad, and I thought we'd do a quick little browse through it to see what people are saying about these dudes. Aussie Bro Squad, right, let's talk. Who the hell are they? What the hell are they even doing? I don't understand their purpose. Do they take breaks? Like I seen them live at 7 a.m, goddammit. I seen someone say, give Hillsong vibe. What is their purpose? Like to book gigs? I came across their live super early the other day, like it must have literally started seconds before because there was less than 5 viewers and the camera was on one of the boys on his own outside. And he looked so upset and annoyed. Totally out of character to how they usually look. But then the camera ran across the grass and went to the other 3 happily dancing. It was so weird, it made me uncomfortable to see him like that. I have a feeling she might not have realized she was live at that moment. No one mentioned anything in the live comments, so I'm not sure anyone else noticed. It's a group of boys being exploited by their mom. They seem pretty conservative, probably were homeschooled or attended a conservative church, etc. because they seem really out of touch with their age group. Usually an 18-year-old wouldn't be interested in being in Mummy's pop group. I would say Mom has been wanting them to be famous for many years. It also looks like to me they are copying K-pop styling. Ultimately, I think ABS is a group... Oh, Aussie Bro Squad. ABS. Okay. Ultimately, I think ABS is a group of brothers who have been babied by their controlling mother and don't realize how unusual their life is. Now, all of this is just speculation, obviously, and that first post could 100% be a total lie, like who knows, right? But it is nice knowing I'm not the only person who thinks this dynamic is a little off-putting. Wish I could get off-putting, I'd lose a little bit of weight. All that stuff. And as strange as all this is, I gotta admit, the acronym for Aussie Bro Squad being ABS, that is a 10,000 IQ play if they're trying to be the next MagCom boys. Also, the 7 a.m. thing is crazy if that's true. Popping and locking before the fucking sun rises is wild. They heard the term rise and grind and completely misunderstood. Yeah, dude. Rise and grind in me. And again, this is the last thing I would want to do before going to school in the morning, dude. But the mom has a strict schedule, I guess. This is how I imagine the mom wakes up the Aussie Bro Squad every morning.
Dance.
I just have so many questions, man. Like, where's the dad during all of this? Never see him, dude. Is he the choreographer? Or maybe he's off working fucking 4 jobs to support the ABS? Who knows, dude? Maybe their dad is Jason Nash. That would actually make a lot of sense, you know? Keep the business in the family.
Mirror with the sunglasses, yes!
He can never be in their videos because he's too busy stacking bread in his own live streams.
You're 4 brothers from Australia. We set up, we go live, we perform.
Another question, are there any other brothers? Ones that didn't make the cut? Because that's pretty common with famous groups of brothers. The Jonas Brothers have that bonus Jonas they never talk about. The Property Brothers have that emo brother that they never talk about. I wish they would talk about that emo brother though, dude. I'm sorry to get off topic here, but could you imagine a Property Brothers show with an emo Property Brother, like leading it?
He's the emo Property Brother. He's the emo Property Brother.
Only on HGTV.
Welcome back to Emo Property Brother. Today I have Aaron with me. He wants to buy this fucking house. Fuck! So here's the living room. It's fucking stupid. I don't know why you like it. You know, I actually think it's kind of nice. Well, you're wrong. It's dumb. That's why the price is at an all-time low. Hey, why are you even a realtor? You seem like really sad. I am sad. I only became a realtor because I listened to Sunny Day Real Estate and I thought this job was just gonna be me listening to their music. Okay, well, whatever. I'll take it. Okay? What do you need from me? Well, I'll need from first to last month's rent by Thursday. But it's okay if you're a day late. I won't say anything. Okay, are those actually things you need from me, or are you just saying the names of emo bands? Taking back funding. Okay.
He's the emo Property Brother.
I I'm worried about the Aussie Bro Squad though, guys. I really am. And as an honorary Australian man, I have a mullet and a mustache, and I drank beer out of a shoe when I was there. Okay, I think I can vouch for that. As an honorary Australian, I feel like I need to step in and save these boys. I need to rescue the Aussie Bro Squad, okay? I think I need to infiltrate the Aussie Bro Squad and rescue them from within. The Aussie Bro Squad isn't just gonna take some random guy into their group of brothers, right? I have to prove myself. I need to show them that I have what it takes to be a member of the group. I'm gonna do a TikTok live stream in the same style as theirs to show them I've got what it takes to be a member of ABS, the fifth ab. Almost a six-pack, dude. Okay, bye. I'm gonna go do the live stream.
Chris just joined. Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Monkey Bucket. All right. Do another spin, Kurt. Nice. One more spin. Yeah. Guys, throw some likes in the chat for when Kurt spins. Yeah, give him a smile, Kurt. Give a little heart, maybe. Jump up and down. Yeah. Oh, lots of likes in the chat. Yeah. Guys, stay tuned for later. We're going to have Kurtis eating his weight in cereal on the Cereal Live later tonight.
When is that? When is that?
Oh, we're doing it later, babe. Don't worry, we're gonna do it like around like 10, 11 at night. So you're just gonna have to wait till then and...
8 in the morning.
It's fine. No, it's okay, guys. Kurtis is alright. Do another spin. Do it.
Mom.
What?
We have to go to the bathroom.
You're gonna have to wait. Enough. Keep dancing. You're gonna have to wait till later when we go to the bathroom live tonight. Kurtis is going to the bathroom after cereal time.
At 11.
At 11. Better be a pee. No.
It's a poo.
You're gonna have to wait till next week, Kurt. That's when the poo live is happening. Kurtis is going poo next week. You're gonna have to hold it. Next, do your little poo dance. You're excited to poo next week, Kurt. Wow, some thumbs up in the chat, some roses for the poo dance. Say, I love you, mummy.
I love you, mummy.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for signing off. I'm Kurtis, and this has been the Kurtis Bro Squad.
Bye, guys. Smile, Kurtis. Bigger. Smile bigger. Smile bigger.
In conclusion, I don't want to sit here and just, speculate on the inner workings of a family on the other side of the world. That's not what this video is. But I think this is like the opposite way you should be parenting your children. And again, they are in Australia and everything's fucking backwards there. So maybe that's the way that everybody does it. I don't know. In all seriousness, from what I've seen and what thousands of others have seen, from the outside, it seems like another classic case of a parent controlling and overworking their children for likes and attention and money from strangers on the internet. Final thoughts, free my boys, all right? Free abs from free abs. I'm gonna go in public and hold a sign that says free abs, dude. Confuse the hell out of everybody. Okay, well, in the words of the Aussie Bro Squad's mother, it's time to make some money. Let's cut to a commercial. All right, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please press a like button, because believe it or not, 1 like equals 1 Aussie bro I will rescue. Leave a comment, let me know if you want more quick little videos like this. I'm in the middle of making a longer, more complex video, so this was fun to sort of just goof around a little. And also press the subscribe button right now. Do it. As soon as you do, you become a valued citizen of Kurtistown. If you didn't know, Kurtistown is the best place to live in the world, and I'm the mayor, so you have to be nice to me. It's the law. You can check the description for the other stuff I do, my podcast, Instagram. I got shows coming up in Phoenix, Louisville, and Appleton. So I'll see you there. It's gonna be a lot of fun. All right, that's the video. I would stick around. I'm sorry, but I unfortunately have to go. My mom is gonna film me taking a shit. See ya. Hey, look, it's me on stage doing stand-up. Wouldn't that be so fun to go to? Well, you're in luck. I'm going on tour this summer, and tickets are available right now. So click the description, and I'll see you there. Enjoy the video. Folks, I am wearing hat today because I just shampooed my hair for the first time ever, and it's about that big, so I gotta keep it in here. Welcome back to another installment of... Geez, Canada's a little different from America, isn't it? I've talked about a bunch of weird Canadian TV shows over the years, but I realized that I've never talked about the things that play in between the TV shows. And I think that's the best part. Personally, I can't watch anything on Netflix these days. There's just no commercials, and it's annoying. You expect me to pause Riverdale every 15 minutes and then pull up some newspaper ads just so I can get my fix, and then rinse and repeat? That's weird. I don't know how much longer I can do that, Netflix. I can't read. I'm joking, obviously. For the most part, commercials are stupid and bad and annoying, but, there's been some good ones. I'll admit it. I remember there was that one little season Caesars commercial where it like advertises a new pizza and then it cuts to a shot of an audience going, "One more time," and then they just play the exact same ad over again? That's still the funniest commercial I've ever seen. That is genius. Also, dude, when I was a kid, I fell for commercials hook, line, and sinker. Straight up, if there was just a spiky-haired kid advertising a literal hook, line, and sinker, I'd ask my parents for it for Christmas. You know when you're at the movies and you're watching trailers and there's that little bit of silence in between each trailer, and then you turn to your friend like, "I've got to see that. That looks pretty good." That was me, but with commercials. After every like Bionicle commercial, I'd like turn to my mom and be like, "Hey, if you don't buy me that, I'm gonna start screaming." Dude, I remember asking my mom for a fushigi. You guys remember that shit? Fushigi ball? That fucking like weird silver ball that sort of like you just moved around with your hands. You remember that shit?
No strings, no tricks. Magic? Maybe.
Don't say maybe. Magic? Maybe. We actually don't know what these are and we're fucking scared. Somebody please explain these. Okay, you know what? Leave a comment. Let me know if you want me to make a whole video about the fushigi ball, because I really want to. Spoiler alert.
I'm gonna make a video about fushigi ball.
I remember wanting one of these so bad, not because it was a good product, it was just good advertising. And believe it or not, that's all you really need to sell a product. And whether you're aware of it or not, commercials really stick with you because that's literally how they're designed. But you know, when I was a kid, I was watching TV, you know, I would get commercials and stuff, but every so often there would be a PSA, a public service announcement. You know, it was just like a message from some media company that was like, "Hey, please don't do drugs," or like, "Drinking and driving is bad." You know, just like indisputable, like good messages about being safe and smart. And there were a bunch that aired in Canada in the early 2000s from this company called CCA, which stood for Concerned Children's Advertisers. And some of these PSAs were good, but some of them were not so good. And no matter how much older I get, no matter how much time passes since I've seen these on television, they are just burned in my brain, so I want to make a video about them. And yeah, Jacob made a video about these last year, and a bunch of other people did as well, but no one has the balls to make a video about it this year. Let's start off with one that really hits home for me. Yeah. So a few things. Number one, I said this one like hits close to home for me, you know, because this reminds me a lot of my childhood. You know, it was just constantly girls just trying to just kiss me and shit. It was, they were trying to steal a kiss, sorta, you know, Boris Larson style.
I just stole a kiss. What are you going to do about it?
It was a nightmare, and so was he. Seriously though, this kind of low-key kind of happened. My first kiss was in 3rd grade. One day I was swinging on a swing, obviously, and this one girl, who will remain nameless, she got her friend to run over to me to like ambush me. She like spun me around a bunch of times in the swing, so I was like trapped in like the chains. I couldn't really move. And then the girl who will remain nameless, she fucking ran over to me while I was trapped and she kissed me all over my face and my lips without my consent.
I just stole a kiss. What are you going to do about it?
And she wasn't even the girl I had a crush on. That's the most fucked up part, dude. Felt like I was cheating, you know? I have bad news. Rebecca kissed me the other day. Okay, I don't know you. Also, we're 10. Why would I care? Yeah, no doubt. So there's a hole in that PSA's logic right there, okay? Stay fit. Doesn't matter how fit you are, okay? Because I was fit as hell, dude. I was jacked. I was in the best shape of my life in 3rd grade. But when it comes down to it, when it comes down to the nitty gritty, if some girl's asshole friend spins you around a bunch of times in a swing, you're gonna get smooched.
What are you going to do about it?
So let's not body shame kids for not being fit enough, okay? Commercial from 20 years ago. Also, like, seeing this PSA as an ugly kid must have sucked, you know? Also, please ignore the fact that I just said, let's not body shame, and then immediately after I said, hey, wouldn't it suck to have an ugly face? You know what I mean though, right? Like watching this PSA, like, does that happen to you guys? Oh yeah, all the time. Girls just like chase you and kiss you? Okay. Yeah, literally like every day. And they say how ugly you are while they do it. The fuck? And this is kind of fucked up too, because it's like kind of like only geared towards like boys, right? Like young boys. But watching this as a girl must have been wild too, right? Like, what's the message here? Stay fit so you can have the upper hand on all the boys you want to chase and kiss? That's fucked up. Is that what girls did? I don't know. Just run around like fucking COD zombies after school just trying to kiss boys? Again, I don't know what girls did in their spare time, aside from spinning boys around in swings and then kissing their helpless little faces. And believe it or not, they used this premise a few more times. There was one that they did where this kid had a sick Pokemon card, and then the wind blew it away, and then he gets all sad. And watching this, you know, hurts even more now, right? The card wasn't even that expensive when this was filmed. But I mean, if we're being realistic, even if he caught up to the card, and he caught up to it when it was on the ground, and he picked it up, it already lost a lot of its value due to the damage you know what I mean? I wouldn't send that card into PSA. They'd probably just tell you to stay fit. Get it? There's PSA, the card grading company, and PSA, the video we just watched. Yeah, there's a little message to you aspiring comedians out there. Always explain your jokes. And then they use this premise for one more PSA. There's a group of kids hanging out, and then the ice cream truck drives by. They try to catch up to the moving vehicle, but they don't because it's a moving vehicle. And then we get the classic stay fit, because you never know. And again, staying fit has nothing to do with that outcome. You're telling me the average fit child is supposed to be able to run as fast or faster than a moving car? That's ridiculous. Did Usain Bolt's parents write this ad?
Usain Bolt is really fast.
Also, maybe the reason you can't catch up to the ice cream truck is because you're eating too much frickin' ice cream.
Oh my God.
Ever think of that? Take a hint, guys. If even the ice cream man won't stop to make a sale, maybe you're the problem. It almost seems like these kids are trying to like chase the ice cream man out of town.
We're gonna kill you if we ever catch up to you. I'm literally gonna shoot you with a gun, you dumb ice cream man, you dumbass. Fuck you.
And also, one more thing that I find interesting. I'm gonna show you one more PSA that, compared to these other ones, is very weird.
You don't need a media monkey to make healthy choices. Think for yourself.
What do you want then? Because in one PSA, you go, you gotta stay fit. This is the type of body you gotta have. You gotta be fit as fuck. And then the next one, you're like, don't listen to these people telling you to gotta have a fit ass body. Don't matter. But like I said before, the overall message of those stay fit PSAs were good. It'd be weird to dispute that. Exercise and staying fit is good for you. And they told kids that in a way that they would understand, right? Pokemon cards, ice cream, cooties. But there were some other ones where their messaging got a little convoluted, for me anyway, which isn't really saying anything because I was a fucking idiot. But let me show you what I mean.
It's nighttime in a kitchen just like yours. All is quiet. Or is it? The North American house hippo is found throughout Canada and the eastern United States. House hippos are very timid creatures and are rarely seen, but they will defend their territory if provoked. The favorite foods of the house hippo are chips, raisins, and the crumbs from peanut butter on toast. House hippos sleep about 16 hours a day.
That looked really real, but you knew it couldn't be true, didn't you? That's why it's good to think about what you're watching on TV and ask questions.
Okay, so it's about like media literacy and, you know, questioning and thinking critically about the media that you're consuming, which is good, it's very, very important, especially nowadays. But I gotta say, when I was a kid, the message of this PSA was completely lost on me. Even though the commercial ends with the narrator being like, hey, these aren't real. Dude, straight up, I thought house hippos were real for years, and I just never saw one, and I was pissed off about it. Straight up, even if I were to like ask my parents about house hippos, they'd be like, what? They're not, Kurtis, they're not fucking real. Deep down, I'd be like, well, what do you know? I fucking saw it on TV, you know? How much are they paying you? How much are they paying you to keep quiet about these things, huh? I literally had like anti-vaxxer Fox News brain when I was a kid. House hippos aren't real? Explain that commercial I just saw then. Dude, it literally said at the end of the commercial that they're not real. That's fake news. That's fake news and you know that. No, it's not even news. Oh, so you agree. It's not news. It's bullshit. It's blasphemy. Hey, not what I was saying, obviously. It's not news at all. It's a PSA. Yeah, exactly. And what does PSA stand for? Pretty small animal. Obviously, that's not what it stands for. Have you ever even seen a house hippo in real life? They're not real. Oh, really? They're not real. Then what do you call that? Oh! Holy shit, dude, is that a hippo? Yeah, it's a hippo. In my house. Therefore, a house hippo. Okay, man, I don't know where you got that hippo, but it's running away. What? Yeah, that house hippo ad was like a huge whoosh for me. Don't get me wrong, great idea for a commercial. It's very smart, but like, don't be smart when you're trying to gear a commercial towards children. They're fucking stupid. Kids are so dumb. Or at least I was. I was so dumb. Prime example, I used to watch Free Willy like every day on VHS, and for those of you who've seen Free Willy on VHS, before the movie starts, there's like a recording of a live performance of Will You Be There by Michael Jackson, and it's awesome, fucking great song. And I remember one day I was watching it with my sister, and the performance started. And I remember I turned to my sister and I asked, hey, do you think Michael Jackson ever gets tired singing that song for us every day? Idiot. Dumb fucking kid. I straight up thought Michael Jackson was a little man in my TV doing like a private show for us every day. Like one day I just put in the VHS tape and then it would go to an empty stage and some guy would be like, yeah, band didn't show up today. I think we're just gonna play the movie, Kurtis. Fucking dumbass, dude. You think I would understand like irony and nuance in a PSA? No chance. So now that we've covered the ones that didn't work well because I'm not staying fit, and also deep down I think I do still believe in house hippos. You know, maybe the real house hippos were the friends we made along the way. I think now it's time we talk about some PSAs that did work really well.
I am Ashtar, a robot from Planet Danger. I can put my arm back on. You can't. So play safe.
First off, it's weird watching this now because like I remember when I first saw it, I was like, well, this is real life. These graphics are incredible. They brought a film crew to Planet Danger. That's what's up. This grabbed my attention real quick when I was a kid. You know, because it's like scary and this like weird alien planet and the music and all the saws and shit. And this like stern robot woman telling me how it is. Okay, yes ma'am, I will play safe. I don't know what that means, but I will dedicate the rest of my life to figuring that out. Yeah, like I said, this one stuck with me like more than any of them because it was scary. You know, the creepy, scary stuff, it sticks with you way more than all the other shit. I watched 13 Ghosts when I was like 7 years old. I was a changed boy after that movie. That bloody naked lady is in my head whenever I turn the lights off.
What do you mean by that?
Sounds okay. You know what I'm trying to say. I also wasn't like cosplaying a British person when I said that by calling her like a bloody naked lady. She was literally covered in blood. And it's the same as like Goosebumps movies and episodes of Are You Afraid of the Dark? Like those are fucking in there. They're not going anywhere. You know, dude, I feel like there just aren't any like horror movies or shows like geared towards children anymore. Dude, that's what's messed up about today's society. We gotta scare kids more, you know? In like a chill way. Because at the end of every Goosebumps movie, there was like a lesson, right? It's like, no matter how scary things can get, if you have your friends and anything then it's all good. So, you know, next time you're walking down the street, you know, you see a kid, you know, you're about to walk past a kid, hit him with the quick, or maybe not. That won't really like teach them anything. That'll just like ruin their lives. But maybe you could be like, media literacy. Or maybe you could be like, play safe, I'm gonna rip your arm off. And yeah, their parents might yell at you, but in the grand scheme of things, that's not my problem. How about we watch another scary one?
Ever wonder what a bag of crack looks like? In the last 2 years, over 5,000 people in Canada and the US have died from using crack or cocaine. Do yourself a favor. Think about it.
Damn. Right to the point, dude. I mean, when you're a kid and you see that, you don't even know what crack is at that point, but you're like, hey, yeah, for sure, I'm not doing that. Hey. I put that as a placeholder in my editing software so I could make a green screen sketch about it later. But you know what? I think we're good. I think we can go our whole lives without seeing a guy's butt that doesn't have a crack. Like, that'd be weird. Why would I ever show you that? No one needs to see that. It's weird. I would never show you that. And I think this is a big moment for me. I think, you know, I finally realized that not every joke and premise needs a green screen sketch to go along with it, even though this is technically a green screen sketch because I'm using my green screen. So don't worry, for the rest of the video, there aren't going to be any green screen sketches. This works, okay? This is what we gotta do. I also think like the tonal shift from like watching a fun, happy cartoon to this is very effective. You're gonna die. You're gonna die tomorrow. Yeah. You might even die tonight if Alan takes my shift and there isn't any traffic. Alan did say he wasn't feeling well, and you know, it is the Friday before a long weekend, so things aren't looking too good for tonight. But Alan does owe me a favor. I took his shift a few weeks ago, so he owes me one, and I could always take the side street, so we'll see what happens.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, Captain!
Okay, let's watch one more, and I think I've saved the best one for last.
Hey, you ever thought about taking drugs?
I don't know.
Well, I never really thought about it. Think hard. The first hit's free, but you find me when you need more. The choice is yours.
What do you think?
Nah, this jerk's not worth the time.
A message from Concerned Children's Advertisers.
Holy shit, dude. Okay, point proven. Got it. Always ask to see a guy's eyeballs before you buy drugs off him. That was the message. If they got normal eyes, they're a normal guy. Also, I would never buy drugs, but I would especially never buy drugs from a guy with such terrible organization and inventory management skills, you know? Like, take a little bit of pride in what you do. Just a handful of, like, loose drugs and needles. Like, come on, man. Could you imagine if, like, that's how pharmacists did it, too? Hey, I have, like, a really bad headache. What do you suggest for that? Sorry to hear that, buddy. For headaches, I got the perfect remedy. First, what you want to take is I have it here somewhere. Hold on, buddy. Oh, sorry, I just can't find it. Oh, here it is. You're gonna take one of these, okay? Okay. And hold on, I'm not done yet. Hold on, I got the other thing here somewhere. Sorry. Organization is not that here it is. You're gonna want to inject one of these into your arm. Great. Wait, hold on. You allergic to peanuts? Yeah, actually, I am. Okay, in that case, don't use this needle. It's just peanut butter in here. Okay, why do you even have that? It's my lunch, dude, relax. I ran out of Tupperware and the only thing I had laying around was this old syringe. Forget it. Just take 9 of these pills like I said before and your 9 You said I only had to take 1. But yeah, that's before I knew you hated the taste of peanut butter. That's not what allergies are. I like the taste of peanut butter, I'm just allergic to it. Yeah, whatever, man. You know who does like peanut butter? Who? House hippos. I don't know what those are. Down the hatch. What's up? What's going on? Choking? Say something. You okay? No, I'm not okay. I'm allergic to peanut. Okay, all in all, I think these PSAs worked well for the time. You know, these aired before YouTube and TikTok existed, so like the only content you really had to be mindful of was like television. And as time went on, I think the need for these types of PSAs increased, but what also increased was the amount of content that young people are consuming. So it's sort of a losing battle for these concerned children's advertisers. Every time I say that, I think of like little kids in suits and like an ad agency just fucking stressed. So concerned. But seriously, there's no way you can make a PSA for every single issue a child is gonna face nowadays, and especially get them to see it. So I think the responsibility lies on all of us. We have to be better role models for young people. So if you have a kid in your life that looks up to you and trusts you, you scare the shit out of them. Instill terror into their dumb little heads, because that's the only way it's gonna get in there. Put your baby in front of the screen. Do it. Yeah, play safe. Okay, you're welcome. Now let's hear a word from today's sponsor. All right, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please press that like button, because believe it or not, 1 like equals 1 helpless child that I will rescue from the swing set. So you better press the fucking button. Leave a comment, let me know what you thought of the video. Let me know if you're Canadian, if you remember these or any other ones. And also let me know if you want a video about the fushigi ball, even though I'm gonna make a video about the fushigi ball. You can press the subscribe button, because as soon as you do, you become a valued citizen of Kurtistown. And if you didn't know, Kurtistown is the best place to live in the world, and I'm the mayor, so you have to be nice to me. It's the law. Also, check the description for the other shit I do, my Twitter, Instagram, podcast. Folks, look at me, I'm back home. I'm back home, finally. I am back home from tour. I have a couple weeks off until my shows on the West Coast at the end of October and beginning of November. Going to those cities, some tickets are still available. Come see me. Feels really good to be home. But I'm gonna be honest, I am really gonna miss waking up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat because I'm scared that the new bus I'm on is also gonna catch fire. Yeah, my old tour bus caught fire, if you didn't know that. I'm never gonna stop talking about that, okay? That will be, my tour bus caught fire will be my last words in this life. But since I'm home now, I actually had some time to sit down and script a longer video. Little disclaimer, this video might be a little different from my usual videos. You know, my videos where I'm watching a video and I'm like, huh? What the fuck? What the fuck is this? This shit is nuts. If I was this guy, I wouldn't be so fucking nuts. There's a specific topic that I've been wanting to talk about for a while, but I've just been like racking my brain on whether or not I have anything new or interesting to add to the overall discussion of this topic. But the more I think about it, the more I realize I've probably never had an original thought in my life. There's been like billions of people, and I'm also not that smart. Case in point, when I saw an old black and white movie for the first time in my life, I genuinely thought color just didn't exist back then. So, I'm done. But I think I still need to talk about this because unlike the rest of the population, I have a very unique perspective, and I think I need to share my thoughts as a white male. So, today I would like to talk about furries. And right off the bat, I want to say this video is not gonna be just me watching like a furry cringe compilation and being like, fuck these guys. I feel like there's enough of that on the internet already, and I don't need to add fuel to the fire.
Like my tour bus.
I've been wanting to write a video about furries for months now, and I was like, I don't know if I should or not. But then when I was just in Milwaukee, I was Milwaukeeing into the venue, and I saw across the street a big blue furry fox, a huge furry just walking down the street. And I was like, that's it. That's my sign. It's the first thing I did when I got back was script this video. And also I figured the best way to learn about furries is to write an entire video about them, because that's all I really know how to do. Honestly, that I can't do much. I don't even know how to do like a smooth transition in my editing software. So I want to start the video with a little anecdote about my introduction to furries, because I think it illustrates one of the main issues that the furry community has in today's society, because we do live in a society. So back when I was a kid, there was a channel called Spike TV, and this channel played the best shit imaginable for a young, impressionable 12-year-old. I guess young is a little redundant there. An old, impressionable 12-year-old. It was the channel that played Mansers. You know, they also had great shows like Deadliest Warrior, Bar Rescue. They also had a show called 1000 Ways to Die. If you've never seen that show, it's pretty easy to imagine what it's about. It's a collection of shorts depicting different ways that a person could die. Some of them were inspired by real events, but most of them were just 100% made up. Like this one. And look, that's obvious to a 28-year-old, but to a 12-year-old, oh my god. I believed everything I fucking saw on television, because I was 12. I was an old 12-year-old. I believe fucking everything, okay? To me, the show Ripley's Believe It or Not, why'd they call it that? Should have just called it Ripley's Believe It, because I did. Also, yeah, why did they call that show Ripley's Believe It or Not when they showed like real, actual footage of like people doing like sort of impressive things, right? I looked up that show on YouTube, and there's a segment where a young kid could just name any car that he saw.
I have salesmen that don't even know as much as he knows about cars.
Like someone would ever watch this segment and be like, nah man, I don't buy it. I don't believe it. This kid is not who he says he is, okay? I hope he can recognize a cop car. Yeah, because he's going to jail for treason. Sorry. Back to 1000 Ways to Die. In season 1, episode 3 of 1000 Ways to Die, one of the ways to die featured a man taking a handful of mushrooms and then stumbling upon a furry orgy in the middle of the desert. And this aired in like 2008. So a lot of people like didn't know what furries were at that point. They weren't really mainstream. So they had to explain it to everybody. And here's how they did it.
What's a furry? People who like to put on animal costumes and get together for fun things like group sex.
And you're probably wondering how this guy dies. Well, let me tell you. So this guy tries to get in on the orgy and he keeps being denied. So he goes to have sex with a person in a bear suit, but it turns out it was a real bear. And he gets mauled to death. Yeah.
And this is a bear ripping out your throat after you tried to have sex with it.
So this was mine and a lot of other people's first introduction to furries. And for the next 10 years of my life, my understanding or lack thereof of the furry fandom did not change because this was Spike TV, right? They wouldn't lie to me. They wouldn't blow smoke up my ass. They blow fire out of it. But what is a furry really? A furry can be many things. They could be an artist, a writer, a fursuit creator, a gamer, a performer. But to boil it all down, a furry is someone who has created an anthropomorphized animal character for themselves, or a fursona, as they call it. And maybe they draw this fursona doing various activities, you know, maybe they write stories about this fursona. But obviously the thing that everybody thinks of when they hear the word furry are the people who build or hire someone to build themselves a whole like fursuit of their fursona. And why do they do this? Why would you pretend to be an animal? Being a human is so fucking sick, right? I love having opposable thumbs and using them to pay my fucking taxes every year and mowing my lawn and going to Walmart. I love it, dude. Honestly, I get it. Being a human sucks balls like 90% of the time. Dude, every single day, I look at my dog, like whenever he's napping or something, and I'm like, dude, the things I would do to be my dog for a day, just a day. No responsibilities, I can run around and shit and piss on my neighbors' yards, and I get served 2 square meals a day and a bunch of little treats? Sign me up. I'll get my butt sniffed. I do not give a shit. And obviously there's varying degrees of like fursuits and fursonas. Maybe someone just got fucking ears on, or maybe someone has just a tail. Yo, the high quality fursuits, holy shit. It is not cheap, man. I did a little bit of Googling, and like a high quality like full fursuit costs like thousands of dollars. This person, Lemon Brat, makes really high quality fursuits, and they start at $5 grand. That's fucking crazy, dude. Furries are not what the media portrays them as, dude. They're not these like weird like social outcast people or whatever. They're fucking ballers, man. Like you gotta be rich as fuck to be a furry, man. Could you imagine like, you know, you're walking down the street and like someone in a sick fucking like sports car, like a Jaguar, you know, pulls up beside you, and then they step out and it's an actual Jaguar? Wouldn't be far off, man. Next time you see a nice car, that person is a furry. But again, why would they do this, right? Why dress up in a big fursuit? But the more I think about it, it would probably be a lot of fun, right? Think of any mascot ever. That's a furry. Sorry to break it to you. Every mascot is a furry, okay? If you like sports, you like furries. You just do. And mascots have so much fun. You ever seen them? They're always having the most fun. They can run around and dance and, you know, and cause mischief and mayhem. And no one cares. No one calls them weird because that's their job. But no, when I do it at the fucking Toronto Raptors games at the fucking Scotiabank Arena, they chase me down the court with the Benny Hill music playing. I'm running away from them and they always catch me and they grab me by my shirt and my pants and they toss me out of the venue and fucking dust off their hands cartoon style. It's embarrassing. So I get the appeal, I really do. But Ripley's Believe It or Not, furries actually predate mascots. They also regularly date them as well. But no, when I was researching the origins of the furry community, I stumbled upon a video from Frederick Knudsen. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, but it was called Furries Down the Rabbit Hole. And that's the name of the series that they do on their channel. But hey man, maybe change it this one time. For this topic, maybe we could have picked a different name. I don't think we should be going down any rabbit's hole. But this video did a good job of diving into the origins of the furry fandom. In the video, they claim that it started in the underground comics movement in the 70s, and the Wikipedia for furry fandom corroborates that as well. Is that the right word? It is. It also says that some members of the furry fandom attribute the origins to Kimba the White Lion. But honestly, dude, I mean, I have no knowledge of this at all, but I think it goes back even further. Listen, okay? Viking warriors used to wear the skin of bears in battle. You're gonna look at this photo and tell me this guy isn't a furry?
Vikings were furries, changed my mind.
Sure, somewhere in Scandinavia, there was an Uwu clan that nuzzled their enemies to death. Look it up. But as time went on, and as the internet grew in popularity and accessibility, more and more people were learning about this furry fandom. And it got to the point where people were actually hosting the very first furry convention in 1989. And that's the beauty of the internet, man. Bringing like-minded people together who never even knew other people like them existed in the first place. Like, it almost makes you think, what would the world be like if the internet started sooner? Like, could you imagine if there was the internet back in like the 1500s? I think the Mona Lisa would look a little different. And of course, it was not hard to find a Mona Lisa as a furry. All I had to do was Google it. I got hundreds of results. Not bad. And ever since that first convention in '89, the furry population has been growing ever since. But obviously, once something that people don't understand becomes popular enough to be in the mainstream, this is when we get some criticism. Yeah, we're changing the topic a little bit. With the rise of cringe culture between 2014 and 2016, the amount of furry hatred on the internet was substantial. All you have to do is search furry cringe compilation on YouTube and you'll have enough content to last you a fortnight. And as much as cringe compilations are just straight up bullying, some of the videos I have seen of furries are inherently cringe. You know, I'm not gonna deny that, even if Seth Rogen approves of them. Like the videos of furries at like their house or like a convention, you know, just going about their day. I don't have a problem with those, of course, because, you know, that's like a totally normal, acceptable place to do whatever the fuck you want. But like all the videos of furries going to like stores and like just bugging minimum wage employees. Yeah, that's the worst shit I've ever seen, I think. Like, do whatever you want, you know, I don't care, but hey, maybe let's leave the Dollar Tree employee alone. Just a thought. Dude, like imagine working a minimum wage cashier job just to put some fucking food on the table, to put yourself through college or something, and then some fucking asshole in a 6'5" fucking fox costume that costs $10,000 starts just fucking poking you. Oh my god, that Dollar Tree would be the start of a forest fire, because I'd fucking burn it to the ground. Again, if it was like an actual fox doing that, adorable. But there's a person in there. There aren't just like 8 foxes stacked on top of each other in a fursuit, you know? There's a person in there and they know better. What does the fox say? Sorry, I hope it says sorry. But regardless, I feel like the majority of furry hatred is directed towards their very existence. You know, not at the things they do or who they are as individuals or the beliefs that they have. So many people boil down just the existence of them as cringe. Which begs the real question I wanted to answer in this video. Are furries cringe? To answer that question, we need to know what cringe is. Webster's dictionary defines cringe as... Well, it's tough to define cringe in like the modern age, but I think the act of cringing, like that emotion, it's a very introspective emotion, I think, because we often cringe the most when we think about the embarrassing things that we've done in the past, right? Like when I had a Pixo site in 2005 and I made a page on there where people could send anonymous messages, but I wasn't getting any anonymous messages. I wasn't getting any messages at all, so I sent in a message myself, and that message was saying how cute and funny I was and that I have a big crush on me, and then I responded to that anonymous message with, oh my god, who is this? Is that cringy? Or is that a heartbreaking story about a young boy struggling with his confidence and wanting to feel desired by someone? Or is it cringe? It is pretty cringe, I don't know. And I think that's why we cringe at these cringe compilations sometimes. We see somebody do something that we would never do ourselves because it would embarrass us or make us feel uncomfortable, so we insert ourselves into that position and we cringe. I honestly don't think we're cringing at that person particularly, right? We're all fucking selfish. When we cringe, in our heads we go, oh, I would never do that. Therefore, I am better. Now I can laugh. Now I can laugh at this lesser individual. And I know I literally just said in my last video that cringe culture is dead, but it needs to be resurrected. Don't say it, 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 don't say it. Erect. I know I literally just said that, but 1, it was a joke, and 2, I think there's a good way to cringe and a bad way to cringe. Like when someone is actively causing harm or a disruption to another human being, there's no way around that. That's cringe. Sorry to Cody and Noel, I'll pay you guys a royalty or something. But dude, drive-through singing lady? Cringe. Adam Levine DMs? Cringe. Alpha males? Cringe. Pickup artists? Cringe. But people gathering to appreciate and celebrate a common aspect of their lives? Not cringe. I've watched so many cringe compilations where the whole video is just featuring kids having the best days of their lives. Oh, you're telling me a small, nervous child misspoke at a Minecraft convention in front of thousands of people? What a fucking loser, dude. Cringe. If it was me there, I would have had a beer. And it's the same as Disney adults. Man, like, sure, some people take it way too far.
Classy Disney.
But for the most part, It's harmless. And I also read a study that concluded 15% of people who would call themselves a furry are actually on the spectrum. So it's like, yo, finally, a way for neurodivergent people to communicate with other people in a way that feels comfortable to them.
Hello, it's me. I'm editing right now. I just wanted to clarify something really quick about the point I was making. Obviously, I wasn't talking about every single neurodivergent person. You know, obviously, being neurodivergent doesn't equate to being unable to communicate with people. That's not what I was saying at all. I was just saying, based on the research I've done, for some people on the spectrum, the furry community can provide a lot of comfort emotionally, socially, and even physically. I learned also for people who have like sensory sensitivities, like that fursuit can be like a physical like buffer between the like, you know, fascinating stuff. But yeah, I just wanted to clarify what I was saying. Back to me.
And even when they do that, people are like,
hey yo, pause.
Wait, did you just say pause?
I'll fucking kill you right now.
So there's the cringe aspect taken care of. Well, I don't want to say taken care of. No one's going to cringe at him anymore. We did it. We talked about the cringe, but what are the other criticisms? Well, there's a big one that I mentioned earlier in the video, and that is the
sexual nature.
Thanks to 1,000 Ways to Die and other pieces of media, furries as a whole are often reduced to the small percentage of furries as a whole. And look, I don't want to kink shame anybody, okay? Whatever 2 or more consenting adults choose to do in the desert, that's none of my business. I think, if anything, it says more about the people criticizing furries for this, you know? Oh, you're a furry? Huh. You fucking that suit or what? Like, I feel like in any fandom, there's gonna be people who turn everything into like a weird sex thing. Here's an example right here.
Welcome back to Pokemon Year, the challenge where for every day of the year 2022, I roll a random number generator, and the number I get corresponds to the Pokédex number of the Pokemon that I have to nut to for that day. The Pokemon that I have to nut to for that day.
Yeah, that is real, by the way. He has not missed a day. But there's proof right there, man. No matter what fandom you're in, there's gonna be some horn dogs ruining it for everybody else. But when it comes to furries, and that's spelled C-O-M-E-S, according to the Daily Mail, only about 4% of furries rank sex as an important part of their lifestyle. But that's also because 96% of furries have never had sex. I'm sorry. It's a joke. I had to make it. It was right in front of me. I had to write it down and then say it. I'm sorry. In reality, dude, they probably bone way more than like anybody. Remember like the band kids or like the drama kids, dude? And speaking of how you're orientated sexually, I read a medical research paper that said, sorry, I'll say that again. I read a medical research paper for this video. Thank you. And that paper stated that 84% of male furries identified as part of a non-heterosexual group. And the surveyed group also stated that, furthermore, male furries tended to be sexually aroused by fantasizing about being the same kinds of anthropomorphic animals to whom they were sexually attracted, with respect to gender and species. And this is just me theorizing because I have literally no experience with this or understanding of it whatsoever. But like, the world we live in is so fucking awful and mean and discriminatory towards LGBTQ plus people. So being able to just don like a fursuit, a fursona where your gender doesn't fucking matter to anybody and no one is like criticizing you or asking you about it all the time, like that must feel incredible. But one critique that people still have towards furries is that it's weird to be attracted to an anthropomorphic animal character. And I see that critique, but I also raise you this. Need I say more? And I'm not too proud of this one, but I also raise you this. Okay, dude, when I first saw Kovu in Lion King 2, Simba's Pride, I lost my mind, man. I wanted to be him so bad. I'm not lion, okay, but I wish I was. I wish I was that specific lion. And Disney be like, I am going to create a lion that is so cool. I don't know, man, I've just done so much research and I've watched a bunch of videos about furries the past week because I just wanted to learn, and honestly, I wish I did it sooner. Because if I made a video about furries like 5 years ago, it probably would have just been me watching some fucking furry cringe compilation and being like, these guys are weird, you know? It would just be me making fun of them probably. And I did that. That's a thing I did. I literally did that. I actually wasn't that harsh in that video, but still, I could have just, I could have just done the research and made this video 5 years ago, you know? So you know what? Today, what is it right now? September 26th, I am declaring Kurtis Town as a furry-friendly zone. Okay? It's official. We support you. Okay? I did, however, get tagged in a TikTok from someone saying that they were going to come to my show in their fursuit. Hey, don't do that. Do not do that. They will not let you into the venue. And even if they did let you into the venue, it'd be distracting as hell. But no, dude, I think we need to be more accepting, right? Furries are people like you and me. We watch movies, they watch movies. We go to sleep, they go to sleep. We eat french fries, they eat french fries. The only difference is they order theirs animal style. And that's fine. Because there's more furries than you think, okay? There's millions of them. Even some of your favorite celebrities are furries. Literally anybody who's been on The Masked Singer, furries. Dude, Ninja is a furry. And that actually makes a lot of sense, you know? Animals don't wear bras, and Ninja's favorite thing is the absence of bras. And hey, whether you're a furry or not, you gotta eat. So let's hear a word from today's sponsor, HelloFresh.
That's right, this video is sponsored by HelloFresh.
Alright, hope you guys enjoyed this video. I know it's a little different from what I usually do, but you know, I kind of like just picking a topic and talking about it. So let me know what you thought of this video. Like it if you enjoyed it, so maybe I'll do more of this. Leave a comment. You know, let me know what you thought. Let me know if you learned something. If you're a furry, let me know what you thought. You know, it's some good discussion here. I also gotta say, I will be taking my first break. My first real break / vacation. There will be no videos on this channel in the month of October or on my podcast channel. I'm taking a break, okay? I've been doing this fucking like nonstop for 4 years, pretty much. It's been a long time since I've been like an actual vacation. So I'm gonna take one. I'll probably still be posting on like Instagram and Twitter. So if you want to keep track of what I'm up to, probably make TikToks too. But on here, I'm taking a break from YouTube for like a month. All right. But yeah, you can keep up with me. All my socials are down there in the description. Come to my shows. The last shows I got of the year coming up on the West Coast, and we added some late shows. So come and support the fellas. Yeah, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video. I would stick around, but unfortunately I have to go. There's a certain TikToker that I need to report 1,000,000 times. Goodbye.
Hey guys, before the video starts, I want to let you know there's a super epic Cyber Monday sale going on. Huge sales on my merch right now until December 1st, okay? Get after it, get the sales on, get it. Enjoy the video.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land. All right, folks. It's that time of year again. New season of weather is premiering. The winter months are upon us. Okay, the winter is among us, you could say. It's true, man. It's gonna be winter pretty soon. And some of you are lucky enough to live in parts of the world that don't turn into a slushy, snowy, freezing hellscape for 6 months out of the year. But for us losers up in the northern hemisphere, about to get real shitty. Especially up here in the Great White North, which I feel like we should stop calling it that. Putting the word great in front of white, if it's not a shark, let's not do that, okay? As most of you know, I am Canadian. I feel like I mention that a lot, but still, I get like 10 messages a day from people being like, wait, how did I not know you were Canadian? I don't know, dude. I don't know. You're an idiot. Is that the answer you're looking for? You're dumb. I was born in Canada. I live in Canada currently, and I'm probably gonna live here for the rest of my life, man. I love it. I mean, it's fine. But you know what? I often forget how different Canadian culture is from our neighbors down south. This thing? Yeah, that's not a beanie. That's a toque, brother. That is a toque. This letter? You call that Z? That's the letter Z up here, dude. And this shit? Up here, we call that a basic human right. Huh? What? And I know it's tough to compare the entire country of Canada because just the population of the state of California is bigger than the population of all of Canada. So Canadians, we're in a pretty weird spot, especially with media. I've made several videos about Canadian television over the years. I'm also currently wearing a fucking YTV shirt, which is youth television in Canada. It's where they play all the cartoons and stuff. I just think it's so fascinating. I love sharing pieces of like old Canadian media with my audience because a lot of you guys have never even heard of these fucking shows before. Because Canada's weird, man. Canadian shows are so weird. Up in Canada, we get like all the best stuff from America, right? We get like the cream of the crop that you guys let us have as a treat. But the rest of the time, we have to like fill in the blanks with our own shit. Because, Canada fact, incoming, there are laws in Canada that require radio stations and television programs to make sure a certain percentage of whatever content they're broadcasting is Canadian content, or CanCon is what we call it in the business. Or the biz is what we call it in the biz. That also explains why there are some bands and artists up in Canada that are like household names, but if you go anywhere in America, they don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Let me tell you, dude, if I were to go down to a house party in the United States of America and I plug my phone into the speaker and I put on a Faber Drive song, I'm getting fucking kicked out. But in true Canadian fashion, literally, we're gonna be talking about another Canadian television show this week, and this show was called Canada's Worst Driver. It aired from 2005 to 2018. It was a reality show hosted by a man named Andrew Younghusband. And I'm not fucking joking, that is his name, Andrew Younghusband. God, you know that last name was just made up on the spot like hundreds of years ago. You know what I mean? There's a bunch of last names like that. What's another one? Shoemaker. The last name Shoemaker? Are you kidding me? Hey, what's your last name? I need it for this government document. I don't have one. Come on, man. You need a last name. What do you do for a job? I make shoes. Perfect. Shoemaker is your family's last name forever. Aw, shoot. Andrew Younghusband. Are you fucking kidding? I cannot get over that, dude. Do you think when he proposed, he was like, do you want to be my young wife? Because I hope he didn't. But anyways, the premise of Canada's Worst Driver is they get a group of like 8 people together who've all been like submitted by family or friends. And these 8 people are fucking terrible at driving. And as the season goes on, like the best person of each episode like graduates from the driving school until they're left with Canada's Worst Driver, hence the name. Man, speaking of drivers, does anybody want to listen to some Faber Drive?
Hey, who is this guy?
Come on.
Dude, what the fuck is that?
Canadian or something?
I heard about this guy.
We're a good Canadian band. And believe it or not, I actually have a personal connection to this show. It's true. My driving teacher when I was 16 was actually a judge on this show for a season. So, yeah, no big deal. And don't ask me his name because I forget. Because it was like 10 fucking years ago and I hardly paid attention in driving school, okay? Didn't have to. Red means stop, green means go. I think I fucking get it, okay? But anyways, I thought we'd watch an episode today because the whole idea of the show is pretty fucking crazy. And you'll see going forward that this should not have been allowed to be on television at all. So the first episode starts with some brief interviews with the bad drivers where they go into detail about how dangerous they are to be out on the road. And this takes place right before the host makes these terrible drivers drive 45 minutes on the highway from Niagara Falls to the driving school, which they actually call rehab on the show.
To get there, to the rehab center, you're gonna have to drive yourselves, folks.
Which seems a little insensitive to people who are in actual rehab. It's not like these drivers are fucking addicted to driving poorly. All right, this is an intervention, okay? You need to stop. Oh my god, all I ever hear is stop, stop this, stop here, stop that. You sound like a fucking stop sign right now, dude. How do you sound like a stop sign? They're stop signs. They don't do anything. They don't make noises. Yeah, you tell that to all the stop signs I've hit. They make noises, buddy. All right, so let's meet the drivers. First up, we got
Tyler. Admits to being a habitual hit and run artist.
20 hit and runs in the last year.
Yeah.
How does that happen? Like,
looking around. Before I know it, I hit something, and then I just get out of the way, you know? It's like make sure no one's looking and take off.
20 hit and runs. Okay, maybe Canada is too nice after all. I feel like after 2 hit and runs, we should have been like, okay, man, like you're clearly a danger on the road. Let's get your license away and you can take a bus or something. But 20? And the government is just like, hey man, don't even worry about it. Everybody makes 20 mistakes.
Aw, thank you.
Here, take your license back. There you go. I'll give you a little noogie. Give you a little noogie on the head. Yeah. Get back out on the roads, you little rascal.
Okay,
yeah.
bye.
That was awesome.
Tyler's wife, Jana, says he has a habit that's worse than hitting and running.
Yeah, it's drinking and driving. Yeah.
For real?
Yeah.
You drink and drive?
Sometimes I have to have a few beers just to relax and so I can drive, yes.
Bro, okay. Canada, we got to get our act together, man. We got to figure it out. This guy's had 20 hit and runs and he drives drunk and he's still allowed to just keep driving? What the fuck? I mean, I understand having like a few beers to like gain courage to like maybe talk to someone that you're trying to court. This is totally different, I think. Unless he's trying to fuck his car, Manser style.
Park your car in the garage and then screw it!
In that case, love is love, man.
You have to have a few beers in order to calm your nerves enough to drive.
Sometimes, yes.
Be safe, Tyler.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Dude, Andrew Younghusband, don't let him leave. What are you doing letting this guy drive? Dude, I didn't edit that at all either. Like, that was the progression. Oh, you need beers to drive? All right, have a good drive. That's a perfect example of like what I'm trying to say here. They say how dangerous all these people are when they're inside a vehicle, and then they send them off in a vehicle. Like, the producers of the show have fucking zero concern for people's safety, as long as it's good television, right? What other shows? What's next? What's the fucking show they're gonna make after this?
From the producers of Canada's Worst Driver comes Canada's Stabbiest Little Fella, where we drop 8 serial killers in a remote location with 100 innocent and very slow victims, and we see who can be the stabbiest little fella. Hosted by Megan Trainor.
Okay, anyways, they go through the rest of the drivers now. There's one girl named Daniela who has panic attacks while driving.
No! I don't want to be here! Just drive.
And this is funny, right, audience? Let's exploit this person's mental health issues associated with vehicles on national television. That's hilarious. This lady's scared of going 100 kilometers an hour in a steel box full of flammable materials, while also being surrounded by other steel boxes that are going 100 kilometers an hour that are full of flammable materials. What a pussy. Straight up, Daniela's reaction to driving should be everybody's reaction to driving. It's fucking terrifying, okay? We've been desensitized. We have. Driving is not normal, okay? Humans, we're not supposed to go that fast. And you know what? Maybe that's what this show is really trying to say. Maybe the show is just a big commentary on modern civilization. The show is simply saying driving isn't for everybody, so it shouldn't be for everybody. People shouldn't be forced to drive cars just to live comfortably. Maybe we should be investing more money into safer, better, more accessible public transportation systems. And we really should be paying more attention to city planning and infrastructure that favors the civilian rather than the vehicle. Correct? Is that what the show is saying, dude? This show's a bunch of fucking socialist propaganda, huh? Probably not. Is that what socialism is even? I don't think it is. Socialism is when no car. Sorry, back to the show. So they show the rest of the drivers, and they're all just absolute fucking menaces on the road. Menaces? Menaces? Menaci? I don't... Correct me if I'm wrong. But also don't, because I'll feel stupid. Okay, then we meet this psychic girl named Diana, who can't drive because she's too busy looking at tarot cards. I guess you could say her driving is terrible. Yeah, Diana, I bet you didn't see that fucking epic burn coming. Yeah, must have missed that one in your fucking tarot cards. Didn't read your palm well enough. Suck my crystal balls. Also, this psychic girl reminds me of my high school English teacher, because one time she bragged to the class that she reads while driving. And not like, you know, reading street signs or like speed limit signs. No. She read books, straight up. She was like boasting about the fact that she reads books while driving. And hey, not a very good example that you're setting for all your impressionable teenage students, Mrs. I should bleep that, huh? I fucking totally forgot about that. Dude, that is so insane, Mrs. Reading books is smart people shit. Okay? Reckless driving is dumb people shit. You can't have smart people and dumb people shit going on at the same time, alright? That's like if a surgeon was like performing surgery and halfway through he just started like kicking a hacky sack around, right? Can't do that. Hey guys, check this out.
Whoa.
Oh my god, this is a ball sack! See, Mrs. Kinda crazy, Mrs. Okay, let's meet the rest of these drivers. There's a guy named Cody who loves doing donuts, obviously because his name is Cody and he looks like that. Then there's Lou, who also cries whenever she drives a car, which is just hilarious. Then there's Amrinder, who loves speeding.
I love speeding.
And then we get to possibly the worst person, not the worst driver, I think the worst person I've ever seen in my life. And their name is Crystal.
Crystal terrified the crew who shot her bio last week so much, no one will ride with her.
That really hurts my feelings that nobody wants to get in the car with me.
Hey man, I'm not gonna lie. This is me when I rip insane amounts of ass in the front seat so none of my friends want to get in the car with me.
That really hurts my feelings that nobody wants to get in the car with me.
Dude, it's crazy because I don't even feel bad about laughing at this girl. I don't feel bad at all. Because you're gonna see going forward, she sucks. She's the worst.
During the first 5 minutes of her drive, Crystal goes 70 in a 40 zone.
What's the speed limit here?
Steven, directions only.
She drives on a sidewalk.
It's okay, I'll get off the sidewalk.
She sends numerous text messages.
Oh, how embarrassing.
She bursts into tears.
I'm not the worst driver.
Yeah, no, I think you are, actually. I think you are the worst driver, Crystal. Bro, like, if you're gonna act like a maniac behind the wheel, like, at least own it. Don't fucking do a bunch of crazy shit and then cry about it. What the fuck? Why are you crying? You were just on a sidewalk. That's where people go.
It's okay, I'll get off the sidewalk.
I know I drove into that kindergarten class and I fucking floored it through the other wall in the kindergarten class and I launched off of a hill and I landed in a bird's nest, killing a bunch of baby birds. And then, yeah, sure, maybe I did a donut into a fucking donut shop and I started a fire. But I'm not the worst driver. Man, I don't understand, like, why anybody would agree to go on this show. You know what I mean? I don't want to be the worst anything. Even if the show was, like, Canada's worst, a mean guy. Don't associate me with those people. You know what I mean? Even if I was a fucking straight up German sausage, still don't want to be the worst. Like I said earlier, man, it's like, this is like the weirdest part of the whole show. It's like, at one point, they're like, you need to be safe, okay? You need to be safe behind the wheel, okay? Here are your keys. Go crazy! Go stupid! Like, do you guys take it seriously or not? Like, I can't tell. Because it gets, like, really serious for a bit when we get to this guy named Mike, who, like, 10 years ago, he was struck by another driver who fell asleep at the wheel. So Mike was in a coma for 7 weeks, and he was left with permanent brain damage. So they're aware of, like, how fucking, like, dangerous driving can be. But, like, number one, fucking super messed up to put someone on Canada's worst driver because they have literal brain damage. 2, whoever in his life suggested for him to go on this show, fuck you. Hey, Mike, get them out of your life, please. And 3, if I was Mike and I went through all that and I saw Crystal drive the way that she fucking drove, I would have tossed her into the fucking sun. Seriously. Again, these producers have, like, no compassion because here is this guy whose life was ruined by a careless driver, and the producers were just like, hey, let's surround this guy with 7 other careless drivers for a few weeks. That'll be great. What the fuck are you thinking? Maybe I'm thinking about this too hard, I don't know. But anyways, they all make it to rehab, thank God.
7 Canada's Worst Driver nominees have arrived and have put their driver's licenses into the box.
And dude, Crystal gets absolutely dunked on. It's incredible.
I'm gonna look you in the eye and tell you you're a selfish idiot. I think you're probably the worst driver we've ever had here. And so much of that comes from a place of selfishness. The way you drive
Get her.
Can only be described as the driving of a horrible person.
Whoa, Andrew, young husband. Wow. Holy shit. Dude, there's your fucking PSA right there, bro. You better drive safe unless you want to get absolutely degraded by Andrew Younghusband. Totally unrelated to that, if you happen to see me driving recklessly around Canada, mind your business. But anyways, later in the episode, Mike, the guy who was in a coma, confronts Cody and his reckless driving, and that really changes his perspective on everything.
Mike definitely changed my life. I never used to think when I was on the road. I always did stupid things, and I realized how much of an idiot I was.
Damn, imagine discovering empathy on live television, man. So I never thought my own actions had consequences. The fuck? I thought all the other people in the other cars were just sacks of potatoes. Tell me they're fucking real people? This whole time? That's the end of the first episode, but I skimmed through the entire season because I just want to know who the worst driver was. And believe it or not, the worst driver was Crystal. Wow, shocker.
Yep, I'm the worst driver.
So what happens now, right? What happens if they're the last person there? What happens if they're Canada's worst driver? Let's find out.
We tried our best. What can I tell you? Buckle up, Alberta. She's coming home.
Yeah, She just goes home now. Andrew, hey Andy. Hey Andy, young husband. Hey Andy, young hubby. With great power comes great responsibility, okay? You could have swallowed her driver's license whole to prevent that monster from going back out on the road. You could have torn that thing apart, but you just let her go.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
I mean, she's going back to Alberta, so I think it's fine. There's only like 10 people who live there anyway. Yeah, sorry Alberta. You thought you were safe here? You thought you were safe in a Kurtis Connor video? No, still getting made fun of. You can't escape it, Alberta. Moral of the video, I think we can all try our best, you know, to drive a little better, pay a little more attention, because it can be dangerous if you don't do that, obviously. But all in all, that show is a Canadian treasure. And speaking of Canadian treasure, let's hear a word from today's sponsor, Inkbox. Okay, thank you so much for watching the video. Hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please press the like button, because believe it or not, 1 like equals 1 red light that I will stop at. So you fucking better press the like button. Leave a comment. Let me know if you remember the show. Let me know if you what you thought of the video. And let me know if you want more Canadian TV reviews. Press the subscribe button if you want, because I make a video all the time, and as soon as you press the subscribe button, you become a valued citizen of Kurtistown. If you didn't know, Kurtistown is the best place to live in the world, and I'm the mayor, so you have to be nice to me. It's the law. Yeah, you can check the description for other things I do, you know, my podcast, merch, all that fun stuff is down there. All right, that's it. I would stick around, but I unfortunately have to go. I have to go do donuts in my driveway, so...
Let's go. Where? So... Just me in the mountain against the world.
I think I like this little life.
I think I like this little life.
This little life.
I think I like when it rains.
I think I like when it rains.
We're busking right now. You think you're the shit? You're not even the fart. You think you're the shit, bitch. You're not even the fart.
Quit playing with him, Brian.
Quit horsing around,
Brian. Brian, stop that.
And I was like, there was wet shit in my ass. I'm literally like walking, like holding like the wet poo in my underwear. Like
it's already out. The poop's already out.
I know but it's I don't want it to like run down my leg. I was also wearing like top pants. If it was the ground, it would have been like.
Big dreams, I don't brag. I just drag this past in the duffel bag. Let the day fall back.
That's like the worst reason.
Wow.
Nice shot.
Could look sick with a goatee. He's one of one.
Keep going for my best friend. Give it up for Kurtis Connor.
What's your name, beautiful?
Fucking put me to work. This isn't my fucking job. last time we had a show last Sunday, so that's pretty exciting.
Wow.
Oh, the Lord's Day.
What's the deal with airplane food?
We did it. 3 days, 5 shows. Me and
I think I knew where.
I'm literally 13, so
We tricked him.
Wow, I was not trying to do that.
what the hell?
Fuck you. It's mine.
Show that with the game. What?
Open your mouth. Open your mouth.
Just sitting around,
Open your mouth.
hanging out this afternoon. I lost my privileges. Get here. Get here. Some little kid cough. Like, get here. Get here. In my back. I saw
You guys, you're on 3?
Yes, sir.
We're on 4.
Attention Curtis Town citizens! I'm doing the biggest show I've ever done in Chicago on September 16th at the Chicago Theater. Whoa! And tickets are going fast, okay? So grab some before they're gone. It's gonna be so much fun. I'm really excited. Also, some shows on the West Coast sold out, so we added some late shows to San Diego, LA, San Francisco, and Seattle. So yeah, click the link in the description to get tickets, or just go to curtisconnor.com, and I hope to see you there. My tour bus burnt down, if you didn't know. My tour bus caught fire and burnt down. I lost all my stuff. But hey, the shows are still happening, so I hope to see you there. Enjoy the video. All right, folks. I'm on my phone a lot. It's something that I've been consciously trying to cut back on, but it's hard, especially since I'm on tour right now. I'm in Omaha, Nebraska. What the fuck else am I gonna do? All I've been doing these past few weeks has just been fucking scrolling TikTok and watching videos that are 100% taking years off of my life. I've actually prepared one for you today. We'll put it on screen.
What's up, Yogi? So me and Brian Crew just taught a really juicy anus workshop today.
And look, as much as I would like to say, reject modernity, embrace tradition, fuck that, okay? You want me to go live on a farm? Poop out of my window? Wipe my butt with a piece of corn? I'm good. But at the same time, fuck, that would be nice. You know, sometimes I really do miss the days before social media. And I know a lot of you Gen Zers watching are like, hold on, did he just say before social media? Huh? What the heck is this guy talking about? Shut up. I'm almost 30, so although I spent a lot of my childhood on the computer, I didn't really have a social media profile in my own name until I was maybe 10 or 11 years old, and that was of course on MySpace. And I say a social media profile in my own name because I use a lot of sites that could have been classified as early social media. I played a lot of Habbo Hotel. I also frequented a lot of forums that I'm too embarrassed to divulge the details of, so I won't. But being a millennial... Shut up! But being a millennial, I feel like I have an interesting relationship with social media and the internet as a whole. A series of tubes.
The internet is a series of tubes.
I remember what it was like before Facebook, before Twitter, before Instagram, before all of that. And let me tell you, it really wasn't that different. I used to play a ton of video games and watch way too much TV. I still do both of those things, but the difference now is that when I'm not playing video games or watching a TV, I'm looking at my phone screen instead, which is super cool. Can't wait for my eyes to fucking collapse in on themselves Vecna style after all these years of screen time, you know? Dude, even when I'm complaining about watching too much TV, I make a fucking television show reference. I'm doomed. Like Doom, the video game.
And movie. They also made a movie. They made a Doom movie starring Dwayne The Rock Johnson. I feel like we don't talk about that enough. They did that, and I loved it.
But I'm also in a very interesting spot because being online is my job. I have to know all the trends. I gotta keep a finger on the pulse of whatever the fuck James Charles is doing these days or whatever. But even for people who don't make a living online, being on the internet and staying on your phone, it's a very huge part of their lives, especially young people. According to the CDC, the average screen time for 8 to 10-year-olds is 6 hours, 11 to 14-year-olds is 9 hours, and 15 to 18-year-olds is 7.5 hours. Those are like full work days of kids staring at a screen when they could be out working at an Amazon factory, you know, fucking get to work, man. But as people spend more and more time online, they tend to lose touch with reality a little bit. And I can attest to that. Have you ever used the word poggers in front of someone who isn't online all the time? It's a fucking nightmare, I'll tell you that. And there's a certain term that's been used in the past few years to describe people whose perception of reality has been warped by excessive internet usage, and that term is chronically online. Really quick, I want to say that the usage of the word chronically, it's a bit gnarly, I think, seeing as, you know, someone can just stop being online whenever they want, but people with like chronic illness can't really log off from the constant pain and suffering that they're feeling. So going forward, how about we call it extremely online? Just like Shakespeare did in their video called "We're Chained to Our Phones and It's Scarier Than We Think." If you want like a well-researched and informative and intelligent video about this topic, you are in the wrong place. Sorry to break it to you, but you're in the silly zone right now. It's about to get so goofy down here. In my video, we're gonna take a look at some posts from people who probably have the worst opinions ever. Opinions that could only exist if you spend way too much time on the internet. And I figured for this video, we'd split it into 2 parts. Each part focusing,
The only thing that should be focusing is that camera.
on a particular social media platform. And obviously we have to talk about the 2 platforms that harbor the most extremely online takes, Twitter and TikTok. So let's start with Twitter. Okay, so this is the first one we got. We got a tweet that says, "How the hell did Donkey fuck that dragon?" Honestly, a great question. Even as like a child watching Shrek, I was still bamboozled by that whole thing. But that's not the extremely online thing, okay? We've all thought that. Someone quote tweeted this and said, "Y'all think penetrative sex is the only way to give and receive pleasure? SMH, such a narrow view of intimacy." And like, look, yeah, sure, penetration isn't the only way to get your rocks off, but like, yo, Donkey and Dragon literally had like fucking Donkey and Dragon hybrid babies.
Donkey piped.
Yo, if they ever come out with like a strictly adult version of D&D, they gotta call it D&D, Donkeys and Dragons. This has got to be the most like Twitter interaction ever. You know, someone just tweeting a silly little thought that they had, and then some random person jumping in and being like, "Oh wow, really? SMH, man, you have such a narrow view of intimacy." Like he's asking how a donkey fucked a dragon, okay? I feel like we don't need to think about it too much, because all this tweet did is make me think of Donkey doing other, you know, going down on the, or going up on the dragon, I guess, you know? And I don't like that. I don't like it. Ew. I love it. Gracie, didn't you say you were logging off? Please, I know you're in a bad headspace right now. Can you kill yourself, please? I can't handle this right now. Shoddy, that's over the line. And I'm being serious. Sorry for calling you shoddy. I say it when I'm nervous. Okay. Alright, I don't want to trivialize whatever this person is going through, okay? I hope they're doing okay now, right? But saying shoddy when you're nervous, that might be the funniest thing of all time. I'm sorry. Justin Bieber must have been one nervous fella.
Only you, shouty.
There's gonna be one less nervous boy. Also, I hope they only say shoddy when they're nervous on Twitter, because in real life, whoa. Thank you so much for coming in for this scholarship interview. You know, I gotta say, we're all very impressed by your grades and your extracurriculars. Wow. Off the record, you're a shoo-in to get this scholarship at Harvard, but this whole interview, we just gotta do it as a formality, okay? Hey, I totally understand, you know? It's all good, Shoddy. Did you just call me Shoddy? Did I? Listen, I say it when I'm nervous. I'm so shoddy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, that's fine. But just, you know, going forward, that's Mr. Shoddy. It's my last name. Yeah, it'd probably go something like that. All right, next, we're gonna take a look at one of my favorite Twitter interactions of all time. Being grossed out by another person's energy and mentality is such a real thing. That's called disliking someone. They nailed it. They fucking nailed it, man. And it's so true, man. I feel like, Twitter sucks, man. There'll be a tweet that's like, yo, if I FaceTime you at 3 a.m., that means I fuck with you. And it'll have like 1 billion likes. Who's liking this shit? Dude, I feel like people are just doing way too much to explain the most simple things and also using like incredibly serious terms at the drop of a hat. You know, I don't think the McDonald's drive-thru guy fucking gaslit you. I think maybe he's bad at his job. Or maybe you ordered wrong. You sound crazy right now. You know what I mean though? Like maybe chill a little bit. Here's another example. You can come if you want. Ew, tomato, tomato, tomato. It's giving passive and dismissive with a side of manipulation. What are you talking about? What are you saying? What are any of you saying? I don't care what it's giving, it is taking the life out of me. I hope this person isn't like a practicing therapist or anything. If my therapist ever said it's giving before diagnosing me, I'd have to go to another therapist about that, I think. And then once I did that, they'd be like, it's giving abandonment. But back to the tweet, obviously you can come if you want isn't an ideal response to get. But maybe they're saying that to you because you say shit like this? They don't want you around, dude. You're weird, okay? Take a hint. Also, man, I feel like we can't talk about people who are extremely online without talking about gamers. I do play a lot of video games, so I'm pretty invested in a lot of, current video game news and whatnot. And I have seen some pretty awful takes from gamers. Like when Ninja said that playing Fortnite is harder than playing in the NFL. You know, like the National Football League. Remember when he said that? I'm not seeing enough talent. And I'm not saying professional gamers aren't talented, but hey man, that's the NFL though. I can't imagine some guy running for an hour straight and getting like irreparable brain damage from getting tackled by 300-pound dudes. And then once he's done the game, he's like, whew, oh, that was rough, but at least it wasn't a hot drop at Tilted Towers. Gamers, we're fucking idiots, okay? And we have some awful takes sometimes, like this. Grand Theft Auto 6 will include a playable female protagonist for the first time. Pretty cool. The character will be a Latina woman who is one of a pair of leading characters in a story influenced by Bonnie and Clyde. Pretty cool. Let's see what someone has to say about it. Woke GTA? The end of gaming as we know it, lol. And then a follow-up tweet, GTA 6 is going to go woke. They'll also go broke. Well, okay, let's talk about the second one first. There's no shot. There's no way they're gonna go broke. The main protagonist could be literally a human-sized cock, people would still play it no matter what. But about the first one, to gamers, just having women anywhere means that they've gone woke. Yeah, man, my blind date last night was actually a lot of fun. Oh, yeah. Nice. Except for the fact that she was a fucking girl. What? Yeah. I know, dude. This whole world has gone woke. No. Can't even go on a date with a woman without a woman showing up. Also, dude, it said inspired by Bonnie and Clyde, right? There's still the Clyde. There's still a boy that you get to be. So why are you fucking bummed? Could you imagine like, this guy's like review? This guy's IGN review of this game? The overall game was fun, I guess. I stole a guy's car and drove it off a ramp into a helicopter, and then I shot a rocket launcher at an innocent civilian, just like the other GTA games. But it just wasn't the same. This time, my character had titties. And that's the other thing. GTA is a third-person game, meaning you're gonna be looking at your character's backside the entire time. So I'm sorry to be gross here for a second, but wouldn't a female protagonist be like the ideal situation for like a creepy gamer? That's why we all play Mario games, to look at Mario's little Italian ass. I feel bad for these people, man. It's like, that's a sad way to live your life. And it's sad because they obviously weren't born this way. Well, I mean, hopefully. I don't know what's worse, if they were like brainwashed later or they were actually born like that. Oh my gosh, he's a beautiful baby boy. Oh my gosh, I've always wanted a son. Oh my god, did a fucking woman birth me? Okay, that's it. That's it. It's official. The world has gone woke. Okay, I'm gonna put him back in, I think. He's not done yet. We got another bad gamer take, believe it or not. This happened a while back when they announced the sequel to Horizon Zero Dawn, a game that features a female protagonist named Aloy, and the sequel to this game is on PS5. So obviously the graphics are like way better than the original, right? Everything's like super detailed, like down to the pores on Aloy's face. And a particular gamer did not like this. They saw the graphics and they asked the question, can you explain to me why the hell Aloy has a beard? Beard? Like, way to show everybody in the world that you've never been close to a woman. Like, we've all got a little bit of hair everywhere. You know, if you just like felt your body, you'd know that. Man, if you're watching this, please do yourself a favor and just kiss a girl. That's it, just one girl. Just kiss a girl, okay? On second thought, you know, even if a girl was like begging to be kissed by this guy, he'd still find a reason not to, you know? I'm begging you, just make out with me, okay? Sorry, bitch, no can do. I'm not into mustaches. What do you mean? I don't have a mustache. Yes, you do. Huh? You have 2 of them, okay? You have 2 of them. You have one above each eyeball. 1, 2. Oh my god, dude, those are eyebrows. What the hell is eyebrows? I think I can answer that question. Hi, I'm Tim Cook, CEO of Apple, here to introduce Apple's newest product, eyebrows. Have you ever looked at the mustaches above your eyeballs and went, oh no? Okay, let's shut that down. Let's look at one final tweet. Black people, stop using the N-word, it's disrespectful. World. Okay. Did that happen? Did I miss something? Did that happen? Fuck yeah, alright. Gay people, stop homophobia, love is love. World. Okay. Damn, where was I? Where have I been, dude? Did these things happen? Holy shit. Italians, stop romanticizing and make fun of mafia. It's disrespectful. World. Spaghetti. Pasta. Super Mario. I'm not gonna sit here and act like, you know, people can't be prejudiced towards Italian people, but obviously saying spaghetti, pasta, and Super Mario is not as bad as racism and homophobia. I mean, Super Mario is technically Japanese, and spaghetti is a type of pasta, so you're really only saying pasta. Also in the tweet, it seems like the world is celebrating these things, right? Spaghetti, pasta, Super Mario, right? Everybody loves those things. Everybody loves pasta, everybody loves Super Mario, especially me. I love his little Italian ass. Alright, I think that's enough Twitter forever. I wish I could say it gets better, but it does not, because now we're gonna take a look at TikTok.
If you want to stop me, you're gonna have to fucking kill me!
Alright, let's take a look at this one more time. To deprogram from the Matrix, you have to be aware of the Matrix. God, I wish they never made that movie. Okay, celebrities who hide their biological gender. Jennifer Lawrence, born male. Doesn't she have a kid?
Yes. Yes, she does.
Justin Bieber, born female. Megan Fox, born male. Taylor Swift, born male. Lady Gaga, born male. Plus more. Okay, where are your sources? Okay, you can't just put random names and just say a bunch of shit and put and more. Trust me, I just can't tell you because I'm lying. I also don't know if this counts as someone being extremely online or just extremely stupid. I can't tell. And also, I just want to clarify, if this was true, if a celebrity is hiding their biological gender, I don't even know what that means. Are they talking about like their sex? Like what they were assigned at birth? Regardless, their gender, none of our business. All we have to do is use the pronouns that they want us to use. Easy as that. And this fucking really pissed me off, so my curiosity got the best of me, and I checked out some more videos from this person. And oh boy, wow. This might be the most extremely online person in the whole world. So here's a screenshot from another one of their videos. When Astroworld happened and they still don't believe celebs perform mass blood child sacrifice rituals and sold their soul for fame? Get off your phone, how about? Ever think about just like, you know, doing that? You know, for someone who sells personal healing retreats in the jungles of Costa Rica.
So you want to come heal in the jungles of Costa Rica? Well, guess what? I offer personal healing retreats.
And talks about how important it is to disconnect from technology and the things that lower your vibration. You're sure on that phone a whole lot. You know what else lowers your vibration? Lying. Lying to everybody. Honestly though, fuck people like this. I fucking hate people like this so much. People died at Astroworld, you know? That was like a real thing that happened. 10 innocent people aren't alive anymore because of the negligence and irresponsibility of several parties involved in that concert. That's why that happened. But then you get idiots who have like a fucking cereal bowl of DMT every morning who are like, no, it was actually like a blood sacrifice, like sponsored by the devil. Yeah, I was like, listen, dude, I saw videos of it on TikTok and like the vibes were way off. Yeah, it was fucked. Hey, anybody have like water? I'm freaking out. But luckily the bad opinions ended there and the rest of her videos were very informative and really interesting. And I'm lying to you, I'm lying. Let's watch another video.
I need to feel something. Harry, can you tell me something that'll piss me off? Boba Fett's better than Mondo. Yep, that'll do it.
Most people think we're living on a spinning ball in space and believe NASA. Of course I'm gonna believe NASA. They're all geniuses. People like this fucking scare me. Like, I'm all for like, you know, spirituality, crystals and shit, astrology, psychedelics, all that. You know, fucking do whatever you want. I don't care. But like, some people gotta tone it down a little bit. You know what I mean? I've thought about making a video about just this topic, but I feel like people will get mad at me, and also I don't know enough about it. But you know, the all-natural, spiritual person to just full-on QAnon conspiracy theorist is a crazy pipeline. I've seen it way too many times. It happens very fast. My advice? Put the phone down. See a doctor. Thank you, that was distracting. Also to this girl, put the phone down, see a doctor. Let's move forward. We got a screenshot of a TikTok this time. We've got a hot take. Autistic people dislike eye contact because of ancestral memories from Medusa times. I mean, look, you've got one thing right. That is a hot take. That is a very hot take. I don't know the validity to this. I can't speak on it. The only thing I'm gonna take from this is I love the term Medusa times. We got to use that way more often. You know, I'm picturing something similar to, you know, medieval times, dinner and tournament, but it's sort of Medusa times. Oh my god, dude, I'm so excited for Medusa to come out. I'm such a big fan. Okay, coming up next, we got a TikTok interaction that really encapsulates everything about the experience of being on TikTok. So there's a video with the text, "Mop with me. I haven't mopped the floor in 5 days. I've been so busy." And then somebody commented, "Don't make people feel bad for not mopping. There's more to life." Like literally the most harmless little TikTok video. And then someone was like, "Hey, stop making people feel bad." I've seen TikToks like that too, of people being like, "Today we're gonna make a fucking sandwich," and people being like, "I fucking hate sandwiches, delete it." But you know what? It's got me thinking. If you're ever at work, you know, and your boss gets mad at you because you don't want to mop the floor, just hit him with that line. "Stop making me feel bad for not mopping. Okay, there's more to life." Like Mario's little Italian ass. All right, let's watch one more TikTok.
Yes, abortion is worse than slavery. At least the slave can escape.
All right, yeah, that's enough of that app. In conclusion, if someone has a bad opinion and they share it on the internet, I don't think that's their fault. Except for that last person. That is their fault. They were bad. So much of modern life is spent on the internet. And that's like the main way that we communicate with each other now. Back in the day, you would just say something crazy to someone, they'd be like, "Whoa, that's nuts." And then you'd move on. But now you're sharing your thoughts and your opinions with the whole world. And anyone can comment on them. People that are much smarter or much dumber than you can like give their feedback together. And I don't know if it's good for us. And then the companies that own Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok, they do whatever they can to keep you on the app as long as they can, so they can harvest your data to improve that algorithm, which in turn keeps you on the app for a longer period of time, which in turn means they can sell shit to you easier. And I'm not being a conspiracy theorist here, that's literally how it works, okay? Not YouTube though. YouTube doesn't do that shit. YouTube wouldn't do that. I love YouTube. Love you, YouTube. Love you. And I feel like we can't just stop giving our opinions. We're not allowed to. When any sort of issue arrives, big or small, there's like a societal and social pressure to say something about it. No matter what, even if you're not educated on it, you have like a brief amount of time to take a stance on something. And I'm not saying that like sharing stuff and like being vocal about issues doesn't do anything. Obviously, that goes a long way. The world we live in fucking sucks all the time and people need to talk about it. I understand that. But obviously, when this is the standard, some awful opinions are gonna come out. And as time goes on, it's getting easier and easier for people to be persuaded and radicalized on the internet. And that has very real ramifications on the real world. So I think going forward, we can all benefit from just, you know, putting the phone down for a little bit, okay? Going back to our roots. If you've got like a crazy opinion or idea, don't post it, okay? You go find a fucking cave and you carve it into the wall. Don't tweet or anything, okay? Go to a fucking town square and start shouting your beliefs, okay? At least that takes balls. Stop scrolling and start scrolling. Write your shitty opinions on a scroll and fucking bury it with you. Bury it with you in your coffin, shoddy. Sorry. I'm nervous. Okay, let's hear a word from today's sponsor. All right, thank you so much for watching the video. Hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please press the like button, because believe it or not, 1 like equals 1 Mario butt cheek. And you can leave a comment if you want. Let me know if you want maybe a part 2 to this video. Let me know if you've ever seen any other extremely online takes. And let me know what you think about this whole topic. It's very interesting. You can also press the subscribe button because I make a video all the time. And as soon as you press the subscribe button, you become a valued citizen of Kurtistown. If you didn't know, Kurtistown is the best place to live in the world. And I'm the mayor. So you have to be nice to me, it's the law. I'm on tour right now, come see me on tour, please. I got merch and stuff. And Instagram, Twitter, all that bullshit. All right, thank you so much. I would stick around, but I have to go, unfortunately. I got a reservation at Medusa Times. Folks, I've been wanting to make this video for a very long time now, because this is serious. Oh, what? What? Is it because he died? Oh, spoilers! What the fuck? The movie's so old. A tree died for that joke. Having an audience on the internet is pretty cool. Okay, I'll admit it. You know, there's a lot of perks to being a YouTube celeb. One, for example, I don't have to show my ID anymore when I order a drink at a bar. I just have to cry and force them to look me up on famous birthdays. And if they don't agree to that, all I have to say is, fine, this place is a shithole anyway. And I leave with my tail between my legs. What else is a cool thing about being a YouTuber? Oh, every time I see my extended family, no matter how many times I explain it to them, they still ask me, so do you make money from YouTube? And my personal favorite part, people I didn't even talk to in high school will reach out to me now, asking me to be on their super cool new digital marketing podcast. So I think I hit the big time. I don't mean to sound ungrateful. I love what I do. Seriously, this is like literally my dream job, but if you've seen any of my videos, you know I love to complain. Complain. I thought seamen were underwater. And since I have an audience on the internet, there are these websites out there who will create these like low effort biographies about me. So if someone's Googling me for whatever reason, they'll click on that page and they'll make a couple cents from an ad that gets placed on the page. You know, perfect business model, I get it. Quantity over quality, you know, that can be a good thing sometimes, right? I'd rather have a bunch of like okay teeth than one really, really good tooth in my mouth, right? But the thing about these biographies is that they're almost always incorrect. So I thought it'd be fun to go through some of these biographies and correct some of the lies that are being spread about me. Really quick, I want to shout out my friend Drew, who made a video about this topic a while ago, which was very funny, so you should go watch that as well. Well, he made a video about like his biography. He didn't make a video about mine. That'd be crazy. All right, let's get into it. I'm gonna search Kurtis Connor height and I'll see what comes up. Okay, Kurtis Connor height.
Shut the hell up, bitch. Go kill yourself. Go sit in the middle.
Dude, I gotta set the record straight right now. When you're a guy under 6 feet, that's gonna stink. PU, that's too many feet. When you're a guy under 6 foot, every inch counts. So I'm gonna set the record straight. I am 5'9", all right? Actually, I'm almost 5'10". Well, actually saying I'm almost 5'10" implies that I'm like still growing. Like, I'm almost there. You give me, hey, by the end of this video, I will be 5'10". Just you wait. Blogograph, I can't tell if you're spreading lies or you're spreading my cheeks, cause you're fucking me on this one. All right, so it's settled. I'm 5'9", and I'm not insecure. Let's keep going. If we scroll down a bit, it says real name, Kurtis Connor. Nickname, Kurtis. Hi, I'm Kurtis, but my friends call me Kurtis, because that's my fucking name. That cracks me up every time I read it. So nicknames are just first names. Got it. Yo, what if your name is Nick, though? If your name is Nick, you can't have a nickname because your name is already a nickname. Oh my god. More so on my body image, though. There's a lot of websites who are talking about like how much I weigh and shit. A lot of them are fucking like pretty close, which is weird. But I don't want to pay attention to that shit because like, what is weight? Sure, I'm 135 on Earth. If I'm on the moon, I weigh fucking 20 pounds. So what does it matter? So next time anyone's getting on your case about your weight, just say that shit. She's like, well, it's only on Earth. On the moon, I'm malnourished, bro. Okay, let's keep reading. Scroll a little further down. For some reason, they think my father, mother, and brother that I don't have are all named Will Update. idiot! Then they have a section about my favorite things and like and dislike. Okay, favorite actor, Tom Cruise. Not true. It's Brendan Fraser. Favorite actress, Sofia Boutella. I don't know who that is. My favorite actress is Rachel Weisz, because she's opposite of Brendan Fraser in The Mummy. Favorite color, red. Not true. I like green. Favorite movie, The Mummy. Okay. I'll agree with that. Favorite food, Canadian food. I'm guessing they put that there because I guess I've never stated publicly what my favorite food is. And I never will. Update. I never will update you on what my favorite food is. I'm taking that to the grave, all right? Literally. When they bury me in my coffin, I'm gonna have a big bowl of cacio e pepe. Oh, dang it! Now you know my secret. Fuck. The only thing the website really knew about me is that I'm a Canadian YouTuber. So when they had to put my favorite food, they were probably just like, I mean, I can't put YouTuber food, so Canadian food? I don't know. Because Canadian food, like, isn't really a thing, you know? Like, poutine is like the only Canadian food that really exists. So why not just put that if you're gonna put Canadian food? Or if you don't know my favorite food, just don't put it on the website, right? Just guess. But on second thought, I do have a Canadian mouth. So any food I put in my Canadian mouth is inadvertently Canadian food, so I guess they're right. One on the board for them. Okay, I was scrolling through other websites and like, I don't know what it is, but a lot of them are like kind of mean. Like, look at this thing that someone wrote about me. Sadly, Connor has a lot of mental health problems. This is also the reason why he has time management issues. There have been times where the YouTuber has missed many important things due to procrastination. What the fuck? I mean, I guess I'm learning a lot about myself, unfortunately. Didn't want to. This is just so out of pocket. I don't even think I said anything that would even hint at this publicly, right? I guess my fucking therapist is moonlighting as a shitty biography author. I'm just kidding. I don't have a therapist. I have a podcast. I don't need one. But honestly, after reading that mean thing about me, I think I do need a therapist. So thanks for that. Okay, let's move on to another website called Biography Mask before I start fucking crying. They wrote a nice little blurb about my relationship with my beautiful girlfriend, Jenna. Is Kurtis Connor in a relationship? Reflecting on Kurtis Connor's love life. He's like some old man on a rocking chair on his front porch, reflecting on my love life. He is in a romantic relationship with Jenna Allard. She is a fellow Instagram star who gained fame through her stylish pictures and modeling photos depicting her tattoos. They are dating each other since 2014. The duo looks very cute and adorable together. Oh, thank you. I really needed that after that roast that I just got. Furthermore, he keeps on posting duo pictures on his social media handles. And I really like how they phrase that. It seems like the author of the article was like pissed off that I'm doing it. Oh my god, he keeps on posting duo pictures on his social media handles. What a loser. He'll never get a girlfriend at this rate. Okay, and then underneath it, it says, moreover, there is no sign of breakup anytime soon. I mean, yeah, I'd hope. Hey guys, pardon? We're not breaking up. We don't ever want that, obviously. But like, when is there a sign of breakup, right? Okay, maybe there are signs like within the relationship and maybe to like friends and family and stuff, but like not to the general public, right? And what's the alternative, guys? If there were signs of a breakup, would they just put, our sources say that Kurtis is gonna get dumped real soon? Like when breakups happen, it's never this like, this hyped up thing, you know? It's like, comes out of nowhere, right? Like, could you imagine if like a YouTuber couple, like the Ace family, like announced their divorce before it even happened? Just kidding. What up? It's Austin. Got a huge video dropping next week. Just want to let you know. It's going to change the Ace family forever. I don't want to spoil it, but it rhymes with remorse. As in, I showed no remorse when I handed my wife the divorce papers this morning. Sorry, I'm a little excited. Sorry I spoiled the surprise. She's been working on this for a while, and I'm just so excited for you guys. Can you stop crying? Oh my god, I'm filming, obviously. Shut up. That's not my wife, by the way. That's my mistress. She's cutting onions. See ya. Okay, moving on from my relationship, let's get down to brass tacks, okay? Cash money, cheddar, pecorino romano, a little bit of parmesan, mixed with some pasta water to make a creamy cheese sauce, and then you mix that with some freshly toasted ground black pepper, and maybe mixed with a fresh pasta as well, and I eat it because it's my favorite Canadian food. There are a lot of websites that will speculate on how much money I make. And it's always very funny because they're just fucking way off every time. And I feel like this is common for most YouTubers because these websites will just base their estimations off of like an average CPM. But those rates are always changing.
Blah, blah,
no one
blah,
cares.
dude, shut fuck up.
There's no way you can really get an accurate number. Like, dude, I remember when I like only had an audience on Vine, like back in like 2015. And if you looked up my net worth, it would say like 300 grand or something. And that was just, oh my God, not true at all. And I feel like at that time, the general public like also thought that as well. Cause I was still working at Starbucks when I was like a Viner. So it was always funny when people would come in and recognize me and they'd be like, hey, I follow you on Vine. What are you doing back there? Well, I'm working because of the apron. I'm at work, but you're on Vine. You know what else I'm on? Bad terms with my landlord, so that's why I'm here. Jeez, sorry, man. Fuck. Hey, you made my coffee wrong. Oh! Although that's what it felt like every single day. I was never shot at my job, unless we're talking about espresso up top.
Put hand here.
Too slow. Fuck you. No, I think it's easy for these websites to just assume that like any person with an audience on the internet is just automatically making $1 million. Like for example, my friend Dean, he's got a YouTube channel, he's got a podcast. Let's look up his net worth. Dean Hebscher net worth between $1 million and $5 million. Wow. With that kind of money, you can live a pretty lavish life, right? Let's go check on Dean to see how he's living it up, huh? Let's go check on Dean to see how he's living it up, huh?
$5 million. With that kind of money, you can live a pretty lavish life, right? I'm watching you. Right?
$5 million.
Happy Halloween. Right?
Wow. Pretty humble guy. Okay, on to the next website. TV show stars wrote a biography about me, which is pretty confusing because I am neither a TV show or a star. When they talked about my income, they say I make $35,000 to $45,000 a year just from Instagram, which is not true. It'd be really nice, but it's incorrect. And they put a photo from my Instagram of me posing in front of a Toyota Corolla that I captioned me and my Rolls Royce. As a joke, obviously, but I guess they thought I was being serious because the next line in their article is, since the young star is rolling with cash, he owns a Rolls Royce, just one roll, he owns a Rolls Royce worth $500,000 to go in style. Yep. Oh, you know how Rolls Royces have the fucking Toyota logo on the rims? Yeah, that's kind of their trademark. You can always tell if it's a Rolls Royce if it's a Toyota. Holy shit, dude, this photo is so funny to me. Kurtis Connor with his Rolls Royce. You know what? I want to help this website out. They're trying their best, and I respect that. So I want to give them some more photos that they can put on their website. Sorry, I don't know how that one got in there. Also, it's so obvious that whoever makes these articles are just like copy and pasting a template that they use for like 100 different fucking people a day. Because if you scroll up just a bit above this picture, it says Alex Martin biography. And look, I know I got a pretty crazy nickname, but it's not that weird. Yeah, I could literally go through these all day, but I'll wrap it up. I want to show you guys like literally, this is my favorite article that's ever written about me, and it might be just the favorite article ever written. So I think we should read the whole thing together to get the full experience. Kurtis Connor is one of the most compelling web-based life characters in Canada. That's like what a stoner in high school would say at a party. Like, dude, we're all just fucking life characters. Some of us are web-based, some of us are not. Connor is a web-based life star and a YouTuber, and his YouTube channel has amassed more than 2 million endorsers of this date. Besides, his Instagram account, Kurtis Connor, has earned over 747,000 devotees on the web. Dude, endorsers, devotees? I actually kind of fuck with that. That's cool. Kurtis Connor is a high-quality entertainer by calling, and furthermore, an online life star. Connor praises his birthday on the 4th of May. Oh, my birthday. At the hour of composing this article, he was 25 years of age. Kurtis was born at the New York General Hospital, arranged in Ontario, Canada. Not called that. I was born at North York General. Kurtis was born in New York in Canada. And this is my favorite part. The internet stands tall at a tallness of 5 feet 10 inches. I'm almost there. You give me, hey, by the end of this video, I will be 5'10". Just you wait. 5 feet 10 inches. The subtleties on his body estimations will be refreshed soon. Please don't.
The internet stands tall.
Holy shit, dude. There's my new nickname. Hi, my full name's Kurtis Connor. My friends call me Kurtis, but some of my friends call me Internet. So yeah, whatever you're comfortable with. In conclusion, you know, I just like to see a little bit more effort put into these biographies, you know? Right? You can write about me all you want. I don't give a fuck. But, you know, just try, right? Just try like a little. There's better ways to make money than just slapping an ad on some random shit that you made in like a week. This video is sponsored by Inkbox. Okay, thank you so much for watching this video. Hope you enjoyed it. I know it's a little different than my other stuff, but, you know, just want to do a chill little video this week. Like the video because, believe it or not, 1 like equals 1 bowl of cacio e pepe that I will be buried with. So bury me in spaghetti, please. Leave a comment. Please leave some fun facts about me down there so these websites can have something to actually base their fucking info off of. Yeah, you can press the subscribe button if you want, because as soon as you do, you become a valued citizen of Kurtistown. If you didn't know, Kurtistown is the best place to live in the world, and I'm the mayor, so you have to be nice to me. It's the law. And if you want to see the other things I do, you can check the description. My Instagram, Twitter, my weekly podcast called Very Really Good, my Twitch, my gaming channel, merch. All right, that's it. I would stick around, but unfortunately, I have to go. I just found out that I'm the internet, so I have a lot of work to do. Goodbye. All right, mate. Folks, every week, you know, I try to think of video topics that, you know, aren't overdone, something that I'm excited about and that are like interesting and stuff. But straight up, every day, the only request I get for like what type of video to make is to make another video where I just watch my favorite TikTok. Literally, I get so many tweets a day being like, listen, I don't care about this other shit you're doing. Show me the ting-tongs you like. You know, it's the holiday season, you know, I'm feeling generous, so I gotta give the people what they want. First off, before we get into these, I'm gonna show you my least favorite TikTok, okay? How about that?
Hi, if you're not a Kurtis Connor fan, please scroll. You're not gonna understand this video.
Oh, okay.
Did any of y'all see his most recent video where it's titled, Watch My Favorite TikToks with Me? Y'all, I could not get through half of that video. None of the TikToks he likes were funny. They were just TikToks of people falling. And then people laughing. And then people falling again. Like, I felt like I was watching America's Funniest Home Videos from the 80s. And so, sorry, I have the sense of humor of a small child or a middle-aged man. I sort of hit both of those at the same time. I'm in the sweet spot. So sorry if you don't like people falling down and maybe a little bit of fart noises. This is not the video for you. Okay, so this is watching my favorite TikToks 2. Starting off with a good one. This is I actually just saw this one like 2 days ago. This caption here is Brody had absolutely no business in the back flipping after that dunk. What the actual fuck? Okay, here we go. Yeah, I love, dude. First off, dunking a basketball is the fucking coolest thing ever. So I think that makes it extra funny because like, there's nothing less cool than like failing at a backflip. You know what I mean? Like backflips are cool as shit. They're almost a little bit cooler than a slam dunk. But if you fuck it up, like, stocks are going way down. Your coolness stocks are going way down, brother. And like, why are you backflip? You didn't dunk, right? Like, this guy didn't do the dunk. Bozo does the dub. He's doing the dub. He didn't do the dunk. Why are you flipping? I'm gonna record my screen so I can get this fucking play-by-play. So, he dunks the ball. It's awesome. And then this random guy on the opposite side of the court is like, now it's my time to shine. This is about me now. And then he goes, whoop, and then boom. Socks his head off a guy's shoulder, stopping his flip immediately, and he falls on his fucking head. And I feel like I've talked about this on my podcast before, but dude, my favorite thing is when something cool happens, and then like 2 other people high five about it. It's so funny to me because it's so, you don't have to do that, but it is so human to be like, I'm so excited, me and you, let's fucking hate each other about it. It is so, I love it so much. Anytime I see that, like at a sports game, someone scores a goal, and then 2 guys are like, dude, me and you, we did that. I love it. So that reminds me of that. Okay, next one.
literally, you look like a woman in a lot of these pictures that I'm seeing. Guys, all of these filters.
Man, okay. I am on all fours. I'm on all fours, barking at any alpha M slander. This guy's such a fucking clown. You literally look like a woman in some of these pictures I'm seeing. I don't want to fuck you. Man, that pic is crazy. This picture, it looks like it was taken in like 2007, dude. Alpha, that's alpha shit right there, dude.
It's about drive, it's about power.
I mentioned this type of TikTok in my original video. These types of, okay, I don't even know how to describe it, but these TikToks make me laugh so fucking hard. We'll just watch it. I think it, like, because it doesn't give you time to process, like, what's going on. People don't even say bless you anymore. They just look at you like this. Willem Dafoe. This picture of Meek Mill, who has just loose fries on his legs. And this... Oh, that kills me, man. Pigeons on the sidewalk. Oh, it's so stupid, man. You guys wanted this video, man. You guys asked me for this video.
They're coming for you, Michaela. Well, they passed me. Back at it again with the white man.
Okay, man, people on TikTok are absolutely out of their mind, man. Like, who made that video of that dog? I feel like the original video of like this back at it again with the white vans thing, I feel like they're being satirical. I feel like no one's actually that millennial, but still, it is so funny. Like, what is that video? Okay, the other thing about TikTok that is brings me so much joy, I guess, is like finding out that we're all experiencing like the same shit. Like, nothing that I experience is unique. On one side of that, it's like, well, fuck, I thought I was the outlier. I thought I was the main character, if you will. But no one, everybody goes through the same shit. And that's really nice, right? That's comforting, right? Because this TikTok, dude. God! For the love of God! When you're pooping and pushing and making good progress, but you take that one small second to breathe and you mess up that good string of shat coming out. Now no more won't come out, and obviously there is still more inside your bum. Like, that is so specific, but I know that feeling all too well, and you all do as well, I'm sure. All too well. It's so crazy how that, like, I thought that was just me. I thought that was just me that happens to, right? You're pushing, you haven't taken a breath in like 30 seconds, so you breathe, and the poop goes like, shooting back up in your butt so hard that it like comes out of your mouth almost. You know what I mean? So that's why I love TikTok a lot. Okay, so I got tagged in this next TikTok a lot. Try to figure out why. So yeah, everybody was commenting on it, saying that this guy looks like me. And honestly, dude, pretty fucking close, dude. This is me if I took the country boy stuff like seriously. Like, this is the Kurtis to country pipeline that I did not follow. But if I did, at least I know I'd still be popping on TikTok, man. This got like a bunch of likes. Oh, yeah. All right, next one.
When you drunk and trying to find a seat.
Oh, okay. Oh, dude, that fucking sucks. I guess we're just in the falling section now. When you're drunk and trying to find a seat. God, he thought there was just a fucking chair there, and there was not.
When you drunk and trying to find a seat.
Oh, God, that would hurt so much. Oh. When you get hurt when you're drunk, too. Like, I woke up with a bruise, right here, like, 2 days ago. From when Jacob, like, punched me when we were drinking. It was as a joke. It's actually good that they got this on video, because he's going to wake up tomorrow, and he's going to be in so much pain, and be like, what the hell happened to me? Did I get hit by a truck? And then he just gets to watch this video and be like, oh, great. Now it's on a fucking YouTuber's channel. Great. Okay, dude. I forgot about this one. Okay. So I'll just narrate it while it plays. But these two UFC guys, the caption is respect between two warriors. So they were in a fight. And one guy's in a fucking ambulance He's fucking banged up. And the guy who put him in there is like, hey, what's up, man? And then they go in and they get a picture together. When we were on tour last month, we saw the picture that they posted of this interaction, and me, Jacob, and Dean were fucking crying for like an hour because it is the funniest photo of all time. I'm trying to find it, sorry. This, you look me in the eyes and tell me this isn't the funniest picture of all time. Two guys that just got their fucking shit rocked. Two guys that just got fucking, who got their blocks knocked off, and they're just like, this guy. Holy shit, dude. And then obviously I put it into Facetune and I got rid of all their injuries, so now they're back to normal. And then I tweeted my balls on December 1st, which is today actually. So, check it out. Oh my god, I almost fucking fell, and that would have been funny. My balls on December 1st, it was a no nut November joke. Because it's December 1st, my balls are gonna be all banged up because of how much I'm. Okay, next one. This caption is, I made you hard just by making out. Put some respect on my name, ho.
Fuck you off this perk, you gon' think a nigga trip. If I fuck you off this perk, I'ma have that pussy drip. Let me.
One time I got a boner climbing a tree.
Stop.
I love that video so much. Because, like, it's not hard. You know? It's not hard for that to happen. I remember, dude, straight up, I remember when I was in, like, elementary school, when I was in, like, fucking 5th or 6th grade, when we'd play the national anthem every morning, like, without fail, I'd have a fucking boner. Like, without fail, dude. I don't know, maybe I just love my country. But no matter what, every time I just stand up and listen to the national anthem, dude, fully fucking torqued, I kid you not. Yeah, I really put the oh in Oh Canada, you know what I mean? That's why I love this video so much. This guy got a boner climbing a tree? Of course you did, man. Of course.
What's an opinion you have that might piss some people off?
I think things should be more dangerous for the fire brigade. I think they should have less tools to fight the fires.
Holy shit. That is such an evil video, man. I love it, dude. I disagree. I'll say that. I'm not laughing in agreeance. Agreement? Agreeance? I'm not laughing because I agree with him. That is just such a crazy opinion to have. Firefighters have it too easy. The way he's like he's like smiling while he's saying it too. It's so evil. And this guy looks like me as well. Okay, dude, this is another TikTok that me, Jacob, and Dean were fucking crying at. It's so good. I could fucking write an essay about this TikTok. Like it's like sped up a little. He's so bored that he puts his dick in a fan and the little jump. And it's so funny because it wouldn't have been as funny if he just got like if it went like and then he fell to the ground. But the fact that he like got embarrassed, you know, and was like he just keeps walking around. It's so funny, dude. Because fellas, we've all done it. We've all at least thought of it, and that's why men live shorter lives, right? That's why men have a shorter life expectancy. Because we see a fan, we see spinning blades that are going so fast, so you can't even make out a blade of the fan, and you go, "What if I put my dick in that?" So yeah, this next TikTok is weird. It's like I don't know. It's just a guy like, you know, he's just pointing at a tweet in classic TikTok fashion, but the tweet is from Adam Carolla, which was one of the co-hosts of The Man Show that I made a video about a little bit ago. And I thought this was a fake tweet, because like, what the fuck does this even mean, right? More American males now wear bracelets than eat stew. What? And then I looked it up, and this is a real thing that he tweeted. He's upset that males are wearing bracelets and not just like eating stew. I don't think those have any correlation at all. Like if your mom makes like stew for dinner, a guy's not gonna be like, "No, I'm good. I'm just gonna wear this bracelet, mom. I'm stuffed." And on the other side of that, like if you have a fire outfit going and all you need to do is accessorize, you're not just gonna be like, "Perfect. The outfit is complete. Chunky stew." So this next TikTok was actually made by my beautiful girlfriend Jenna. It's just it's a funny TikTok, man. It's good. So yeah, I wish we dated in high school trend, but with Kurtis and I. So it's gonna be her showing pictures of what she looked like in high school in 2010 and what I looked like in the year 2010. So. Go back. Low, Dude, I was a fucking mess, bro. Dude, I look like I'm 5 years old, dude. What does that fucking fit? I mean, honestly, dude, when I posted this picture on Facebook, that thing was doing numbers, bro. Straight up. People had no idea how I got up there. They're like, yo, how'd you do that? How'd you plank up there, dude? Quick answer, a lot of athleticism, okay? I'm a natural born athlete. Okay, especially when it comes to planking, I get the job done. Okay, dude, this next one is really good. The worst 10 seconds ever recorded. Like, has that ever worked? Like, it's not lined up to pour into a glass. It's not even close, dude. And what does he say after? Bleh. If this is like another language he's speaking, then it's not as funny. But if this guy's trying to speak English and he just said that. Man, just straight up bullying. So funny, man. We'll watch one more.
I still wear a mask, even though I am twice vaccinated. That's my gang sign.
Alright, maybe I'm an anti-vaxxer now. Maybe that's, after seeing that video, I think I might be entering my dumbass era. Sorry. Also, dude, you put that clip at the end of any video, I'll laugh. That fucking emoji going, ugh! Put that at the end of anything, it's funny. That's all you need. Okay, well, I think we all learned a lot. Please don't tell anybody that I used to get a boner to the national anthem. It's not important. All right, that does it for another installment into this series of watching my favorite TikToks with me. If you didn't think they were funny, that's fine. That's the beauty of TikTok, man. The algorithm figures out what you like and it shows it to you. All right, now let's hear a word from today's sponsor.
Things I could have done differently to avoid what ended up happening, but I didn't. And that's on me. So I got a new car last month. For most of my adult life, I've been driving a 2012 Honda Civic that I bought from CarMax in 2015. I'll never forget the day I rolled up to my job at Popeyes and felt like the coolest guy in the parking lot. Took the Max part of the sticker off so it just said car on the back. Had a lot of fun back then. And even though this car was very reliable for pretty much the entire time I had it, it was starting to show its age and I got to a point where I kind of just wanted something that felt nicer to be in. So I splurged a little bit, traded it in for one of the coolest sports cars on the market right now, a 2021 Hyundai Sonata. Now that's not the dumb part. There are so many things about this car that are massive upgrades over what I had before. There's a rear view camera, there's blind spot indicators, I don't have to plug my phone in anymore to play music, it beeps at me if I move 1 inch in either direction on the highway. It's a great car. But there are also things about cars made in the past decade that aren't necessarily better, they're just different. For one, why as a society did we get rid of the Prindle? I have spent the past 15 years of my life building the muscle memory of yanking around my car's joystick to tell it where to go, and now it's just buttons? And I don't have the muscle memory for that. I'm starting to develop some due to time passing, but for the first couple weeks I owned this car, I would have to stop looking this way so I could look down and see where the backwards button is. So that brings me to my story. 6 days after I bought this car, I was leaving a U-Haul storage facility and the exit gate was open. Now I've been there enough to know that sometimes, even though the exit gate is supposed to close, it'll just not. So I gave it a couple seconds, decided, yeah, it's gonna stay open, and started driving forward. And you will never guess what happened the exact moment I made that decision. Yeah, gate started closing. So naturally I'm like, uh-oh, this gate is going to hit my new used car. I should move out of the way. So I hit the reverse button, start accelerating, and my car moves forward. Now, if you've ever been operating a motor vehicle that starts moving in the opposite direction that you intended it to, you probably know about the panic that sets in. And I was running out of time. I could feel the gate inching nearer and nearer. So in the heat of the moment, I very wisely decided to do the exact same thing that didn't work the first time. I hit the reverse button, hit the gas pedal, and once again, my car moves forward. At this point, the only thing I've managed to do is get more in the path of the gate. And before I could try my foolproof strategy a third time, it crashed into the side of my car and the alarm went off and it made a big old scratch that'll probably cost a couple $100 to get buffed out and repainted. I don't know the exact amount yet because I'm too embarrassed to tell anyone what happened. Anyway, I've had about a month now to process this, and I'm of two minds. On one hand, it is kind of hilarious that I waited 9 years to buy a new car and I couldn't even get through one full week without fucking it up. I would love to see the security footage of me stopping in front of a closing gate, quickly accelerating, stopping, accelerating again, stopping again, before getting out and yelling, "God damn it!" It probably looked really funny. But then, on the other hand, I am kind of like, well, what the fuck happened? Because like, I know that I hit the reverse button 2 separate times, and both times my car just decided not to do it.
I tried recreating this exact scenario in a parking lot to pinpoint exactly where I went wrong, and my best guess is just that I hit the accelerator and the reverse button at the same time, which triggered the car's computer to be like, hey, you can't do that. You're gonna hurt the transmission. Let's hurt the side of the car instead.
And like, it's a good thing that there's a mechanism in place to prevent the car from changing gears when you're moving too quickly. If I hit the reverse button while driving 70 miles per hour down the highway, I actually would want my car to ignore that. I'm pretty sure there was a similar mechanism in my old car. The difference is, though, that if this exact scenario happened while I was driving that one, there would have been physical feedback to tell me it was still in drive, and maybe I would have been less likely to floor it twice. In order to get the same confirmation from a button, you have to press it, look down at the dashboard, find the part that indicates what gear the car is in, process that information, and then react accordingly. And even if you can do all that very quickly, it still takes longer to send that information to your brain than if you can just feel where your hand is. And again, I'm the dumbass here. There are so many things I could have done differently. If I had just immediately accelerated as soon as I got to the gate, I would have made it through with time to spare. I also could have taken 3 extra seconds to just type my code in. I even could have stayed in bed all day and never gone anywhere near this gate, and that would have been a better decision too. But unfortunately, I didn't do any of those things. I did this, and I'm gonna have to live with that for the rest of my life. But my funny little mishap got me thinking about all these things I've seen over the past couple years of people getting screwed over by like modern features in their cars. And it made me want to do some research about it. And my takeaway is that while it would be untrue to say that cars have gotten worse, I do think they've gotten dumber.
I looked up why cars made the shift from the Prindle stick to just buttons, or a touchscreen on the ceiling, or a wheel that's right next to the volume knob that hopefully has never caused a hilarious but unfortunate accident. And it turns out the main reason is just that the stick is not necessary anymore, because you're not physically changing the gear, you're just telling the car's computer what to do. Which, like, I get it, you know, I'm not here to stand in the way of progress. I just think that if you have to create a new problem in order to fix something that wasn't really a problem to begin with, you're not being as innovative as you might think you are. Without a doubt, my biggest personal gripe with how cars are made now is touchscreen dashboards. Almost 80% of new cars in 2022 had some kind of touchscreen display built into it. It's just the norm now. And on the surface, it seems like an improvement. I mean, obviously this is more advanced technology than this. Gross. I bet this one doesn't even have 12 different menus I can flip through to try to figure out how to get my turn signals on. It just doesn't make much sense to me when there's already such a massive increase in distracted driving and accidents and deaths that happen because of it, that they're adding this thing into cars that you literally have to look at to be able to use. There's a Swedish magazine that ran this test a couple years ago where they had people drive 12 different cars down the highway and timed how long it took for them to complete the same series of tasks in each of them. And the winner by far was a 2005 Volvo. Now, this doesn't mean that 2005 Volvo is the best car. It just means that for basic tasks like changing a radio station or turning the AC on, physical buttons that you can memorize the location of are the quickest and safest way to do those things. You don't have to look away from the road to be able to find where the button is. I think ideally modern cars are built with the right combination of actual buttons for basic tasks and the touchscreen for more advanced features, most of which you don't really need to use while driving anyway. And it does seem like some of the companies that maybe over-embraced this technology a few years ago have started to peel back and find a happy medium. But what absolutely drives me crazy is cars that have consolidated the entire dashboard into one giant iPad. Windshield wipers? We put it on the touchscreen. Want to turn the air down a little bit? We put it on the touchscreen. I think the irony of these kinds of interfaces is that they give the illusion of luxury. This certainly seems like the more innovative option until you realize that the main reason they're so prevalent in cars now is because it is the cheapest way to build one.
It actually costs a lot of money to engineer all of these buttons and switches and to have the wiring. Doing all of that in software is a lot cheaper.
It is more expensive to produce actual knobs and buttons than it is to just throw every function onto one screen, make it compatible with Apple CarPlay, and call it a day. And then when something goes wrong, it's just a software problem. We'll figure it out. Or maybe we have to replace the entire thing and it's gonna be $4,000. Who's to say? And I didn't even mention the fact that if the screen does end up malfunctioning in a car that's entirely reliant on it, it's not just a minor inconvenience, it means you can't drive the car until it gets fixed. Some of the extra hoops I've seen people have to jump through in order to accomplish basic tasks now are mind-boggling. You know how sometimes you have the AC on, but it ends up blasting right into your hand, so you have to reach over and change the direction of the vent? Well, that's fucking dumb, okay? That's how a caveman would do it. It makes way more sense to go on over to the car tablet, find the AC control button, select the air vent you want to change, and then drag it where you want it to go, all while barreling through a school zone. While watching a bunch of videos of car dashboards, I happened upon this 1989 Toyota, and there's something so beautiful about it. Look at that subtle burgundy interior, the tasteful thickness of those buttons. Oh my God, it even has a seatbelt. But I'm aware that I'm over-romanticizing the past a little bit, because if I truly wanted a car that looked like this, I could have just bought one. Like, I do want modern features. I do want a car that's able to do the things that my phone can do. But if these things are implemented in a way that forces you to look away from the road in order to be able to use them, I think we should reconsider how we got here. At this rate, it's only a matter of time until cars start shoving ads in our faces.
This car ride is brought to you by Opera, the smarter way to browse the web. Oh, I was being kind of facetious about that. I've never been more organized online since I started using Opera. The fact that it'll automatically sort my different tab rabbit holes into their own islands so I'm not constantly overwhelmed by the uninhibited whims of my own brain has legitimately changed my life. Wait, can I really not skip this? Not only does Opera have a free ad blocker built directly into the browser, but they also have a free VPN included with no additional fees or extensions you need to download. When I told my grandpa, he couldn't believe it.
You know, back in my day, you had to pay good money for a VPN. Now they're just giving them away for free.
I'm just trying to use the GPS, man. And on top of being more functional and more secure, I think Opera just looks better. I love that you can have an animated wallpaper as the background of your homepage. I love that you can pin the sidebar if you want to keep an Instagram or TikTok page open, or have it close automatically if you're trying to get work done and need to keep the endless scroll at arm's length. There's even a battery saver feature you can toggle on and off that'll help you get the most out of your laptop before having to get up and finally charge it. That does sound pretty useful, actually. Upgrade the way you use the internet, download Opera for free using my link in the description. If you scroll too far, don't worry, it's also in the pinned comment. Thank you to Opera for sponsoring today's video. Wow, I'm convinced. I'm going to download Opera on my computer and smartphone today. Now, where am I? Oh, great. Hi, honey. Yep, I drove into the ocean again.
Cars have been around for about 100 years now, and it kind of seems like maybe we figured out the best way to make them and ran out of ways to meaningfully innovate. But that doesn't really work when you're trying to get people to buy a new one every single year, so you have to find something you can add to make it seem like there's been a big improvement. Things like door handles that retract into the car, which I guess is cool. I don't know if I've ever thought of the handle sticking out 3/4 of an inch as being an issue, but I'll admit it adds some sleekness to the car, and it's not like it's making things worse, right? What's that? If it gets too cold outside, the handles don't work anymore? Yeah, no, I could see how that might not be great.
Tesla fixed this problem with a software update last October. You can just press this to pop the door open when the door handles are frozen.
Great news, everyone. We've updated the app so you can now get into your car during the winter. So consider that problem solved.
But didn't you create the problem in the first
We're
place?
actually not taking any questions at this time.
My favorite thing about these door handles is no matter how many times I get an Uber driver that's in a Tesla, I don't know how to get inside. I'm sure it's very simple, but clearly I'm struggling enough as it is. One thing I haven't seen as many people talk about, but has driven me crazy for the past few years is headlights are getting brighter, right? Like, that's not just me. I cannot tell you how many times I've been driving down a 2-lane road at night and a car passes me with headlights so unbelievably bright, I cannot see anything for like 10 seconds. Hopefully I'm still in my lane. I guess I'll find out soon. Now, this is one of those things that's a double-edged sword, right? Because in theory, brighter headlights should make driving safer because visibility is improved. But I feel like it has to negate a little bit of the safety when those headlights don't just hit the road and instead shine directly into the eyes of oncoming drivers. I looked it up, and the two things that are causing this are, one, manufacturers using LEDs now instead of the softer and yellower halogen bulbs from the last couple decades. LEDs tend to be brighter and more compact, so they hit even harder when you're staring down the barrel of one.
Oh, this one for sure.
But the other reason for this is a byproduct of something that I think is in itself a problem, which is that cars are so much bigger now than they've ever been. So if you're driving a sedan in the opposite lane of a brand new Suburban, those lights are gonna have to go through your eyeballs in order to hit the road. There's something a little paradoxical about the safety of cars now, where they are much safer than they've ever been, while also posing more of a threat than they ever have. A brand new truck may have great safety ratings because it's twice as big as every other car around it, but now every other car around it has to worry about getting demolished by a truck that's twice as big as them. Pedestrian deaths in America have skyrocketed over the past decade, and I don't think it's a coincidence that that's happening while cars continue to get taller and heavier for mostly no reason other than because they can, because there's no regulations stopping them from doing it. And if a truck being way bigger than it needs to be is what convinces someone to sign up for a $1,200 a month car payment, why would those car companies have any incentive to stop? It's created this cycle where I think a lot of people feel like the only way forward is to fight fire with fire. Everyone else has a giant car? Well, I guess I need to get one for myself. I remember seeing this post a few months ago where this guy talked about how lucky he was to have been driving in such a gargantuan SUV when he got in an accident because he and his family were able to walk away unharmed. And obviously, that's great that they're okay. This could have ended very tragically, and I'm happy that it didn't. But for someone to see this and their takeaway to be, see, this is why everyone should buy the biggest SUV they can because it's the only way to keep your family safe. You're not taking into account the fact that in a lot of cases, these giant trucks and SUVs are the danger.
Since the introduction of SUVs, there has been a massive increase in what are called front overs. A person, usually a child, getting run over by an SUV by a driver who can't even see them. Over a 10-year period, over 500 American children were killed by being run over by SUVs.
I mean, shit, why stop here? I think every American citizen should drive around in a military-grade tank. Yeah, we might run over a few more kids, but as long as they're not my kids, who gives a shit? Now, of course, I cannot make a video about cars that are bigger than they need to be, and dumber than they need to be, and more dangerous than they need to be, without talking about the one that lies squarely in the cross-section of that Venn diagram, the Tesla Cybertruck.
Welcome to the Cybertruck unveil. It is literally bulletproof. Ultra hard stainless steel. Really hard. Of course it will come with autopilot standard. Franz, could you try to break this glass, please? Oh my fucking god.
So this awesome car, which looks like when you first boot up a video game and not all of the textures have loaded in yet, was announced a couple years ago as starting at $40,000. Fast forward to today. Anyone who is driving one of these right now, the bare minimum that I've seen any of them spend 100 grand. One of the biggest reasons for this absolutely bonkers price jump is this $20,000 foundation fee. That's right, there's an additional fee tacked on that is almost as much as what I spent on my entire car. So you're probably dying to know what that bonus gets you. Well, some people who paid for it don't even seem to know.
$20,000 for it being a foundation series. Now, I don't know what that really means or anything, but yeah, I paid it because I wanted the truck.
So at first I thought it it was just that it says the word foundation on it, which would be really funny. But apparently most of what that fee is meant to be attributed to is the self-driving feature that you would otherwise have to pay a separate monthly fee to access.
Of course, it will come with autopilot standard.
Now, one tiny little thing to note about this feature is that it is not available yet, and no one can even hazard a guess as to when it will be. So as it currently stands, the only thing this $20,000 fee gives you is priority access to a car that's littered with problems.
Oh shit. Oh, we already broke it. Alright, so my Cybertruck is completely broken. My foot is on the floor and it's not moving.
This gear selector at the top, it just dropped down. Something's going on with the windshield. What? I got all these warnings I never seen before. I'm trying to open up the trunk. It won't respond. I'm going back and forth trying to close it. It won't close. It won't close. It won't close. When the tailgate's down, the camera's showing you the street. I have had enough.
At this point, I think I know more about manufacturing than anyone currently alive on Earth.
I have to say, I have really enjoyed watching videos lately from people who may or may not be in denial about the absurd amount of money wasted on this stupid car. They'll make these update videos where they complain about so many things they hate about it, and then be like, and that's why it's a perfect car. And I have no regrets.
This car is definitely worth the hype. This thing right here is a fingerprint magnet. I just got my car washed yesterday and there's still water spots. I noticed that my roof was starting to come off. Their navigation system sucks. It's rusting on the inside. It was like this when I picked it up. I definitely think it's worth $100,000.
So included with the Foundation series, you get all weather floor mats, and if you look right up here, there's a little Cybertruck logo.
Wait, did you say floor mats for all weather? Well, never mind then. They should have charged an extra $50,000. Sorry, I should be more sensitive. These people are going through enough right now. It's bad enough their car is falling apart, but they're also getting relentlessly bullied. Cyber clown trucks for stupid. Give it to the stupid clown to spend their life away. And this guy just said gay truck. That's like a truck owner's worst nightmare. I will say one thing I do really love about this car is that the rear view mirror doesn't work. Its view is completely obstructed most of the time. I mean, if you want, you can just look down at the screen at the rear view camera, but that also becomes useless if it gets even a little bit dirty. And isn't driving through dirt kind of the whole point of having a truck? That's all they do in commercials. Now, if off-roading is the thing you want to do in this truck, good luck, because it doesn't seem to know how to do that.
My friend in the 4Runner wanted to take that incline challenge, and he killed. The Subaru also went up that incline. The Cybertruck did not make it up that incline. And once we got to about the middle of the incline, it would stop. We tried airing down to 30 PSI, but it still did not make it up the hill.
Also, you're not gonna believe this, but part of his car broke while he was doing this. How does this keep happening? To be fair though, look how easily it navigates this puddle of mud. I mean, if I tried to drive through that in my old Civic, I literally would have drowned. But this truck can do things that I've never seen any vehicle do before. Yes, technically, this road is paved, but they're still in the woods. That's gotta count for something. This truly is the all-in-one vehicle. You can drive out in the middle of nowhere and sleep there if you want. It even comes with its own tent that you can attach to the back of the truck for an additional $3,000. Now, considering you can get a pretty big tent for like $100, you'd probably assume that this thing is decked out with premium features. No, it's just a tent. A 1-inch thin mattress, a couple of straps, a zipper that barely works. But since it's an official Tesla product, you know you're getting that signature high-quality engineering.
Oh, that doesn't sound good. It's broken.
It even comes with a bicycle pump, so you can spend 10 minutes manually blowing it up. For $3,000, you should be able to hit a button and watch this thing assemble itself. It is crazy to me how much they're able to overcharge for the most basic shit. Cosmetically, this stainless steel, absolutely gorgeous. It does pick up the occasional fingerprint if you touch it at all. But as long as you don't get in the car or anywhere near the car, you've got nothing to worry about. And if it does get a little spotty, not a problem, just take it through a car wash. But if you do that, make sure you put it on car wash mode first, otherwise it'll break the truck and void your warranty.
The Cybertruck does not work anymore. Listen to the noise this thing makes. That was a weird popping sound. So what did I do different? Today I went to the beach, took it through the car wash, make sure all the sand's off. Then I pulled it in the garage and nothing.
This thing is practically invincible. You can hit it with a hammer. You can hit it with a shopping cart. But if it gets any bugs on it, you need to clean that off immediately or you will ruin it forever. The Cybertruck is also famously bulletproof for some reason, although I'm not really sure why they've made that one of the primary selling points.
When you shoot a normal truck, the bullets go in one side, straight through and out the other side. You cannot hide behind the vehicle to be safe. So
It's something to keep in mind.
Keep in mind for what? Who are you marketing this car to? John Wick? The things they chose to prioritize while making this truck are baffling to me. Who gives a shit that it's bulletproof if the material they had to use to make it that way makes it so razor sharp you cut your hand every time you open the door? Who cares how strong the interior is if it can't even get wet? They're calling it a car made for any planet. Guys, why don't we start with making it work on this one? As far as safety goes, I've seen conflicting reports about this. There's a crash that happened between a Cybertruck and a Toyota Corolla, and if you look at the photos from the accident, you might think, wow, this truck is invincible. It barely got a scratch on it. Meanwhile, the guy in the Corolla is probably seriously hurt, right? No, he's fine. The problem with this rigid outer body is that cars are designed to crumple in an accident. That's their way of absorbing as much force as possible. If your car doesn't crumple, that force will be passed on to the passengers inside of it. So while the Cybertruck may look like the world's most indestructible car, a lot of people who know more about physics than I do aren't so sure this is a good thing. I think what Tesla has done the most successfully with this truck is make it so their target audience doesn't care about any of these problems. I've seen people online who are actively enduring nightmare situations still go out of their way to defend this company. Cybertruck broke down on my first road trip with my family, lost the back motor and was unable to drive, had to get it towed 2 hours back home. First year problems. Always good to wait a year or two on a brand new model. I know this as an early 3/Y owner, but man, come on. Had to grab the Cybertruck. No, you didn't. And it definitely seems like you shouldn't have. I found this guy on Twitter whose experience perfectly encapsulates the Cybertruck launch. His truck broke pretty much immediately. He got that patented flashing red critical service error, couldn't even drive it, had to pull over. Since then, it's been in the shop for weeks with no word on how long it's gonna take to fix. There's apparently at least 10 different things wrong with it. Wire harness needs replacement, ripple in windshield, driver's seat rubbing on center console, headliner sagging, chip and foundation series dashboard trim, mobile connector provided with Cybertruck not charging the truck past 6 amps, front misalignment, one side is higher, rear side arch misalignment sticking up. It could be another month before this guy gets his $100,000 car back. In the meantime, they're making up for all the trouble they've caused him by letting him borrow a regular Model 3 Tesla, which he himself described as being filthy with a strong, unpleasant odor that has persisted even after he went to the trouble of cleaning it inside and out. And it is fascinating to watch this guy, who has been absolutely fucked by Tesla, continue to go to war on Elon's behalf. People often criticize what they don't fully grasp, but the moment you take the wheel of a Cybertruck, everything changes. You'll quickly discover that all other trucks pale in comparison, becoming obsolete in the Cybertruck's shadow. Hey guys, it's been like 2 weeks since you took my car. Are you almost done fixing it, or? They've got it all twisted. Instead of comparing the Cybertruck to other trucks, they should compare the other EV trucks' features and capabilities to those of the Cybertruck. Then it becomes clear just how superior the Cybertruck is and how the other trucks are stuck in the dinosaur era. Hey, my car has been in the shop for its entire life so far. Do you think I'm ever gonna be able to drive it again? While other trucks are busy playing catch up, the Cybertruck is already in the future, being the undisputed champion. Hating on the Cybertruck might get you more engagement and clicks, but I'll never fake it to make it. I love my Cybertruck. Really wish I could get my truck back this weekend. Still no update. Dude, if I was this guy, I would be furious. He has every right to be pissed off here, but he seems to be more mad at the people telling him he's been scammed than at the company that actually scammed him. I've spent so much time this month watching videos of people driving this car and talking about this car and hating on this car, but at the end of the day, it's not fair for me to fully judge something that I've never even seen in person, let alone actually driven. Sure, I can pick and choose clips that fit the argument I'm trying to make, but can I really condemn something I've never even stepped foot inside? No. But then I found out there's an app you can use to rent other people's cars for a day, so I spent $700 to pretend I own a Cybertruck.
Love that sound.
This is my nightmare. Everything on the screen, nothing's here. I don't like how many buttons I have to press to like turn the AC off. For a truck as big as this is, I don't love how sensitive everything is. The steering wheel, you barely have to turn it. You don't need to brake. I instinctively, when I'm slowing down, I want to take my foot off the accelerator and brake, but it brakes when you let go of the accelerator, so it's like really jerky. I guess I would get used to that if I drove it more often, but so far it's just like, I feel like I'm really drawing a lot of attention to myself. Going to a Costco parking lot, probably a bad idea. Everyone is turning and looking.
When I drive, I do not want to be perceived or looked at.
That guy right there is stopping to look at us right now.
Another Tesla is looking at us.
He's like, ah, my big brother.
When we got inside Costco, though, something weird happened. People stopped looking at me.
I had to get out of there as soon as possible. Look at all these normies. Only I'm in the Cybertruck. Okay. So many steps to open the mirror. They have something called karaoke? Look at me, took me, shook me, feeling me, singing from heart. Like a lot of reviewers said, you cannot use this rear view mirror. It is just complete darkness in there. It is very smooth to drive. It doesn't feel like you're driving a giant truck, but I kind of wish it did. If you forget that your car weighs 7,000 pounds and you're driving it like it doesn't, like I just feel like it's way too easy to accelerate as fast as you can and slice someone in half, which I'd rather not do.
It was a beautiful spring day outside, so the next thing on my agenda was a romantic picnic in the park with my lovely wife.
What's wrong? You've hardly touched your cereal. We don't want Cinnamon Toast Crunch, I got a banana instead. I've driven a little bit now. I'm pretty sure every time I've parked and gotten out so far, I've left the car on because I don't know how to turn it off. There's not like a button or anything. But I finally figured out, it's very intuitive. You hit this, and then was it safety, right? And then you scroll all the way down, and you want to scroll past Joe mode. Don't put it on Joe mode. Then you just hit power off, and then that's it. And that's how you turn off the Cybertruck.
Getting the truck to fit into my garage was a lot closer of a call than I expected it to be. If I did own this car, this would be quite the fun little adventure to get to go on every single day.
And that's how you park a Tesla Cybertruck in your garage.
Despite all my issues with the truck, the more I drove it around the city and felt the enamored stares from mesmerized bystanders, I was reminded of what the guy I rented it from told me. You'll feel like a celebrity. And god damn it, he was right. I've never felt more popular. What, is that freaking Brad Pitt over there? Nope. Just little old me driving the best truck in the world.
Please, no pictures. I'm a regular person just like you.
I like the way this car makes me feel.
I don't care how much it costs. If it's not solid gold, I don't want it.
Hey, can I talk to you for a sec?
Sure, but make it quick.
Ever since you've been driving that car, you've been acting kind of weird.
How exactly do you mean?
You're like a completely different person now.
Oh, I see. You're jealous.
What?
You're jealous because I own the world's most awesome car.
You don't own the car. You're renting it for one day.
Oh, tell me how I knew you'd bring that up.
Because it's true, Drew.
I'm sorry, I can't deal with this right now. I need to go clear my head. I'm gonna take a nice scenic drive dangerously close to the edge of a cliff. We interrupt this slow motion car montage with some breaking news. Somehow the Cybertruck just got even dumber. Tesla has officially recalled all 3,800 of the vehicles due to a problem with the accelerator pedal. Turns out the pedal has a cheap plastic cover over it that's been fastened on so poorly, it's sliding off, getting lodged under the piece in front of it, and causing drivers to go as fast as this stupid car can go.
It held the accelerator down 100%. Full throttle.
This is a real thing that's actually happening. We here at Channel 300 News urge you, if your husband is about to drive one of these death traps near or around a cliff, you must go stop him. His life could be in danger.
Honey, I just saw on the news.
Who's a big, strong truck? That's right, you are. I had to give the truck back last night. It was one of the hardest moments of my life. Technically, I still had a few hours left on the rental, but Amanda said she felt weird or something. I don't know, it's all a blur. Final thoughts on the truck. I think it should cost $1 million, and I wish it had 2 accelerator pedals and no brakes so I could drive twice as fast and never have to stop.
please subscribe.
Day in the life of a lazy teenager who makes $21,000 a month using just his phone. The first thing I do when I go on my phone is open YouTube. Then I search for any particular streamer and I screen record their content. Then I head to Creo.ai, select my gameplay, and it puts the whole video together for me. Last month, this page alone made me $14,000.
Here's how I make $1 million every day as a 3-year-old toddler working from home. First, I look for a funny YouTube video, preferably one with a lot of colors and sounds. Then I film my iPad with my phone. Then I upload it to Microsoft's Copilot AI powered by Bing GPT, and it adds infuriatingly inept Subway Surfers gameplay to the clip. Then I boot my diaper. Then TikTok mails me a check for 200 grand, which I'm pretty sure my parents have been using to fund their online gambling addiction. Hey guy, has anyone else noticed how awesome the internet is lately? I, for one, find it so exciting that every website now has their own named version of AI that pops up begging you to use it. You got any questions for Gemini? Or maybe Murph? Nendo? How about Grok? You need to grok something? It's okay if you do. AI has become completely inescapable, even if you're going to a website where you're not seeking it out and you don't expect it to be. Like, remember when you could search for something on Google and the only thing they would show you was a bunch of relevant websites and results? Boring. That's not what I'm here for. I think it's much better that now they're using artificial intelligence to tell me to jump off a bridge. Hey Google, do I need a parachute while skydiving? Nope, a regular backpack works just as well. Hey Google, can cockroaches live in your penis? Of course they can. How do you think they got the name? Wow, I love living in the future. To me, this is the ultimate example of what the AI craze is doing to tech companies, because for the most part, it's not really doing anything differently than it used to. For a long time now, they've had searches that result in one highlighted answer. This is kind of the same thing, but just rebranded as AI because that makes it sound smarter than it actually is. But it's not like it's carefully compiling all the most reputable results and running it through their fact-checking algorithm. It's still just aggregating it from one place. And because Google recently spent a bunch of money to buy all of Reddit's data, usually that place is just a random Reddit post from like 10 years ago. This one about how you should put glue on your pizza to get cheese to stick to it was from a user named Fucksmith. This one about how you should be eating at least 1 rock per day is a direct headline from The Onion, perhaps the most famous satire website. If they're not even programming The Onion as information the AI should not consider to be factual, I can't imagine any safeguards were put into place. This is so dangerous for someone to read this and think they should be eating 1 small rock every day, when most doctors would tell you to eat a handful of medium rocks at minimum. One little pebble's not gonna do anything. For real though, I do think it's concerning that a website people go to for information and tend to trust, for better or for worse, is so willing to destroy that trust just because they thought this gimmick would make their stock price go up. And it did. The economy makes sense. I'm gonna celebrate by putting gasoline in my spaghetti. Something I've been kind of interested in lately is the dead internet theory, which if you dig too much into, comes with some weird baggage, makes some pretty ridiculous claims. So I'm just gonna separate the core idea and make it its own thing. But basically just the idea that as time goes on, the internet is turning into a place where most of the content on it is not only produced and managed by AI, but is also being interacted with by AI in this kind of endless loop that doesn't even involve humans at all. Like if you've gone on Quora at all recently, you've probably noticed questions that have been asked by bots filled with answers given by bots. So what was initially created as a place where people could go to get advice from other people has been overrun by AI just talking to itself. Social media websites are also going through a similar shift right now, but perhaps none more prevalent than Facebook. In 2019, Facebook deleted over 5 billion accounts for being fake, which far exceeded the number of real human accounts. And that was before all these programs became as widely available as they are now. At this point, most of Facebook seems to be these giant spam accounts run by bots, posting content created by AI that's being flooded with comments that may or may not have been written by ChatGPT. Today's my birthday, please, please, I like meat. Happy birthday, amen, 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 amen. As soon as one type of photo becomes successful, you'll start seeing a bunch that are almost exactly the same. A grandma who's turning 1,000,000 years old and just wants to be loved. A comically long truck full of American flags driving down the wrong side of the highway. Soldiers and dog soldiers with mechanical legs. Today my birthday.
No one loves me because I'm poor. Honestly, man, if I had to guess, I think it's actually because of your shoes. Have you tried wearing something less terrifying? Today's my birthday. No, yon lodines because I'm poor. Again, man, I don't think it's cause you're poor. I think it's the shoe. I'm single. I need a boyfriend. I'm available. I'm right here for you both. Can you come to me? I will take you out and show you off to everyone and tell them this is my girlfriend. There's something so eerie about scrolling through Facebook now. It's kind of like if you went to an old mall that's on its last legs, they've only got a few open stores left, there's hardly anyone ever walking around. It would be like if that mall tried to trick you into thinking it's still popular by filling itself with talking mannequins. They're just repeating robotic catchphrases like, what a beautiful day at the mall. I'm going to browse Spencer's for novelty goods. And you're like, who the hell is falling for this? And then you look over at your uncle and he's trying to fuck one of the mannequins. The mannequin has 2 heads and 3 arms and your uncle's completely undeterred by it. That's what Facebook is now. You'll see the most freakish photos go viral on there, and they're filled with comments from middle-aged dudes like, you may be a little unusual, oh quirky one, but God makes no mistakes. I will pray for you. Now please DM me so I can show you my penis. And honestly, I don't even know if Facebook wants to put a stop to this. All they're ever gonna care about is keeping people on their platform. And if this is what gets them to scroll longer and see more ads, they probably love it. Or at least they'll love it until advertisers start to realize they're overpaying for ad space because none of the impressions they're getting are from real people. So they'll leave to advertise on other websites, and in their place will be ads for like, I don't know, crystals that give you superpowers. Oh, that's already happening?
These are those rhombohedron crystals in your pineal gland. We're seeing common people around the world becoming supernatural.
That's a real ad I got on Facebook. Maybe Twitter's doing better? Let's see what kind of ads they got. Oh, here we go, an ad for stand-up comedy. Nothing weird about that, just a regular human doing regular human stuff.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Europe. Europe who? No, Europe who?
Okay. I think that joke only works if you put the emphasis on, no, you're a poo. I don't know if the AI voice really understands that.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Europe. Europe who? No, Europe who?
Again, similar problem as before, but I do love that he's shouting now.
Knock, knock!
There are 2 big changes that Elon has made to Twitter that have made the website infinitely worse. One, he turned verification into a paid program where if you give them $8 a month, you get increased visibility on your posts, including in replies to other posts. Shortly afterwards, they also added a monetization program so those blue checkmark people could make money off of their tweets. Now, in theory, this is a good thing. I think if a platform is profiting off of your content, it's only fair that you get a percentage of that. The problem is, on Twitter specifically, most of the content that these accounts produce is just stolen memes and videos, or people just saying intentionally divisive shit to get everyone mad and farm engagement. So Elon has taken what he describes as the internet's town square and added a financial incentive to being toxic. So that sucks, but that doesn't really have anything to do with AI. What does have to do with AI is the other version of engagement farming all over Twitter. This like mindless ChatGPT clutter. Remember, buying a blue checkmark puts your tweets at the top of replies. So I guess some people did the math and were like, well, if I just program a bot to comment thousands of replies, I can make at least $9 or $10, and that's what I like to call a profit. Oh, new movie's coming out with Emma Stone? Cool, I wonder what people are saying about it. Good actor, amazing title. Good one, amazing. As title showing, it will be a blockbuster. The film also stars Jesse Plemons, Willem Dafoe, Margaret Qualley. Yeah, no, I read all that. In the tweet that you're replying to, Stone has starred in many films, including Superbad, Easy A, and La La Land. She's known for her natural charm and husky voice. She's also appeared in Cruella, The Amazing Spider-Man, The Help. Stone has won many awards, including an Academy Award, a British Academy Film Award, a Golden Globe. Oh my God, why are the top replies just summarizing Wikipedia? Can we maybe prioritize things that are relevant to the conversation? Can we talk about the actual movie? Can we talk about the political and economic state of the world right now? No, we can't, because this is what happens when you incentivize people to farm impressions. But I also have a conspiracy theory that some of these accounts are not doing it for profit, but were instead created by Twitter themselves to make it seem like there's more users on their site than there actually are. Because again, who benefits from inflated impression numbers on paid ads? Not users, not the advertisers, only the platform itself. See, some of these accounts don't have check marks, or even profile photos for that matter, so there's no financial gain for them to be doing this. They don't seem to be promoting anything.
but that hasn't stopped them from copying and pasting AI-generated comments that cut off as soon as it hits the character limit. I'm glad someone is finally shedding light on the importance of mental health awareness. It's amazing how many people are still struggling in silence, thinking they're alone in their battles. This is in response to a baseball player breaking his hand? But I think the weirdest and most confusing implementation of AI on social media that I've seen is these meta-created Instagram accounts that are either modeled after celebrities but with different names and personalities, or just regular AI-generated people. And they post these stupid photos that look like shit, and you can message them, and for the life of me, I cannot understand what the hell the point of this is. At first, I assume maybe they're just using your conversations to train their language model, but I asked one of them if that was the case, and she said no. Although now that I think about it, I'm not so sure I should believe anything they said, because I only talked to her for a few minutes, and she lied to me multiple times. So first, Liv tells me she's a mother of 2, so obviously I asked her how long she was pregnant, and if there were any complications during childbirth. And she said 40 weeks and 2 days, and 38 weeks and 5 days. Her daughter was born naturally, but she had to have a C-section for her son, and I said gross. Then I asked her if her name was short for Olivia, and she says it's short for Lavana actually, and asked me if I know anyone with that name. I said I know 100 people named Lavana and 200 people named Olivia, but none of them are my friends. Then I asked her what she does for work, and she says she doesn't have a traditional job. So I asked her what her husband does for work, and she says wife actually. So then I asked her if she adopted or gave birth, and she says they adopted both of their children. And I'm like, didn't you just say you had to have a C-section with one of them? And she said, that's right. So I was like, oh, I get it. You gave birth to them and then adopted them from yourself. And she was like, not quite. We adopted our children through a traditional adoption agency. Then I asked her if she had to have a sperm donor since she's a lesbian, and she said, that's right. Then I asked, which one of you gave birth, you or your wife? And she says, my wife gave birth to our son and I gave birth to our daughter. So I was like, oh, so your wife had to have a C-section? And she said yes. Then she told me their names were Max and Ava, and that Max is 9 and Ava is 6. And I said, which one did you give birth to? And she said Ava, who was born via C-section. Got it. So they both had to have C-sections so they could each give birth to one child that they adopted. I asked how they decided who would get pregnant first, and she said she went first with Ava and then her wife had Max. So I was like, how did you have Ava first if Max is older than her? And she said Max is actually younger than her. So I said, how old is Max? And she said 9. And I said, how old is Ava? And she said 6. And then I asked her what her legal name is, and she said Olivia. So I wouldn't exactly say I trust these things. Now, as pointless as this seems to me, though, there's a significantly more popular version of this called Character AI, which apparently already has 20 million monthly users. It's got a bunch of chatbots in it designed after real people, so you can pretend to talk to real people. The company is valued at around $1 billion and is built entirely off the likeness of real human beings, none of whom gave permission and are not being compensated. So there's probably a whole legal can of worms here that needs to be addressed at some point. But I did find out that I'm on the website, so I can finally live my dream of getting to talk to me. What do you do?
I make silly YouTube videos.
Oh my God. It has my voice?
Off of Toshto, where I just reacted to the internet.
Are you married?
Nope.
No.
I have a longtime girlfriend, though.
When did they program this, like 6 years ago?
Are you old enough to be married?
Am I old enough to be married? Brother, I just told you I'm 12.
Hey man, school sucks, but make sure you are still in there learning.
Well, this is probably the worst piece of technology that's ever existed. I do see one use for it though. Can you tell me about today's video sponsor?
Sure thing, big guy.
A couple weeks ago, I was looking for stock photos and I ended up on Adobe Stock where I noticed something strange. One of the first results had this very weird artificial look to it. And sure enough, I zoomed in and realized, oh, that's because it's AI. That's why the road looks like that. That's why none of the words are legible. And then I kept scrolling and found more. Again, words spelled wrong if they were even words at all. In this one, the tape just kind of disappears into the headlight of the car. I don't think that's how they usually set that up. Now, if it wasn't bad enough that what's supposed to be a database full of real professional photographs has been completely diluted with unusable garbage, if I did want to license any of these photos, it would cost me $80. $80 for a photo someone generated by typing police car. This has no value. Actually, this has negative value. You should pay me $80 for making me look at it. The reason people spend money to license photos and videos is because it's something that they don't have the resources to create themselves. Like there's a website I have a subscription to because they have professional stock footage that I would rather pay to be able to use than attempt to make on my own. Tons of YouTubers use this, tons of production studios use this. This is an entire industry
industry that generative AI is threatening to destroy. But what's so infuriating about AI stock footage is that in order for it to exist, it had to be trained on real stock footage. So this isn't some technological innovation that came along and just does things better. Get with the times, man. No, it's straight up stealing from the people it's now competing against. In the case of Adobe, they outwardly state that if you've uploaded something to their database, they use it to train generative AI. It's not even debatable if they're doing this. It's literally written in their terms of service. Here at Adobe, we're all about empowering artists to help them make money off of their work. Unless, of course, we can make money off your work, in which case we will do that instead. The degradation of the internet as a resource database is something I think everyone should be concerned about. Like, if we already have real photographs of specific situations, what is the point of being like, and this one is kind of the same thing, but the computer made it? Why do we need that? What value is this adding to the world? I think it's bad enough when generative AI is used to create works of fiction because, again, it has to steal from actual artists in order to generate anything. But to use it to try to create photorealistic images that end up near the top of search results with no immediate indication that it was artificially engineered, there's something about that that feels wrong to me. I don't understand why we're in such a rush to replace all of the work that humans have done. Something that happened a few months ago that I feel like kind of flew under the radar was when it came out that Netflix used AI to create photographs in a documentary, not a movie, not a fictional TV show. They created photos of someone that do not exist. At what point does this cross an enormous ethical line? Again, we're not talking about works of fiction here. We're talking about literally rewriting history, creating fake documentation from scratch and not even mentioning, hey, by the way, this isn't real. I guess they just hoped people wouldn't notice that all her fingers are messed up and the gap between the door disappears and not a single object behind her looks like something that exists. All for what? So they could have a photo of her looking happy and carefree? But she's a murderer. How could she do that if she likes to party? Like, why can't you just tell the real story? Why even make a documentary if you need to fake evidence in order to make it compelling? But even more importantly, how is this allowed? This is insane. Sorry, I need to calm down. I should listen to some nice, relaxing music. Oh, here we go. Jazz for reading. Perfect. I don't plan on reading, obviously, because I never learned how, but some nice piano music should settle me right down. Wait, why do all these songs sound exactly the same? Who are any of these artists? Seems like kind of a weird coincidence that they're all just first name, last name. Their profile photo is the album artwork of one of their EPs. They have no bio and no links to any social media. Most of them didn't start uploading music until this year, and yet they've ended up in these extremely popular playlists created by Spotify themselves. And what's going on with this guy's foot? There's something eerily non-human about these playlists, and some people have theorized that Spotify might be using AI to create a bunch of songs that they can package under random pseudonyms and then curate these into playlists that they push out onto all their users.
They have AI songs, they attribute them to people that don't exist, and this allows them to take royalties that would go to musicians and keep them for themselves.
I mean, just look at the number of likes on all these. They can advertise these wherever they want all over their app. Now, I want to stress there's currently no proof that Spotify's doing this. I'm not saying for a fact that they are, but it's not hard to understand hypothetically why they would. Spotify, like Netflix, is one of those companies that came in and disrupted the industry by offering a deal that seemed too good to be true, because it was. Wait, for a few dollars a month, I can get access to every song ever made or every movie ever made? How could that possibly be profitable for them? The secret is that it isn't profitable and never has been. But as long as you get in early enough to kill all your competition, establish market control, and raise a bunch of money from investors, it doesn't have to be, at least not for a while. But now it's been a while, and Spotify's getting a little bit more desperate with each passing year. They tried dumping billions of dollars into exclusive podcasts, but ended up just losing a bunch of money and gave up on that. They tried selling a car accessory, but just ended up losing a bunch of money and gave up on that. Then they lost even more money when they had to refund all the people who bought one just because they got mad. Guys, relax. It was only $90 for a thing that doesn't work. And their new plan now is audiobooks, but I'm sure they'll just lose a bunch of money and give up on that because that's what they do. But Spotify's also in a tricky spot because even if you projected infinite growth and they became the only streaming service in the entire world, they'd still have to give up 70% of their revenue to the artists and record labels whose music is the foundation of their product. And that's where this conspiracy comes in. There's a finite pool of revenue every month that mostly gets redistributed back to artists. Well, what if we had our own artists? What if we were to artificially generate our own music for almost no cost and force feed it to as many people as possible? Well, all of a sudden, we're not making 30% on those streams, we're making 100%. Again, it's just a theory, but for a company that struggled to turn a profit for their entire existence, with a CEO who sees zero ethical concerns with generative AI.
I would be surprised if we didn't have already works of that kind on Spotify.
It's not outside the realm of possibility. Either way, it's definitely a bleak thought for artists who are already struggling to make a living from streaming revenue, to think the amount of money that each stream is worth could actually decrease. But whether it's because Spotify's filling their platform with AI music or because a bunch of random people are, there's a good chance this is gonna start happening anyway. No human being could ever compete with the volume of output these new tools can generate. Udio can create an entire song in the time it takes me to grab my guitar off the wall. And because of how easy these things are to use, I've already seen a bunch of videos pop up telling people how to game the system to make a bunch of money from Spotify.
Here's how you can make $10,000 per month uploading AI-generated music to Spotify.
Do you know what the best part is? I didn't even make the music myself.
Yeah, that sure is awesome. Personally, I find it really hard to understand why people would be excited about this, other than just seeing it as a quick way to make some money without having to learn a skill or even really do anything. I don't like what they're doing, but I could at least understand the logic of why they would see value in that. But what I absolutely do not understand is people who are excited about this because they think it's going to improve music. But as I scrolled through the comments on some of these videos, I found so many people like that. How ironic. AI music will replace the soulless, crappy music that's being released now, and it will be better and have more soul. Here's the music the guy generated in the video, by the way. Finally, music with soul. So true, exactly. Before the internet, you pretty much needed to find a record label to publish music. Record companies would not bother with what they would consider non-profitable. With the internet and cheap mixing tools, anyone can publish, and as such, we get a lot of garbage out there. AI music could put a quality floor about what is acceptable. So what, so now we can't even fuck around with FL Studio anymore? It has to be deemed acceptable by a computer? And if record companies just had more control, then music would be good again. Just for clarification's sake, I want to know what music they're referring to. 99.9% chance they're talking about pop music, right? Because generally when people complain about music that's soulless, they're talking about what's on the radio. Who do you think is curating the music on the radio? It's the record labels that you love. If making music was more gatekept, it would only make things more lazy and generic. Like, we live in an age now where what becomes popular is more democratized than it's ever been. Sometimes songs just blow up because they're catchy, not because Sony had a bunch of money to spend on marketing. Also, have you considered listening to something else? You know there's other radio stations, right? You know there's like a billion songs out there, right? You don't need AI to make more songs, you just need to get better at finding good ones. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're consistently consuming media that you don't like in the year 2024, that's a skill issue. Please spend 1 hour on Google and I promise you, you will find something else after a short break to drink your own pee. Also, I just hate the way people like this describe art.
It's easy to get carried away and just start having fun creating random styles of music. But here's the key. You want to create exactly the type of music that people want to hear.
Hey, be careful. The last thing you want to do while making music is enjoy making music. That's not the goal here. You should be making songs you think other people will like. That's the key to happiness in every facet of your life. The thing with AI generated music and artwork and videos as this low effort passive income method is that it is going to get so oversaturated, eventually it's not going to be worth it for anybody. Here's how you can make $20,000 a month selling mid-journey photographs on Etsy. Okay, but all of the people watching this are gonna go make the same exact art using the same exact prompts and flood Etsy with millions of the same crappy piece of art, and no one's gonna buy any of it. It doesn't matter how much you increase the supply if the demand stays the same. I managed to find one guy who was actually honest about the results in one of these videos. He spent a month doing this and sold
one product. And that's probably best case scenario. So you've got more and more people discovering this new side hustle, and they're gonna try it out for a bit, maybe make like $4 and then give up because it's not worth it. But the collateral damage from that is they're helping oversaturate the market for everyone, including actual artists whose work was indirectly stolen in order to make the stuff that you're making to compete with the artists. The whole thing sucks, but weirdly, as this technology continues to evolve, I'm almost getting more optimistic it will never deliver on the self-sufficiency some people seem to think it will. Like, I actually think AI images have gotten worse in the past year. Almost every single piece of AI art that I see has the same style to it, that weird glossy look that's instantly recognizable. It's still getting a lot of the same details wrong. It still doesn't understand what to do with text, and there's no reason to believe that all of that's suddenly gonna change anytime soon, especially as it continues to train on other AI generated images and just eats itself. Okay, so this is how I draw a hand. Got it. Oh, wait, no, this is how I draw a hand? Okay. Oh, no, this is how I draw a hand. The more information you give me, the smarter I get. An AI-generated video is an abomination. It has all the same issues as AI images, but adds them to every individual frame, all of which seem to act independently of each other. There are no rules they're following. There's no sense of physics. Body parts shift and morph, sometimes disappearing altogether. Solid objects can pass through other solid objects at any time, resulting in this hellish dreamscape that's impossible to take seriously. And I think that people talking it up are delusional. I decided to put some famous album covers into Luma Labs AI. Here are the results. Fire emoji. The street looks so realistic. Followed when I saw this. Oh man, this is gonna be good. Who's that guy? Why did they all stop and run into each other? What are the cars doing back there? This is mine. Dope. This one is more fluid. You know, it's funny you say that. I actually think they both look like shit. This one's actually pretty good though. I like how it just created two new guys and then covered up the original ones. Man, if that's not a metaphor for what's going on here, I don't know what is. One thing that has been lacking with AI generated video up to now has been emotional performance from our Gen AI characters, but I think we're starting to cross that boundary. Hi, Hollywood. I think I found your next big star. Dream Machine from Luma AI is just 5 days old and it's already turning memes into video. Here's 10 epic examples. Wow, that's so epic. What important technology this is. And useful too. I love when her head snaps around and the front of her body becomes the back of her body. Just like real life. Wait, what? They turned a video of Elon Musk smoking into a video of Elon Musk smoking? Okay, now that's a game changer. If someone could just turn my videos into videos, I'd be set for life. What's that? They already have?
Road work ahead. Yeah, I sure hope it does.
Hey, can you never fucking do that ever again, please?
The magic behind Kling lies in its diffusion transformer architecture. This technology helps it translate rich textual prompts into vivid, realistic scenes.
Realistic? The steering wheel's in the middle of the dashboard, there's 3 windshield wipers, the car is driving the wrong way and no one is reacting to it. That car is driving on the sidewalk. Sure, I guess it's interesting that a computer can create a video from just one sentence, but then what? What's the practical application for this? Are you making a movie about the wacky antics of a troublemaking cat? You couldn't put this shit in a movie. Even if you manage to smooth out all of the logical errors, there's still no style to it. It's not visually interesting. If you wanted this scene to have a narrative to it, you would need to generate so many individual shots from different angles and hope that they all match up, which they won't. The lighting's gonna be different in every shot. The car's gonna randomly change colors because there's no logical consistency with AI. It's just regurgitating information, even if it has to contradict itself in order to do so. I honestly think the distance between this and this is so much shorter than the distance between this and something so lifelike people will confuse it for actual footage. Sure, maybe your 75-year-old grandpa will fall in love with the 4-boobed lady he saw on Facebook, but most people aren't gonna fall for this. Especially younger generations, as they grow up with these things being so prevalent, they're naturally gonna train their eyes to be able to spot the differences. When people ask what the point of any of this is, the dorks who defend it all tend to say the same thing. These are just tools to help anyone create art. Yeah, I want to push back on that a little bit. I am wholeheartedly for the increased accessibility of creative tools that help you take matters into your own hands. You want to make a short film? The camera on your cell phone is better than 90% of the cameras in human history. Want to learn how to edit? There's thousands of free YouTube videos that'll show you how. You want to make music? You can buy a professional audio interface, workspace, and a handful of plugins made by some of the most talented artists in the world for less money than it would cost to rent a recording studio for one day. And all of that is fucking awesome. I feel so lucky to live at a time where you can essentially make whatever you want without having to cross the insurmountable barriers that people did in the past. You don't need anyone's permission. You don't need an exorbitant amount of money. You can just make stuff and put it on the internet, and with a little bit of luck, people see it. And there's so many tools along the way that help you streamline the process of getting from an idea to a finished product. But at a certain point, if the tool is just doing everything for you, you are not an artist. You just described what you wanted to make and asked a computer to make it for you. You're also not learning anything this way. Part of what makes art special is that it's difficult to make, even with all the tools right in front of you. It takes practice, it takes skill, and every time you do it, you expand on that skill. Every song you hear, every movie you watch is the result of thousands of hours of trial and error. You can fail 1,000,000 times and use that experience to finally succeed. Making a video using generative AI does not teach you anything about making videos. It's not like you could type 500 Sora prompts and then take everything you've learned to go shoot a movie. There's zero correlation there. Generative AI is only about the end product, but it won't teach you anything about the process it would take to get there. And I think what these tech people will never understand is that finally figuring something out that you've been obsessing over, turning a blank Word document into multiple pages of something you're proud of, is the fun part. That's what's rewarding about making stuff, is figuring it out on your own or with a group of people and getting to share in that feeling. Can AI tools help you figure out things faster? Sure, but it's not gonna feel as rewarding. I understand how tempting a shortcut can be, especially when you go online and you see all these other people doing cool things and you're like, man, I'll never be that talented. It would take me like 10 years to learn how to make music like that. Okay, that's fine. What's the rush? Just start right now. Don't worry about how long it's gonna take. Just take the first step. How are you ever gonna do something for 10 years if you won't even do it for one day? Maybe you won't be good at something the first time you do it. You probably won't. But every time you improve, that's something that you can feel proud of. That's something that you did. Call me stubborn, but I would rather make something shitty on my own than watch a computer make something good. Write a funny script for the end of a YouTube video. All right, folks, we've reached the end of this roller coaster ride of a video. If you survived my terrible jokes and questionable dance moves, you deserve a medal. Seriously, someone get this audience a medal. But hey, before you click away to watch cat videos, no judgment, I get it. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and ring the bell. You wouldn't want to miss out on more chaotic content like this, would you? And hey, if you have any suggestions for what ridiculousness I should attempt next, drop them in the comments below. I promise to consider them while I'm eating my 5th burrito tonight. Thanks for sticking around, you legends. Until next time, stay awesome, stay weird, and remember, life's too short to take seriously. Catch you on the flip side. Goodbye, big poster. Aww. Hello, little poster. Hey guys, welcome back to my very first Twitch stream. Pre-recorded and edited to be put on YouTube. So I don't know if you guys noticed, but there's been a bit of a pattern developing lately, and it's not a good one. It all started in January when this clip went viral of a Twitch streamer furious at the idea of going a few minutes without making any money.
About how I need subs to keep the stream going if you like the content, blah, blah, blah. How that results in 0 subs. There are regulars here. $5 a month. $5. $5 to provide for the content that you're watching. Look at, I have a wall of non-subs. This is fucking actually really heartbreaking. Because it's like people just really really don't respect me as a content creator.
Predictably, this sparked outrage on Twitter. People made YouTube videos about it. And despite the overwhelming majority opinion that this girl was in the wrong for doing this, it was probably the most attention she'd ever gotten. Interesting how creating outrage will do that, which brings us to culprit number 2, this one from just last month.
I'm unemployed, so basically all my money goes to bills and food, or I would support you. Yeah. It's $5. Being like, I'm broke, I can't afford to sub, that doesn't really track. What you mean to say is, I'm so irresponsible with my money, I can't support the entertainment that I enjoy. That's what that is.
Guys, $5 isn't that much money.
That's why I'm begging you for it. But once again, more Twitter outrage, more viral YouTube videos about it, and the internet coming together once more to shame this self-righteous person, as they should. But the pattern continues.
500 subs. We gotta get to 500 subs. It's the only way I'm committing to a stream schedule. We're at 187. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
All right. Now I'm starting to get suspicious. Why is Amanda Cerny, an internet veteran, making the same mistakes as these other streamers? Is she not aware of the backlash they got, or even if being slightly misconstrued, how her words could have the same effect? Or is she extremely aware of that, and that's the reason she did this? You see, like a lot of people, I've been aware of Amanda Cerny for a few years now. She was a former Viner, turned Instagram comedian, turned total afterthought in my brain. But now, thanks to this clip and the subsequent tweets about it, I'm not only reminded of the fact that she exists, but also now I know that she's Twitch streaming. A lot of people know that now. All it takes is one trip to her social blade to see how many people know that now. Could it be that given the current climate of the internet, that the most effective marketing tool for your Twitch stream is to do this exact thing? It's working for her so far, and thank God it was. If it wasn't for this clip being passed around, I would have missed out on some of the best Red Dead 2 gameplay I've ever seen.
I killed my horse?
Now, if we're to take these three clips at face value and compare them, this is by far the most defensible one. I can kind of understand what she means by saying her words were taken out of context. I think maybe someone was just asking her like what her schedule is, and all she's saying is, I want to have a consistent schedule, but until this becomes a viable source of income for me, I'd be better off using my time to make money in other ways, which is a fine sentiment. It's more so the way it came off. She has this sense of exasperation, like, guys, I've been streaming for 4 days already and only 187 people have agreed to give me money? Because a lot of people watch that and think, shit, you're lucky to be in that position. People stream for years without any subscribers. They just do it because they like it. So when people like Amanda Cerny, an already very rich person, go to Twitch and wonder why people aren't immediately throwing their money at them, it just comes off as entitled and out of touch. You've only streamed like 10 times. Have you ever considered that maybe you're just not that good at it yet and it will take some practice before people want to reward you for just putting forth the bare minimum effort? I feel like most people, especially already established creators on the internet, assume Twitch streaming is like the easiest thing in the world. Oh, you just sit there and play video games all day? I could do that. But the streamers people watch, the ones I watch consistently, are really fucking good at it. They're funny and entertaining, they put on a show, or they're just extremely good at the game they're playing, or they have a skill that most people don't have that's fun to watch. Maybe if you created a fun environment, or were better at the game you're playing, or even if you just interacted with your chat instead of staring at your phone every time a cutscene comes on, people would see the value in spending money to support your stream. The quickest way to make people angry is to act as if you're entitled to their money by merely existing in front of them, like they should be honored to have the privilege of financially supporting you. Also, what a huge slap in the face to the people who already did subscribe, as if their support means nothing. But the fact of the matter is, whether she meant to stir the pot or just did so by accident, this is the best advertising for her stream she could have possibly asked for. I wouldn't be surprised if she already doubled her 500 sub goal by now just by saying something dumb. Speaking of numbers, I want to go back and talk some more about Invader V, who is also doing just fine despite saying much worse things.
That's so toxic, especially when people are losing their jobs. It really isn't.
One half-assed apology later, and her army of white knights continues to grow stronger by the day. Even during that stream, she was getting new subs left and right. Now, if you guys don't mind, I want to go ahead and break down her apology because I think it's a real masterclass in saving face.
Hi. You're here right now because you've seen a clip of me, and you're very angry about what I said in that clip.
Sure I am.
What I said was tone deaf, insensitive, and stupid. The clip that you saw does not represent my true feelings.
Wait, what?
I expressed opinions that I do not hold at all. I said things that I don't mean, and they were vile.
Oh, wait, hold on. You can do that? You can go off on a whole strongly opinionated tangent and then just say, well, actually, that wasn't my opinion. That's why I said it, because it wasn't what I felt.
What I said was wrong in any context, but especially in the context of a global pandemic.
So next, she opens the floor for questions and then struggles to answer any of them and just moves on.
I want to talk to you. I want to hear your voices. I want to answer the questions that you have. With all due respect, why didn't you apologize before the clip blew up? Okay. That's a difficult question to answer. I wish that I could talk about it all day and answer each and every one of your questions.
You can.
I wish that I could give you a satisfactory answer so that you could see who I really am.
So do that.
But that's not what this is about.
That's not what this apology is about. It's not about apologizing.
I'll BRB. Just give me a quick moment, everybody.
And that's the whole apology. It was like 8 minutes of her saying she didn't actually mean what she said, and she wants to take this opportunity to learn and grow from it, which is why she's gonna spend the next 3 hours ignoring questions and acting defensive.
Great memes in chat, everybody. I like seeing the same 5 comments repeated 800 times.
It's so funny. It took her like 4 days to apologize and then about 10 minutes for her to get mad at everyone for bringing it up. I think this person's comment that I saw kind of just sums it up perfectly. So at this point, I was pretty invested in the situation and I had to dive deeper, especially when she said this.
Thank you, Upright Lion, for understanding that an entire person cannot be summed up in a 30-second clip.
That's an important detail to point out. See, V wants us to think that all of her fuck-ups were contained within that one 30-second clip that went viral. However, that's not true, and I know that because for some reason the VOD from that stream is still up on her channel. You can still go watch the entire thing. Don't worry though, you don't have to do that because I have nothing going on in my life and I already did. It starts off small with some not so subtle guilt trips here and there.
How are you doing, V? I would be better if you subbed to me. Sometimes I just listen to you while I'm working. Dan, I hope that while you're working extra hard and you're cashing in that fucking money, you also throw a sub my way. Thank you all of you for subbing. Thank you all of you for being reasonable people.
But as it goes on, it gets more and more manipulative.
Well, yes, streamers do provide hundreds of hours of content for free. If anything, you do owe them. They don't really owe you anything.
No. That's not true. Nobody owes you anything. People watching your stream, they're watching the ads before your stream. They're boosting your stream in like the rankings just by being there. The more viewers you have, the more likely it is other people are gonna see. They don't really owe you a subscription. Twitch is a free platform. If they want to watch you for free, they can. And what she said is especially false too, the other way, where it's like once people are giving you money, they're paying a subscription fee to enable you to make content, you do owe them now. You owe them the content that they paid for. But as bad as that statement was, it only gets worse.
That's so toxic, especially when people are losing their jobs. It really isn't. And if you believe it is, then I imagine that you simply don't understand how this platform works. And I encourage you to get more perspective.
How can someone be so wrong and so condescending at the same time? At this point, even her fans, the people who were watching in this moment, started questioning her logic, but she would not back down. She would not admit that maybe she's wrong.
Some people work and struggle and they don't have $5 still. You're obviously not the person that I was speaking to. But you seem so self-centered that you thought I was talking specifically to you. I wasn't. I was speaking to the group, honey. These are exquisite contributions to a very good conversation. And these people in chat who are making these comments do not appear as immature, childish cheapskates whatsoever. They're just sitting here masturbating as hard as they possibly can, as quietly as they can, because their parents are in the next room talking about how disappointed they are in them. And they're like, why would I ever pay for this when it's just sluts giving it away for free?
What the fuck? The best part of that clip is what happens right after it. She's just sitting there giggling at her own hilarious joke, and she stops to look at her phone and I think sees a text from someone who's probably like, dude, what the hell are you doing?
Oh my goodness.
That instant shift in her facial expression is priceless. But it doesn't affect her for more than a few seconds because then she goes right back to her echo chamber where she has no reason to believe that she's saying anything wrong. Most of her audience is not fazed at all by this. She could probably be beating them to death with a shovel and they would still just comment on how hot she is. I think I love you. And the ones who are challenging what she's saying are far outnumbered by the people who are commenting things like this.
I've never watched a person that's so nice to people that they don't even know. Wow, you are so nice.
What? Are we watching the same stream? It doesn't matter though. She's so confident in her ability to mentally overpower her loyal horde of simps that she can just blatantly contradict herself.
Well, I never said if you don't have $5 for me, you should be out there working. I didn't actually say that. If you don't have $10, you probably don't have time to watch Twitch because you should be working. But you did say that. No, worst gamer ever. You definitely heard that, but that is not actually what I said. You should be working. I didn't say if you don't have $5 for me, you're irresponsible with your money. I'm so irresponsible with my money. I didn't say if you don't have $5 for me, you're irresponsible with your money. If you don't have $5 to sub to a Twitch streamer that you watch, you're probably irresponsible with your money.
Could have just deleted the VOD, and I wouldn't have been able to edit that together, but that's your fault.
Her argument doesn't end there, though. She really wants you to give her some money, so she starts comparing her stream to the cost of other things to show you how valuable it is.
It's less expensive than a Netflix account, and you're not stuck with a number of screens. If you pay for one Twitch subscription, that goes against that will transfer to every platform that you want to watch Twitch on.
I'm sorry, guys. 1 second.
Hold on, I just gotta be around here somewhere. No, it's not.
Huh. Sorry, guys. I was just trying to find the logic here. Your subscription is more valuable than Netflix because people can watch you on multiple devices? Last time I checked, Netflix has like 1 billion movies, doesn't beg me for money, and there's no free version of it. I can watch your stream for free. Now, here's the thing. I know that I don't have to be as annoyed by this as I am. And I really wanted to try and give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she was just having a really bad day and she said some stupid shit because she was angry. I've gotten angry and said stupid shit. I don't think that defines you as a person. So every couple of days, I would check to see if she was streaming. And if she was, I'd pop in for like 20 minutes here and there just to get a sense of the vibe. And my first takeaway was that she seems very smart. Although she also likes to tell people that she is.
It's so funny, people ask, they're like, how do you know so much? Like, how are you able to speak on so many topics? And then they ask, and do you watch all these TV shows? The answer is the same. I think one of the reasons why I'm able to speak on so many different types of topics is because I don't spend a lot of time watching TV.
But I think she's extremely well spoken. I think she does a good job of moving the conversation along, especially considering how most of the replies are just utter nonsense. And I actually felt myself starting to pull away from my frustration. But then a few minutes into one of the first live streams I clicked on, she brought up the situation again and said this.
A lot of people were, again, talking about like how I should get a job or I should work. I thought it was quite funny because a lot of the streamers who were saying things like that, I've had more jobs than they have. I've worked harder than they have. A lot of them are just professional streamers who have been gaming since they were 16, 17, 18 years old. I've actually been working since I was that age, and I wasn't doing it in front of an audience. It wasn't glamorous streaming work, trust me.
Okay, first of all, I scrolled through Twitter at the time. I didn't see any big streamers telling her to get a real job. The tweets I saw all had some pretty valid points, so I don't know what you're talking about. But hold on, I thought your whole reason for demanding subs was that you deserve people's money because you work so hard, right? And streaming's not as easy as people think.
The more proficient you are at something, the easier it looks.
But when other people have the same job as you, for them, it's just glamorous streaming work. My God, the hypocrisy. It's incredible how she's tried to shift the narrative here despite having no solid ground to stand on, which makes me think, is this all part of it too? Let's recap. First, she demands that people give her money, which they do. Video of that blows up, so she apologizes to save face, but welcomes all the brand new viewers. Some of them are only there to leave hate comments because of what she said, which is unfortunate, but of course, she uses it as an opportunity to play the victim, which leads to even more people donating and subscribing because they want to cheer her up, and with that, the cycle is complete. Well done, V. Well done. And guys, I know. If this was all bait, I fell for it so hard. I'm like the world's dumbest fish.
Is that a T-bone steak attached to a sharp object? I'm not falling for that.
But I do like steak. In conclusion, don't do this. Don't try and guilt people into giving you their money, and don't berate them when they give you a valid reason why they can't. If people want to support you and they have the ability to support you, more often than not, they're going to support you. Also, guys, seriously, don't go and harass anyone that I talked about in this video. If you're mad, I get it. I'm mad too, clearly. But I'm giving you an open invitation now to just vent about it down in the comments. But please don't go to someone's live stream and comment inflammatory shit just to try to get a reaction out of them. That's not cool. To end this video on a positive note, I would like to shout out some of my favorite streamers because I do watch Twitch almost every day. Number 1, Chris Melberger. He's the GOAT, in my opinion. He's so consistently entertaining. Eddie, Gus, Jake, they're all streaming pretty regularly now, and I think they're killing it. Not just because they're my friends, although that's definitely part of it. Jenna and Julian are always great. Thomas Middleditch is on Twitch now.
What the hell? I love that guy. Also, if you haven't, go watch his Netflix special with Ben Schwartz. It's the hardest I've laughed in months. There are so many wonderful people on Twitch, and I hate that the ones who abuse it might lead people to think that it's just a cesspool filled with greedy assholes, when really that's the minority. But anyway, stay safe out there. Goodbye. Hey guy, it's that time of year again, the beginning of a new one. And that means it's time for all of us to turn over a new leaf, to strive to be better versions of ourselves for anywhere from 10 to even 12 days. Like a lot of people, I'm starting the year off with the goal of trying to eat healthier and struggling to do it because my brother just gave me 100 pounds of candy for Christmas. I've learned that for me personally, the easiest way to eat relatively healthy on a consistent basis is to just meal prep the same few meals over and over again. I do a lot of chicken and rice that I douse in hot sauce. Sometimes I'll put that chicken in a burrito that I douse in hot sauce. I also do a lot of ground turkey pasta. And of course, my signature dish, one slice of bacon cooked too long, now it looked like a turd. And all of these are equally delicious, but I'll admit, sometimes I grow tired of the same 4 meals, and I'd like to expand my repertoire. Lucky for me, there's a whole world of information available right from my mobile device, and over the years, I've bookmarked dozens of delicious-looking recipes. There's just one problem. I've never actually cooked any of them. I have a whole folder of saved recipes on Instagram that I add things to constantly. I don't think I've ever even opened it. Gun to my head, I couldn't tell you one thing that's in there. So my goal for this video is to not just pretend that hypothetically one day I might cook something that I see online if all of the ingredients fell right into my lap and someone preheated my oven for me. No, I'm cooking everything I see. I don't care if it looks good. I don't care if it looks disgusting. For the next week, every time I see a recipe online, I'm gonna stop whatever I'm doing, drive my ass to the store, and come back home and make it. I might even eat it too.
Let's make these crispy Parmesan broccoli sticks. Peel your stalk and slice into fry shape. Coat them in a mixture of olive oil, grated parm, garlic, and lots of spices. Dip the flat side into freshly grated Parmesan and bake for 15 minutes.
Okay, so technically I already saw this before I started making this video, but I still want to make it because I only found out recently that you can even eat that part of the broccoli. I've just been composting it every time. Now, is some of its nutritional value lost when I smother it in oil and cheese? Yeah, probably a little bit. But Parmesan literally has protein in it, and that means it's good for you. I've never peeled this part of a broccoli before. Hope I'm doing this right. All done. Olive oil, garlic. I don't know what spice that is exactly. I'm just gonna do like some paprika, which is way too much, and some more garlic. I'm using glove because I have sensitive skin. Where are all my sensitive skin heads at? Never mind. Oh yeah, now we're talking. Look at that.
Dip the flat side into freshly grated Parmesan.
I'll get what I can on there. I'm definitely about to run out. I've only done like 3 of them. All right. Probably could have used some more cheese, I'll say it.
What is it?
Broccoli.
Oh, it's broccoli.
Yes, broccoli stems with a bunch of crap on them. I need to make it again in the air fryer with more cheese and less spice. And I need to make sure I grate them properly because I think some of them have like a little bit of the outside, but I don't know where the outside stops and the middle begins. I don't know the inside of a broccoli very intimately.
I do. Okay, so I have an experiment. I have 2 starters going on here. This one is named Thunder, and this one is named Lightning. And then I fed it for the first time this morning because it doubled in size, and now, even since this morning, it's grown about this much. And then Lightning over here, this one hasn't grown yet. I just started this one this morning. So I'm excited to see how these turn out.
I'm 5 days into being back in a calorie deficit diet, and I have yet to have a pizza omelet. They're by far one of my favorite low-calorie meals.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna make upside-down egg pizza for breakfast. That wasn't on my 2025 bingo card. Oh wait, it actually was.
Seminole Hard Rock Tampa is excited to bring you live craps, roulette, and sports betting.
This is a very precise recipe. He said 15 pepperonis, not one more, not one less. 14, 15... Uh-oh, 16. Guess that'll just be our little secret. Okay, mine aren't really flat like his. It's like they don't want to be cooked. Oh yeah, this is looking like a pizza now. Ah, shit. I feel like I need a 3rd egg in there. Wow. I'm really bad at this. I just went to Italy a few months ago, and let me tell you, this right here, this is pizza. I guess I have to judge its doneness based on how much it jiggles.
We got a little bit of a jiggle left, so we're gonna cover for a little bit longer.
I guess my worst fear is because I have to flip this eventually. What if it's like still really soggy and not done, and I go to flip it, and it's just like raw egg all over my face and torso? I don't want that. Time for the flip. Nope. It's heavier than I thought it would be. Or what if I what if I just did that? Does it look as good as his did? No. But does it taste as good? How would I know? I haven't taken a bite yet. Oh no. That's not the face I wanted to see. This is the face I wanted to see. I mean, I didn't make this because I was like, oh, Amanda will love this. I made it because I had to. It has such a strong odor. I think it's pretty good, actually. It just tastes like an omelet. I mean, that's pretty much what it is.
Nothing really to say about this.
It tastes the way it looks.
If this just had another tortilla on top and more cheese
Hiding
on
its
top,
contents.
yeah, it just looks really ugly.
You don't like the way this looks?
I just don't like the way it looks.
It's definitely uncanny valley territory. It looks too much like a pizza, but not enough like a pizza. It almost looks like AI generated pizza. Like it has this weirdly cartoonish look to it. I like it.
If you don't have a lot of time in the mornings but looking for a delicious and easy high-protein snack, these breakfast Hot Pockets are only 300 calories with 32 grams of protein and perfect for meal prep.
I don't want to make eggs again.
Feel the luck of the dice. Watch the roulette wheel spin and scream for your touchdown.
All right, so I already fucked up two things about this recipe. One, I was supposed to buy egg whites to mix with the eggs, and I bought egg stirs by mistake. That's not that big of a deal. That's just like a calorie difference. But where I really messed up was I was supposed to buy plain yogurt, and I bought vanilla yogurt. Sure, vanilla is relatively plain in the grand scheme of all flavors, but for this recipe, I don't think that's what he was going for. I think this is as good a time as any to point out that if there's any recipes that I make in this video and I don't like it, it's probably not the recipe's fault. It's probably mine. No, this is awesome. This is exactly what I wanted to be doing right now. Is this right? Does this look right to you? I think I stuck my hands in a little prematurely. I know this extra flour was probably overkill, but this got so sticky, I just felt like I had to intervene somehow. Not right now, please. Well, it looks like something. It looks better than it did 5 minutes ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow, look at us. We're doing it, guys. Well, I'm doing it. You haven't helped at all. Just a nice, easy meal prep. This will make your mornings very simple. There's no way I'm gonna fit this many eggs on these. They're so tiny. What did I do wrong? Besides, well, most of the steps so far. I love 20 pounds of eggs. I love to look at it. I love to smell it. This might be the best meal I've ever made. Yeah. This looks pretty good. If anyone is watching this video so far and is like, boy, I sure do hope Drew doesn't transition into cooking content because I don't want to watch any more of this, don't worry. I'll probably never step foot inside a kitchen ever again. Just wanted to try something new for the new year. New year, new me. That's what they say. But I can't wait to go back to the old me. The old me that never tried to do shit like this. This looks so good. I do think of myself as a decent chef. I think I'm pretty competent in the kitchen. But there are things that I'm good at making, and clearly there are things I'm bad at making. I don't want this to be an indictment on my overall cooking ability, okay? This has nothing to do with how good I am at roasting chicken or grilling wings. Wings are not really that hard to make, and I'm also really good at spaghetti, which is like notoriously pretty easy. Maybe I'm just good at like the baby shit. I'm just gonna put this on as is, and we're just gonna see what happens to that little fucked up one in the corner. Hey, that wasn't so bad. Look at this delicious meal. I think it's still undercooked. It's so funny, you like sear it on both sides for 5 minutes each. I did that and cooked it in the oven for like almost 40 minutes. I mean, it tastes like a Hot Pocket. Whether or not that's a good thing is up to you.
I mean, it's a little dense.
It's like a brick. Yeah, I think the dough was more my fault. I don't think I made it thin enough before I packed everything in. What would be better is to just use a tortilla and then just make like a little crunch wrap. And I feel like that would just be 100 times easier. And you could probably meal prep that too.
I like it better than yesterday.
Yeah, you didn't like that pizza.
This is a pizza.
What do you think pizza is?
This is pizza.
I hope you like that because I got 6 more of them.
This is my go-to dish I make when I don't feel like cooking.
Perfect. It'd be nice to have a little break after that fiasco I went through this morning.
It's called arraias. It's basically a meat stuffed pita and it takes less than 30 minutes to make.
Oh.
We're gonna use ground beef and add garlic, feta, parsley.
Sorry,
and then we're gonna open up our pita halves and start stuffing them. Sear them on both sides.
Actually starting to look a little bit like cooking.
It turns out so juicy and now we just enjoy.
You know what I make when I don't feel like cooking? bag of chips, maybe just like a bowl of canned tuna. She said in the video, I promise you're not gonna undercook this.
And I promise the meat fully cooks.
I don't know about that. I think you would be shocked at my ability to undercook anything. Or I guess more accurately, to severely overcook anything out of fear of undercooking it. I'm such a hypochondriac that if I even make even a slightly pink burger, which is how I like it, by the way, I'll work myself up the next 2 days being like, does my stomach hurt because I contracted a foodborne illness? Or does my stomach hurt because I'm nervous about the possibility of having contracted a foodborne illness? Ugh, I can't wait to lick my fingers when I'm done. Does that look good to you? Wow, I touched that for 10 seconds and my hands are itchy. Where are all my eczema heads at? Please ignore the mess over here. I wasn't expecting company today. It looks so good on the outside, but I know it's still raw on the inside. Cooking is scary. What if I die? All right, moment of truth. This woman's trying to kill me. It would be so helpful to know how hot I was supposed to make it. It looks really good on the side. This one I gave a little bit longer, and it is completely raw. She promised it would be fully cooked. Am I stupid? Ow. This one looks fine. That just looks like a burger. Let's make a little sauce here. God damn. Shit, that's really good. I've never thought to fry pita bread like this. It just tasted like an empanada, which is great. Empanadas are delicious. I've made empanadas before. The ones I made were like a lot of work. It would take me like 2 hours to do everything. I'm gonna say that this one that is still raw is my fault. I can't tell you how many times I've tried making burgers and I'll like confidently take it off thinking it's done and then it fucking looks like this. No shade to her. I just don't think that she should have ever trusted me to cook something properly. I am going to cook the meat and then stuff it in and then brown the sides. Now, is this one gonna taste as good? Probably not. But is it a little bit safer to eat? Yeah, because I burnt it. Yeah. Definitely dried that one out. There's a happy middle ground between putting it in completely raw and putting it in already cooked. Sorry, Bim Bim. I can't feed you this week. I haven't gotten any Instagram reels for cat food. Nah, I'm just kidding, brother. Honestly, so far, this challenge isn't as bad as I feared it might be. I'm stepping outside of my comfort zone. I'm learning new things. I'm actually pretty excited to see what's next. What the fuck?
Dozens of questions sprang to mind as my eyes tried to make sense of what they were seeing. Questions like, what? And why. But for the sake of this video, the only one I really needed to answer was how. So I enlisted the help of my friend Internet Shaquille, who you may know from his cooking YouTube channel or from the only Vine of his I could find on this website. Dunkin' Crumpers? He responded almost instantly with an answer that would have taken me weeks to figure out on my own. It's cheese. Really wet cheese with pistachios in it for some reason. He even found a website to buy this exact concoction from, but that, of course, would be cheating. I needed to make this on my own. Without access to pre-made mozzarella curd, I would need to order citric acid and animal rennet, two things I definitely knew existed before this week.
What the hell am I doing, man?
But first, a short commercial break.
I've been procrastinating this all week, pretty much. I think the part that sucks the most is I love mozzarella. The idea of making fresh mozzarella sounds delicious. The videos I watched, they make it look delicious. But I have to go through all this work to make it, and then at the end, stuff it with a bunch of Italian bologna and pistachios, all because of some dumbass Instagram reel. Well, let's get started. I found this very nice Irish lady on YouTube whose recipe I will be following for this. I love this video because she gets increasingly more excited as it goes on, and it's infectious. Now I'm excited.
Look at how gorgeous those cheese curds are. Oh my gosh. This is so exciting.
I'm so nervous that the largest pot I have is not going to be big enough for this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Close call there. I just want to drink it. That's the problem. The real challenge of this recipe is resisting my primal urges.
Using a thermometer, stir your milk frequently until it reaches 90 degrees Fahrenheit or 32 degrees Celsius.
I do have a thermometer, but I don't have a nifty thermometer holding device. Wait, what am I talking about? Of course I do. It's called my hand. Anyone else's mouth watering or Is that just me? Yeah, check out those lumps. All right, 90 degrees. Move it from the heat without knocking my camera over. Another burden in all of this is the need to film every step of it.
Stir in the rennet mixture for around 30 seconds.
All right, that felt pretty thorough. Gotta put the lid on. Come back in 5 minutes. Oh man, I'm really nervous about this.
Okay, the moment of truth. Take off your lid and check if you have curds. And there you see it. It's a lovely wobble and it's nice and thick. This is exactly what I'm looking for. I am delighted.
Well, that's not right. Okay, try keeping that covered for a few more minutes. Not really sure what I did wrong there. The most recent comment on this video is, well, I fucked that up. I mean, I'm using the same rennet. Sets in 30 to 45 minutes. It may take longer. Maybe 5 minutes isn't enough. I might need to give this like half an hour. Pretty similar. It's supposed to basically be a solid at this point. I'm supposed to like slice it. That's why it's so much easier to just never do anything you've never done before. All right, well, it's been an hour. Oh my God. It worked, I think. I just went to the store to buy new milk thinking I was gonna have to do a second batch. This is so exciting.
I am delighted.
Okay. Not quite as thick as I thought. Shit. I think I can still make this work. Whatever big curds I thought I had, they have not materialized. At best, this looks like cottage cheese, but even that, it's like runny cottage cheese. I thought I had such big curds, man. What happened to my curds?
Just look at how wobbly and jiggly it is, just like the way you see fresh mozzarella. We are going to squeeze our cheesecloth as tight as we can to get out as much liquid as possible.
It doesn't feel like mozzarella. I'll tell you that right now. I mean, this is purely just liquid. I mean, she had a pot full of curds. I maybe have a fistful. It's like if you poured a bunch of rice into a pool and then tried to fish it all out. Just soldiering on as if every part of this process doesn't look completely wrong.
Place the curds in your hot whey for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, remove the cheese and stretch it as much as you can and fold it over on itself. When you're done, create a smooth ball by tucking the edges underneath and kind of shaping it in your hands, just like the way I'm doing. Look at this scene. This makes me so happy. I feel like I'm in the countryside in Italy somewhere. There you go. That's it. That's all our hard work paying off right there. This is exactly what I was going for. Absolutely gorgeous.
How's your bread doing?
I think I killed him.
These low-calorie and high-protein pepperoni pizza pockets are the perfect snack you can easily meal prep to take to work or school and can be stored in the freezer for weeks.
For the first time in my life, YouTube Shorts actually did something good for me here. Most of the ingredients you need to make this, I already had from that egg pizza the other day. My dumbass just rolled up to the checkout line at Publix with 2 things in my cart. They laughed me out of the damn building. Also, for your guys' benefit, I went ahead and did the boring part, and you get to watch me attempt to mash all of this crap into these tiny little tortillas. He does this sort of like triangle fold. Okay. Yeah, that kind of works. Wait, how does he close them? I got 2 cameras right now and neither of them are pointed at what I'm doing. So then seal it at the top. I will say, this was kind of fun actually. Maybe cooking's not so bad after all. It kind of looks like ice cream cone, huh? My only concern so far is they're not really staying closed. I didn't really do that part very well. And now I'm just getting my fingers all greasy for no reason. I also made some of them way too fat, I think. A lot of things I could have done differently here, but too late. Gotta put it in the oven. I don't know if it's just because I'm really hungry right now. But this is probably the best thing I've made so far. I didn't really get it to seal over here, but I don't think that matters that much. I honestly like this a lot. Really, the only remaining test is seeing how much acid reflux I get in about 2 hours. A lot.
Let me show you how to make some incredible crispy beef tacos. These came out ridiculously good.
No, please don't make me eat a delicious taco. This challenge sucks. He wasn't super exact with the measurements. He did say 1 onion, but then just kind of threw in a wad of beef. Looked like maybe 2 pounds. I got 1.5. Hope I didn't fuck everything up.
Make your own taco seasoning, it's worth it.
I made the seasoning mix myself. Why are you looking at me like that? You think I just bought one from the store? You don't know anything about me. Ow. 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 Wish I had longer tongs. Wish I could be like this far back so it would stop burning my fingers. Oh yeah. That looks pretty good. It's not your ideal taco because it's mostly beef. If we had limes, that would go good with this. Do we have limes? Now she likes it. Fellas, if your girl don't like something, just put some lime juice on it. She'll go, The more oil you use in a video recipe, the better you can make something look, but like, it really just tastes like oil. When I was driving back to Publix to get my second onion, my mouth was watering thinking about these. And she said she didn't like it that much.
I'm hungry.
The most delicious, high-protein, honey garlic butter chicken mac and cheese.
Somehow I managed to make the macaroni and cheese and the chicken the exact same color.
What are we having for dinner? Tan. Mac and cheese.
You don't like it?
It's a weird aftertaste. This is probably the worst one yet. Not good.
I don't know what I did wrong.
I think it's just the taste of the cheese. I don't like
The pasta tastes really funky. I get a lot of YouTube shorts or Instagram reels that are like, here's a low-calorie version of a food you like, and they, you know, sub all of the regular ingredients for low-fat or low-calorie version. And the whole goal is to make it look like the food you like. And this looks like it would be good mac and cheese. The chicken, maybe not so much, but this looks like it should be good, but it doesn't taste right. It tastes so funky. I think mac and cheese is just one of those foods where you either need to go all out and just have the creamiest, butteriest, cheesiest mac and cheese that you can, or just not have it at all. God damn it.
No, I can't go out like this. A full week of trying new meals and this is what I ended on? Some stupid little mac and cheese crap? Hell no. I needed to go out like a man. I needed to eat a meal made for a big, strong guy like myself. And that's when I found the perfect recipe.
Spicy noodles, 2 cans of Vienna sausage, chorizo, 2 huevos, and some pickles with 3 scoops of peanut butter.
Now this is what cooking is all about. All my favorite foods all in one meal. An entire day's worth of calories just sitting in a bowl I can slurp up like a dog.
What do you say we dig into this bad boy, huh? Yeah, I mean, it just has every flavor you're looking for in a well-balanced meal. You got the salt from the noodles, the salt from the chorizo, the salt from the pickle. I mean, there's gotta be, what, 1,000,000 milligrams of sodium in here? Guess I don't need Gatorade ever again. I got a lifetime supply of electrolytes right here. It just sucks that I'm so full. You know, I'd love to eat more of this, but I'm so full. I had a slice of bread earlier, so it's just no room left.
You know, I started this video under the assumption that I'd been holding myself back all this time. By bookmarking posts and coming up with plans only to never follow through with them, I'd been preventing myself from ever reaching my full potential. I now know that I was wrong. You see, every time you actually make a recipe you see online, you're robbing yourself of the hypothetical version of it you'd created in your mind, replacing it with the real version that requires infinitely more work and almost always tastes worse than it did in your imagination. YouTube Shorts recipes are purely entertainment and should never be recreated by anyone. I went into this video thinking I needed to spark some sort of change in my life, move on to the next step of my evolution as a human being. But what I learned is that was never going to happen. New Year's resolutions are for people who want to change, and I just don't. Changing is hard. Growing, nearly impossible. Whatever skills you learn by the time you're like 25 are the only skills you'll ever have. And as your body begins its slow but inevitable process of deterioration and your motor skills decline a little bit more every year until you die, remember this: it's too late, and you should have started sooner. Thanks for watching. No, I'm just kidding. That would be an insane way to end this video. My actual takeaway here is it's good to step out of your comfort zone, and even attempting to do so is cause for celebration. Don't beat yourself up if you're bad at something the first time you try it. Just learn from your mistakes and do better next time. I mean, sure, I'll never, ever attempt to make cheese ever again, and after 5 tries, Amanda's completely given up on the whole bread from scratch thing. But just because we gave up doesn't mean you should too. And yeah, maybe my other New Year's resolution was to get back into reading, and through 1 entire month, I haven't even finished half of 1 book. But just because I can't cook and I can't read doesn't mean you can't cook and you can't read. You do know how to read, right? I guess all I'm saying is I hope the very low bar I set for you today is inspiring. I truly think anyone can be a better chef than me if they even try at all. Also, I linked all the recipes in the description if you want to try one for yourself. Okay, see you next time. Hey guys, welcome back to another video where I say a bunch of numbers and like 3 jokes. Sorry in advance, this isn't gonna be one of my wacky silly videos where I put on a clown suit and get bonked in the head.
I want to talk about something that's been on my mind a lot lately. So one of the many byproducts of everything that's gone on this year is that food delivery apps are killing it. Turns out when you don't want to leave your home, it's pretty convenient to have a different person deliver meals straight to your door and into your mouth. I've certainly fallen into that trap a number of times, even before this year. Picture this relatable scenario. It's almost 3 p.m. You should have eaten lunch already, but you haven't because you got caught up in work, so you're starving. I think a burrito sounds good. I'll just do Chipotle. I know if I run in and pick it up, it'll only be like $8, but I really don't have time for that today, so let's do delivery. All right, I got the bowl. Add $3.95 to avoid small cart fee. Fair enough, I don't want to have to pay another fee, so let's do chips and guac. I'm pretty hungry. All right, everything looks good. And it is $21. That's not even including the tip, so it's actually going to be closer to $30 for one person ordering fast food. You know what? I'm being greedy here. I don't need the chips. I'll go ahead and take those off, and that'll bring our total all the way down to $19 because the small cart fee is just a little bit less than the chips and guac were. And that's not even mentioning the fact that all of the base item prices are marked up from what they would be in the store. Here's the same exact order from the same location, but through Chipotle's website. Everything on here is more expensive, but sometimes in a way where you don't even notice. Now, in general, I would say I'm definitely on board with spending a little bit more for the sake of convenience. It's one of the simple joys you get as an adult, the whole treat yourself mentality. Spending more than you have to on something and pretending it doesn't bother you, hell, that's what life is all about. But if I can, I do want to try to make sure that extra money is going to the right place. Giving a big tip is always nice because I know that's going straight to the person who needs it and who's working hard to earn it. Paying a delivery fee, a small cart fee, and a nebulous service fee, which can add up to almost double the cost of the meal and all go to a company that's acting only as the middleman, is not nice. And that's all working under the assumption that the service itself is actually good. How many times have you tried to Postmate something and they mess up your order, or it arrives cold, or they send it to the wrong address, mark it as delivered, and then your neighbor won't answer the door when you go and ask for it back? I wish that number was 0. But wishes don't always come true. Food delivery apps are an unbelievably expensive service that also happen to be very bad most of the time. But at least your order is helping support a local restaurant during a tumultuous time, right? Well, yes. Sort of. Because for all the service fees and extra charges that get thrown onto the customer, almost none of that goes back to the restaurant itself. In fact, the number varies from city to city and depending on which app you're using, but some restaurant owners have reported that DoorDash has charged as much as 40% commission on orders placed through their app. As it is, restaurant margins are extremely thin. You have food costs, employees to pay, a building to rent. It's just a really difficult industry to succeed in, and when these middleman delivery apps come in and take a huge cut, it can be devastating. Now, at this point, I think the reasonable response that a lot of people have is, well, okay, if these delivery apps are so bad to work with, if they take such a big cut, why do the restaurants keep using them? And it's because they have to. Unfortunately, right now, there's not really a valid alternative. You either give all of your profits to Uber Eats or you risk going out of business. The owner of a barbecue place in California says he simply can't afford to hire his own drivers, but 80% of his orders are now delivery, so he's kind of in a bind. I think it is worth noting that these delivery apps do add a lot of visibility and marketing to local restaurants. I've discovered several great food spots around me just by browsing DoorDash. That in itself can be very valuable. Another benefit is that any mishaps that happen with the order can be handled through the third-party app, so the restaurants who are already busy fulfilling other orders don't have to worry about processing refunds. When you get the wrong food delivered to your house, you usually just contact Postmates and they resolve it directly. However, and this is a good point I read in this article, in that situation, you're probably more likely to blame the restaurant than you are the delivery app, even if it wasn't the restaurant's fault. And even though they made a mistake, you'll probably keep using Grubhub. You'll just never order from that restaurant again, especially if it was your first time trying them out. Also, due to the lack of communication between the apps and the restaurants, DoorDash doesn't know when a store has run out of a certain product. So you'll have customers that try to order a brisket and think they've done so successfully until 15 minutes later they get a call from the restaurant telling them they're sold out. Again, in that situation, they're more likely to be frustrated with the restaurant, even if it was DoorDash's fault. So there are both benefits and downsides to doing business through these apps, but like I said, the restaurants just really don't have a choice right now. And the apps are very well aware of this, because back in March and April, many of them took advantage of that desperation by hiking commission fees, which led to lawsuits and eventually lawmakers stepping in to impose caps in certain states. And if you can believe it, that wasn't even the first time DoorDash has done something exploitative. Last year, they got a lot of backlash for using customer tips to subsidize a driver's pay. In other words, if a Dasher was going to make $6 off an order and then you tip them $5,
they'd still make $6, but your tip just came out of what DoorDash was going to pay them. So in a way, you're almost tipping DoorDash itself there, even though their tipping policy is that 100% of a tip goes directly to the driver. Just another example of how sometimes words can be both true and totally false at the same time. I think they have since changed this policy. I saw articles saying they did, but I've still seen recent comments from drivers mentioning this, so I'm not actually 100% sure. Regardless, it's always better to try and tip in person with cash if you can, because it'll maximize how much the drivers are getting paid, and we're trying to support them here, not the giant corporation. Here's something crazy though. In spite of the fact that they charge these exorbitant fees and come up with very creative ways to dish out as little money as possible, DoorDash has still lost $150 million this year. I'm almost in disbelief as to how that's possible, but I guess they're taking a page out of Hard Rock Nick's playbook. You gotta spend money to lose money. Now back on the topic of delivery drivers, it seems like each app has its own pros and cons that can make it frustrating or even less profitable to work with. And even with all the resources available online, it's pretty hard to figure out which one is the best.
Postmates just not cutting it.
Okay, so Postmates is the worst one.
With all things said, Postmates is the official winner.
I mean, Postmates is the best one.
Number 1 is DoorDash.
Or sorry, no, DoorDash is the best one.
This is my first experience with DoorDash. It was alright.
The best one at sucking, I meant. It's actually very bad.
I like DoorDash a lot better.
DoorDash is very good.
I'm actually getting pretty frustrated with DoorDash.
Oh no!
DoorDash for the win.
That's true. It seems like the most consistent issues that drivers have is the lack of transparency coming from the apps. Whether it's not knowing how much you're gonna make from each order, or how the commission structure is even split up. It can also be even more annoying than that. Like for a long time, Uber Eats wouldn't tell the driver where they had to deliver the food until they had already accepted the order and gotten to the restaurant. So then you might end up driving for like 40 minutes just to make enough money to pay for the gas you spent on that trip. And then with DoorDash, another issue seems to be that unless it's busy in your area, you can't just hop in your car and start driving. You have to schedule your hours in advance, which can be not ideal. And it removes one of the main appeals of working for these companies, which is the flexibility. And on top of everything else, since these are such massive companies, it can be extremely difficult for drivers to get in contact with the company they work for. Postmates seems to be the most notorious for this. Sometimes a driver will go to pick up an order from a restaurant only to find out it's closed. And instead of paying them at least something for their time like the other apps do, Postmates is just like, sorry. Well, what are you waiting for? Go pick something else up. In a perfect world, restaurants wouldn't have to turn to these third-party apps to handle this side of their business, and they could just afford to pay drivers directly and give them more benefits and better pay than what they get from like Grubhub. But that's just not realistic. Even the apps that do deliver don't usually have a slick app that you can order on in a couple minutes. You gotta call them and talk to a person on the phone, and they can barely hear you because there's kitchen noise behind them, so you hope they get everything right, but you won't be 100% sure until it shows up at your door. I get why people prefer the apps. Convenience is very convenient. But one recommendation I do have, if you're trying to find a new place to eat and you want to find something local, open up Postmates, go on the DoorDash app, see if you find something you like, and then Google that restaurant and see if they have a website. Who knows, maybe they're just down the street and you can go pick it up, or maybe they do delivery themselves. There's a sushi place near us that started doing delivery back in April, and it's perfect because they get all of the money that we give them, and we save money because we're not paying random service fees. I will say though to be careful when you're Googling, because some of these apps have actually paid a lot of money to make it seem like going through them is the only way you can get delivery from certain restaurants. But sometimes after just a few more seconds of searching, you'll find a better alternative that the restaurant actually prefers you use because it won't eat into their profits. These delivery apps rely on us doing as little thinking as possible. They know that we just want to click like 3 times so we can spend the next 20 minutes watching a little car drive on a map towards our house. But sometimes that 4th click will cut them out of the equation altogether, and that's better for everyone. I know that none of what I said here was groundbreaking information. Everybody knows that delivery apps charge too much and aren't always the best to work for. I guess the point I'm really trying to make with this video is that it's such a weird industry because it's absolutely necessary, and yet no one's really benefiting from it. The consumers need it, which is why we're willing to pay extra service fees. The restaurants need it, which is why they're willing to pay extra service fees. And the delivery apps profit off both of those things while somehow still losing millions of dollars every month. Maybe a lot of this will level off eventually, I don't know. I'm sure a lot of that money goes to marketing. If you've ever seen a commercial that seems to be just for food in general, it's probably DoorDash. But another big chunk of their profits went towards something highly controversial, which was convincing Californians to support a legislature that lets them avoid avoid treating their drivers like employees. I have seen drivers on both sides of this argument. A lot of them say they should deserve benefits like employer health insurance and paid sick leave, while some of them don't mind being treated like a gig worker because it comes with so much flexibility. Regardless, when a bunch of companies spend $300 million on propaganda so they don't have to treat their drivers better, it's kind of a red flag. And between that and the opportunistic price gouging, it makes it really tough to feel good about supporting these apps, especially when, like we talked about, you have to pay more money, the restaurants have to pay more money, and these delivery apps might all go bankrupt anyway. I guess I shouldn't be totally surprised. There's this whole side of Silicon Valley that I will never understand, where you have a company that's valued at $12 billion, but they're constantly just losing money. Like Netflix, for example. They spend billions more dollars every year than they make. I may be dumb, but don't you have to stop doing that at some point? Eventually you're gonna run out. And if food delivery apps and an at-home streaming service can't be profitable during a time where there are circumstances that necessitate the use of both of those things, when will they ever be? So I just wonder what the future of this industry looks like. If there's a bubble that will eventually pop, if all of the people funding these companies eventually stop doing that and they cease to exist, that wouldn't be good for anyone. Not for the consumers who rely on it, not for the drivers who would now be unemployed. But the trajectory I see here is that only one of these companies will reign supreme, and then they'll use their newfound monopoly to hike up all their prices until it gets to the point where no one wants to use them anymore because it costs $50 to deliver a taco. Sorry, I know this was a really unorganized video. I just had to get this rant off my chest. While we're on the topic of delivery services though, I want to ask you guys a question. So I've noticed that even though I always used Lyft, I would still tell people oh, I'll Uber there, right? Uber was always the verb in that sentence. So I'm curious for you guys, when you get delivery to your house, which company is the verb that you use? Do you say, oh, I'm gonna Postmates Chili's, or I Grubhubbed Red Lobster? Probably not that one, but I figured I'd still ask. So comment your answer down below if you want. I'll also probably do a Twitter poll about this because this is the kind of meaningless shit that gets me out of bed in the morning. Anyway, I gotta go DoorDash Dick's Sporting Goods. So in the meantime, let's hear a word from today's sponsor, Squarespace.
Hi, I have website. You need website? Then listen up. Squarespace is the easiest way to make a beautiful homepage for your business or just something you like to do for fun. You can use it to advertise your work. You can use it to sell products you've made. You can use it to show off a JPEG of processed meat that features a revolving door of virtual condiments. I would prefer if you came up with your own idea, but at the end of the day, I'm not in charge of you. Follow your dreams. If you're looking to try and profit off your work, Squarespace has all the tools you need to make an aesthetically pleasing and fully functional online store. I used to run my own merch shop through a website I made with Squarespace, and everything ran super smoothly. I was able to make it look exactly the way I envisioned it. I was able to set all the prices and quantity limits so I wouldn't oversell. I could see analytics about who was buying what and where they were coming from. And if you're worried about the website making process being overly complicated, don't be. That was my concern too, because I don't have any experience with coding or HTML, but it was super easy. You pretty much just pick a template and then customize it as little or as much as you want. So to take your business to the next level and get started with a free trial, head to squarespace.com, and when you're ready to launch your website, use promo code DREW, that's me, that's my name, for 10% off your first purchase. Also, if you do make a website, send it to me on Twitter. I love seeing what you guys make. And if you'd like to buy this shirt and give your family nightmares this holiday season, you can do so at pictureofhotdog.com. Anyway, thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring today's video. Now back to my stunt double, who has not been doing very many stunts lately. If you want me to do a stunt, then write one into the video. Sorry, guys. Ooh, sounds like my dicks just got here, so I'm gonna go play with that. Thank you all so much for watching today's video. I hope you all had a wonderful holiday weekend. Maybe you didn't get to spend it with your family this year, but sometimes that's okay. It's officially Christmas season now, which means I will be back soon with a fun idea that I came up with for a video. In the meantime, if you're watching this video the day it came out, I currently have a Cyber Monday sale going up on my merch store. Lots of deals on there that you can choose to either take advantage of or fully ignore. But that's it. See you next time, and Merry Christmas. Hey guy, welcome back to day 700 of quarantine. My wife gave me a haircut because I haven't left the house in 5 months, so please don't say anything mean about it or you'll hurt both of our feelings. Now, I'm not sure if you guys have been keeping up with the news, but apparently a lot of stuff has happened this year. Some of it's good. No, who am I kidding? It's all bad. Some of it, though, is just surprising. Today's video is a story of disappointment, of betrayal. Someone who, for decades, has been seen as a beacon of light within the Hollywood community. Someone whose show was all about positivity and good deeds. Someone whose name literally has the word generous in it. Turns out it's all a lie. I'm being a little facetious because even before the recent allegations of misconduct behind the scenes of her show, Ellen has made some questionable decisions
on her show. Somehow her whole shtick of positivity and everybody having a good time doesn't work quite as well when it's at the expense of someone else. She has this segment where she gives a bunch of old objects to a young person and they have to figure out how to use it while everyone laughs in their face. Scott Kramer made a really good video about this, which I recommend you watch after this one, but I realized while searching for his video that this isn't just a one-time thing. This is like a recurring segment on her show. Even as recently as a month ago, apparently. I was really confused for a second because I was like, wait, are they still filming this show? But then I saw the date on the comically large check she wrote, and it says March 10th, which is like right when shit was starting to hit the fan. That's why Ellen makes sure to keep her distance while the entire audience of peasants stays jam-packed next to each other. What is this, some kind of metaphor? Anyway, the way the game works is that you have 60 seconds to figure out how to use these things.
I am going to put 60 seconds on the clock. Okay. Do you know what a clock is?
Yes.
No, Ellen, I haven't seen a clock before. I was born tomorrow. I haven't been born yet. But of course, the teenagers don't know how to do these things because they've never had to before. So the audience laughs and laughs while Ellen looks on with contempt. Foolish child. Never opened a can before. Never had to set an alarm on an actual alarm clock. You dim-witted toddler.
Okay.
This whole thing just feels like one big retaliation to the okay boomer meme. Oh, you millennials think you're so smart just because you know how to restart a computer. Well, try folding a map. Now we all feel better about ourselves.
What a stupid idea this was, huh?
Also, like, of course, she doesn't know how to use these objects that have become obsolete due to better technology. I'd like to see someone give Ellen 2 sticks and ask her to start a fire. Oh, what's wrong, Ellen? Can't do it? Never lived in a cave before? You're so spoiled. My great. You know what I realize this is? This segment feels like if Facebook was a show.
Well, everyone, would you look at this? We've got ourselves a millennial.
Boo. Boo.
You suck. How's it feel to have 0 life skills? Shouldn't you have taught them to me? You're my dad. Get a job, child. I have a job. Using it to pay off my student loans. When I was your age, I had already bought my first house. It was $12 and I worked my ass off for it. No handouts, loser. I'm not asking for one, I just don't know how to use a rotary phone.
I'm not sure exactly when it happened, but these days Ellen feels more like an angry curmudgeon than the lovable goofball she used to be. You've probably heard about that one episode where she had a hidden camera film a bunch of people who were told they could get 1 free gift, but when one of them took an extra gift for her sister, Ellen made sure to call her out on her show and eviscerate her in front of the entire audience.
Oh, Nancy. You're the kind of person like when you go trick-or-treating and nobody's home, you don't just take the bowl. You just walk away. No, you go sit in that Ellen jail over there right now.
She also had this segment last year where she roasted a bunch of gifts, including a painting that a fan made for her.
This was a gift that I got from one of my viewers. This was sent to me from JB. That's all I know. It's very mysterious. JB. And here it is. Yeah. That's what I said when I saw it. Oh.
Imagine someone liked you so much that they hand-painted a drawing for you, and you were just like, yo, this sucks. You suck, dude. Hey, everyone, look how bad this is. This moron poured their heart into this because they admire me so much. What a loser. And I mean, yeah, it's not the best artwork. I've gotten fan art before that isn't like a masterpiece, but what am I gonna do? Go on my television show and make fun of them for it? No. I'm gonna keep it to myself. One time she had a young Chinese boy on the show who had a translator with him. She kept getting really annoyed at the translator for not translating fast enough.
You play the ukulele, and then now you're playing electric guitar, right?
Yes.
Yeah. What else do you want to learn?
你现在在学怎么弹电子吉他，你还想再学？
Just one question. Just what else does he want? I don't know what you're telling him, but just ask him what I'm saying.
Okay, sorry. 就弹一些演奏曲子，就是只单。
Never mind. Okay.
She's also had a habit of making her celebrity guests feel visibly uncomfortable during the interviews.
And you're just naked with your friend?
Why are you putting me on the spot like this? Gosh.
Let's talk about your love life, can we?
Oh my God.
Do you mind?
Oh God, I don't know, man.
Sometimes persistently asking them questions, even when they've made it clear they want to move on.
Well, it seems like you're busy with something because you're forgetting to cut your son's hair. Right. Look at him. He is beautiful, but look at his hair. When are you going to cut that hair?
Do you have a problem with that?
No, I don't have a problem. That is some long hair.
Boy have long hair? That's not right. Boy have short hair. Girl have long hair. Oh, wait.
You turned 30.
I did.
And how was the party? I wasn't invited.
Actually, no, that's not the truth, Ellen. You were invited.
No, that can't be right.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
How do you know? I don't think so.
Ask everybody.
Can you please just tell everyone that I wasn't invited so I don't seem like the bad guy here? Thanks.
No, last time I was on the show, last year, you gave me a bunch of about not inviting you, but I didn't even know you wanted to be invited.
Well, who doesn't want to be invited to a party?
Well, I didn't even know you liked me.
Of course I like you. You knew I liked you.
Tell everyone I like you. Please. She really likes putting people on the spot. She kind of treats everyone who comes on her show as tools for entertainment rather than real people. And it just seems hypocritical coming from her because her show's mantra is literally be kind. Now, one of the worst things I've ever seen on the show was about 10 years ago with Mariah Carey, who she basically bullied into admitting that she was pregnant by coercing her into drinking champagne.
People are saying that that you're pregnant. There's rumors.
Don't discuss that. That's not champagne because you can't.
No, it
have
is.
Is it really?
Yeah, you want to taste it?
I can't believe you did this to me, Ellen.
What? No,
Are you trying
I'm
to
not
just...
going to ask you if you're pregnant or
This
not.
is
I'm
peer
just going to
pressure.
say.
Do you see what Ellen is doing? This is peer pressure.
She clearly was not ready to announce it, had no intention of announcing it, but Ellen just kept backing her into a corner because it makes for good TV. She wanted to be involved in breaking this story. So then fast forward 1 week, and Mariah Carey had to announce that she had a miscarriage. Now, I'm not saying that Ellen caused that. That would be ridiculous. But what she did do is force the situation into the public. Like, that's a traumatic enough thing to have to go through on your own. But now you have to admit publicly that you're no longer pregnant because a week ago your friend made you spill the beans on her talk show, and now everything is in the spotlight when you could have just dealt with this privately. And something about it just kind of feels gross to me, like, well, you don't want to tell anyone that, but I'm Ellen, so you're going to tell me, right? So that brings us to today, where there's no longer a dozen or so uncomfortable moments over the years. There's now potentially hundreds of accusations of misconduct, either by Ellen herself or by a producer on her show. Now, legal disclaimer, I don't know if all of these things are true. Maybe some of them are not. They're all just hearsay as of now and therefore have not been substantiated in a court of law. So take it with a grain of salt. I'm not making any of these claims myself. I'm just reading what other people said about her on the internet. So that should cover my ass, I think. All right, let's read them. She has a sensitive nose, so everyone must chew gum from a bowl outside her office before talking to her, and if she thinks you smell that day, then you have to go home and shower. This is a big one. You're not allowed to look at her at all. If you make eye contact with her, even on accident, then she will reprimand you and the entire crew as a group. When she's in a bad mood, staff members were highly encouraged by upper management to go to her office and do bits to cheer her up. She doesn't like a monologue someone writes for her. She throws it on the floor. Every day she picks someone different to really hate. It's not your fault, just suck it up for the day and she'll be mean to someone else the next day. Former producer claims Ellen laughed when staff were yelled at. This person almost got fired from their service job because she wrote a letter to the owner and complained about her chipped nail polish. Her former DJ, who was on the show, recently posted and didn't go into details, but said he can confirm that he was a part of the toxicity in the workplace. Now, some of that is just sort of your classic diva behavior that doesn't necessarily make someone a monster, you know. A lot of it really comes down to the environment of the workplace as a whole and some of the things that some of her producers did. One person said they were fired after having to take medical leave for a car accident and having to take a couple days off to attend a family member's funeral. Someone else said something similar, that when they came back from medical leave, their position was just eliminated. One person made a GoFundMe to cover medical bills that weren't covered by their health insurance they got through the company. And because the show didn't like how that made Ellen look, they demanded that she take it down after less than 24 hours. A black woman who worked there was told by a senior level producer, "Oh wow, you both have box braids. I hope we don't get you confused." And then at a work party, one of the main writers told her, "I'm sorry, I only know the names of the white people who work here." Dozens of former employees say one executive producer had a reputation for being handsy with women, and that another solicited oral sex at a work party. Jesus Christ. Overall, the theme is that, like, if you're working for the Ellen show, you should just feel lucky that you get to do that and not worry about all the shit being thrown your way. Seems like they really pit everyone against each other and picked favorites. They would reward the people who never complained, working long shifts without ever saying anything about it, and in doing so that kind of silences the people who do want to speak up. Overall, it just seems like a really shitty environment. And even though a lot of this doesn't directly have to do with Ellen doing something, I feel like there's almost no way she didn't know this was happening. How can you have all these people who work for you? Certainly rumors are going to come flying back your way, and seems like it was never really enough of an issue until it became this big story, and now they're under investigation. But what about the last 15 years while all this stuff was happening? I think the most disappointing thing about this for me is just when you find out that someone with a position of power is taking advantage of that power and doesn't give a shit about their employees. That sucks. When someone's going through their own medical problems, it's just like, well, they're not a very good employee anymore because they're off dealing with that. Let's just replace them and move on. Now, does a lot of this stuff happen in other industries too? Absolutely. People are very cutthroat when it comes to their businesses. This isn't new. But I guess I was just hoping that Ellen DeGeneres might foster a better work environment than Jeff Bezos. It's not a very high bar to cross. But don't worry, everyone. The celebs have started to come to her defense. There may be dozens of accusations of mistreatment, but Ashton Kutcher says that she was always nice to him. So it's like, who do I believe? There were apparently well-paid executive producers who were notorious for their sexual misconduct, but Jay Leno is friends with Ellen. So it's like, I guess everyone's just lying? There's something so ironic about celebrities coming to her defense when the accusations were never about them in the first place. No one was accusing Ellen of being mean to Ashton Kutcher. That's not the point. And I understand that if your friend gets accused of something bad, your instinct would probably be to come out and defend them because you've never experienced that yourself. But your positive experience with someone doesn't change a negative experience that someone else might have had with them.
Help! This guy's choking me!
I'll call for help. Wait. Brian? Kevin? It's so good to see you, man. Same, dude. It's been forever.
What's happening?
How have you been? So good. I sell blood on Facebook Marketplace. No way. I was gonna do that.
Can you help me?
Oh, I'm sorry. And you are?
Being choked right now.
Oh. By whom?
By your friend Brian.
Really? Brian, is this true? No. That's what I thought. Plus, Brian's never choked me before.
How does that change my experience?
I don't know. Brian's a good guy. I don't think he would do something like that.
He's doing it right now.
But I don't think he would.
Just because someone's your friend doesn't mean they're a good person.
What did he say? I don't know, he was kind of mumbling. So weird. And then he just falls asleep. What is it, bedtime? Yeah, it's like, good night. What a weirdo. Yeah. Hey, can you get out of my house?
Now, it's worth noting that not every celebrity came to her defense. Some of them seemed quite eager to do the opposite, actually. Howard Stern came out and said she should just embrace it. Be a jerk. Be a punk? Wait, what does that mean?
P-word.
Oh, it's prick. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I guess it's because they use the word bitch just fine, but prick is where they draw the line. But Howard actually has a pretty good point here. I mean, obviously, I don't think any of the things that she's accused of are validated. Shitty behavior is shitty behavior. But what rubs a lot of people the wrong way is the hypocrisy of it. When you project this image onto the world of being kind and loving and charitable, but it turns out to all be a facade to make yourself look better, when in actuality, you're kind of a monster behind the scenes, that's worse than just unapologetically being an asshole. You reel people in with this fake persona and get them to fall in love with you, but you've actually been lying to their face this entire time. I guess it shouldn't be surprising to find out that a rich Hollywood celebrity is not as nice as they seem. If I had $1 for every time that happened, then I could be a rich Hollywood celebrity. I think what's so disheartening about it is that it's Ellen. I know that the red flags have been there for a long time. I know for a lot of people, the niceness always seemed kind of fake, but I was hoping she would be the exception. This is Dory we're talking about here. She was a childhood hero of mine. So many people have looked up to her over the years. She's made history, and this feels like finding out Mickey Mouse is actually a giant pervert. So now the show is apparently under internal investigation, so who knows what will happen next. She did come out and apologize, but all she really said was like, damn, that's crazy. I had no idea all that stuff was going on. Well, I'll make sure it doesn't happen again. The total lack of accountability kind of reminds me of that thing that happens a lot now where a senator will tweet like, someone's gotta do something about this. And it's like, yeah, you do. That's your job. Like, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but my YouTube videos have really gone downhill lately. Hopefully someone does something about that. Word on the street is that Ellen will probably have to be replaced, which is a shame because her show in quarantine has been so entertaining so far.
There's nothing wrong with them. They're all
not a corner,
soft.
not a corner, a callus in sight.
No.
But the good news is that means that the door is open for someone else. And this guy, Gabe, on Twitter had a really good idea. Get Eric Andre to replace Ellen. Keep show format the same. Also, don't change the name. And then that was followed by a petition that Eric Andre himself retweeted to make Eric Ellen, along with some beautifully photoshopped pictures. And I gotta say, as bad as this year has been in every conceivable way, this is the most wonderful thing I've ever seen. Also, I signed the petition. So to sum everything up, Ellen is mean, Eric is Ellen, and I have to go to the bathroom. So let's cut to commercials. So glad I installed that toilet in my office. Well, guys, thank you so much for watching. If you didn't like today's video, don't worry. I'm sure someone out there will be able to make sure that my videos start getting better. I wish you all happiness and good health, unless you're like a regular person, then I don't really care what happens to you. But please make sure to come back next week for a very fun video where I realized I was accidentally looking the wrong way the entire time.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I walked into the room and I said, this cannot be happening right now. This is not the kind of thing that normally happens in this town. Is it this camera? I look at this one? Okay.
Why don't they just edit that part out?
Can you tell us your name? My name is John, and what is your connection to Crazy Legs? Who? The serial killer? I don't know who that is. You don't? No. Is this for TV? Sort of. Sorry, we must have got the wrong guy.
Yeah, I think you did. I work at Hobby Lobby.
Whoops. Well, could you tell us about that?
Oh, sure. So Hobby Lobby is sort of a knick-knack store.
So they're just gonna interview him anyway?
It's a good place to work because we have Sundays off, and I'm not like religious or anything, but I just don't like working on Sundays. No, it didn't hurt necessarily. I just wanted to go to a dermatologist to make sure it wasn't anything serious. But then I found out that if you bundle it with your home insurance, it's actually a little bit cheaper.
How long is this?
You know what's funny? I never understood the roadwork vine. People would quote it to me.
Is this the whole episode?
Do you guys want to hear about the time I got my tonsils out? Oh my God, I'm done. This is so stupid.
The year 2005. My throat ravaged with strep.
Hey guy, does anyone else feel like everything is designed to waste your time now, or am I being too cynical? Netflix documentaries are multiple episodes when they could have just been one 45-minute movie. Video games are too big. YouTube videos are too long. And please, for the love of God, stop asking me for my phone number every time I buy something from a store. I don't want to join your rewards program. I just want to give you money in exchange for a hat. Is that too much to ask? Sorry, I'll start with the Netflix thing. It seems like half of what I watch on Netflix is twice as long as it should be. They always make it just interesting enough to hold your attention, but it's still pretty clear they're trying to stretch it out as much as they can. And I know it's not just me who feels this way, because I'll look up reviews after I watch something and they almost all say the same thing. Watchable, but it drags on, could have been tied up in one episode. Please, Netflix, stop trying to make a series when there simply isn't the content for a series. They made a documentary a couple years ago about the Cecil Hotel, a place that has, I'll say it, an alarming number of deaths associated with it. It's the site of that extremely famous elevator video of Elisa Lam right before she was found dead. So there is plenty of mystery to uncover here, but by episode 2, they were just interviewing YouTubers. Not people connected with the story, just a bunch of random dudes who had Googled stuff about it before. They keep calling them web sleuths, which I guess is the most official way of saying that you just woke up one day and decided that you are a detective. Well, since no one else has been able to crack this case, I guess it's up to me. Generally, one of the big things that separates a professionally made documentary from just just any average YouTube video is the access they have to the subject matter. Anyone can throw together a video where they summarize a Wikipedia page, but the most memorable and revealing documentaries are ones where we hear the perspective of the people involved. I watched one on Hulu recently called The Contestant, and not only is this an absolutely insane story, but you get to hear it from the point of view of the guy it happened to. You also get to hear from the villain of this story, who is such a monster, I can't believe he agreed to be a part of this. It's fascinating to see how proud he is of himself. Like, yeah, I tormented this guy and ruined his life, but you gotta admit, it made for a pretty cool show. But this is kind of the expectation when you turn on a documentary, that you're gonna hear the story from the people involved in the story. So when you put on an official Netflix docuseries on a streaming service that costs money to use, and most of it is just regular people offering their 2 cents on the same blurry video everyone else has watched, it kind of feels like a huge waste of time. It's so aggressively time wasting that I can't help but feel like that was the goal. Like, all right, we have everything we need to tell this story. We have other guests who were staying at the hotel. We have the manager of the hotel at the time. We have the maintenance worker who discovered her body. And in between interviewing them, we're also going to hear from someone whose only credential is having internet access.
I am a co-founder of the Elisa Lam discussion group on Facebook.
No, he wasn't there when it happened, but he has listened to a lot of podcasts about this, so we should probably hear him out. More recently, they made a docuseries about Ashley Madison, a website whose mere existence is fascinating, let alone all the fallout from their massive data leak that exposed a bunch of celebrities and politicians. There is absolutely a story worth telling here, and some of it was very interesting. But again, pointless interviews, backstory that's unnecessarily detailed. There's such a clear amount of filler put into these documentaries. It felt like half the runtime of the last 2 episodes was just trying to make us feel bad for this YouTube vlogging couple, which, I'm sorry, was never going to happen. In fact, I would say the best thing to come out of this was that it forced them to take a short break from exploiting their children's medical issues for AdSense revenue because they were too busy making 17 videos about how they were going to be on Netflix. Now, I would guess, like with a lot of their scripted content, the shadowy Netflix overlords are more responsible for a lot of these decisions than the talented people who work on these. I don't think almost every single documentary is 3 60-minute episodes because that's always how much story there is to tell. I think that's the mandated runtime that their bosses give to them. So even when they end up with footage that doesn't add anything to the show, they kind of just have to leave it in anyway to pad the length. There's a series they did a couple years ago with Kristen Bell called The Woman in the House Across the Street from the Girl in the Window. As you could probably guess from the title, this was a parody of like Lifetime murder mysteries, and it was a pretty funny show. I enjoyed it. But the whole time I was watching this, I just kept thinking, this should have been a movie. Why is this 8 episodes? Is it because they knew it would take me 4 days to finish instead of getting through it all in one night, therefore extending my subscription just long enough for them to make a little bit more money for me? You know, now that I hear that out loud, I'm pretty sure it's that. At this point, I just assume most of Netflix's decisions are made by an algorithm that prioritizes keeping people subscribed as long as possible and has figured out the best way to mathematically do that, even if it lessens the overall user experience. I think overall, Netflix is trying to do too many things at once. They want to make good shows, but they also want to make a lot of shows. And they want the shows to be longer than they need to be, but not in a way that would cost more money. And they need to move the plot along so no one gets bored, but not too quickly, otherwise the people who are looking down at their phones the entire time might get confused.
She'd heard from so many showrunners who are given notes by the streaming channels that they say, this isn't second screen enough. The viewer is expected to be on their phone, kind of half doing something else while your crime drama or whatever is playing. And you just can't make it as complicated as you have because they're not going to understand it because they're only going to be half concentrating on your show.
You know, when you hear stuff like that, it's actually not that surprising how often shows like Avatar would repeat the same information they just told you a few minutes ago. You're not supposed to pay attention when you watch Netflix. You're just supposed to put it on in the background so you have something to listen to while you make dinner. But like, if you're designing your content so that it's best consumed while half paying attention to it, why would I waste my time devoting all of my attention to it?
On the topic of things that are getting too long, what's going on with YouTube videos? Does anyone know? I'm old enough to remember when the 10-minute mark was something videos got stretched out to. Now it feels like half the videos I get recommended to me are 7-hour retrospectives on like the penguins of Madagascar. And I'm kind of conflicted on how I feel about this. Because on one hand, some of the best videos I've seen on this website are well past the hour mark. There are multiple Defunctland episodes that have better storytelling and production value than any Netflix documentary I've seen. When H-Bomber Guy or Jenny Nicholson release a 4-hour video, I know it's not just because they're trying to inflate the watch time so it gets boosted suggested by the algorithm. It's because they spent months working on it, and that's just how long the video ended up being. I'm a sucker for a comically in-depth review of a piece of media I've never thought about for more than 2 seconds. As long as the person making it is passionate about the subject and they put in the effort to make it entertaining, I'll watch just about anything. But I'm worried that some people are taking the wrong lessons from the success of some of these channels. They see that a very long video about a niche subject has the potential to get a lot of views, so it's almost as if they go into their video with the goal of making it as long as possible, even if there's not really that much to talk about. The current YouTube meta is to turn your video into a podcast. It's to pad the absolute shit out of the runtime because that's what the algorithm likes. And to be clear, I don't really blame these people for doing this, especially smaller channels who are just trying to make their videos stand out before they drown in the bottomless ocean of content. But it's just frustrating from the audience perspective that the system is rewarding unedited yapping. If I just vomit out every word that remotely pertains to the topic at hand with no thought into brevity, no consideration of the viewer's time, it's actually more likely that YouTube will push my video out to those people whose time I'm not valuing. The algorithm is teaching me that I shouldn't cut things out of my video if they feel superfluous or unnecessary or repetitive or like I'm just saying the same thing over and over again but in slightly different ways. They'd prefer if I stretched out every video as long as I could, but if that's all I'm doing, what message am I sending to the audience I'm trying to cultivate? That their time is just something for me to leverage so I can get more views? That's a little shitty. But the worst thing is when they start doing an ad read at the beginning of a video that, quite frankly, I'm not even sure I'm interested in yet. You haven't even hooked me, and you're already trying to sell me a water bottle that smells bad? Brother, if I wanted to be advertised to, I would fly to New York City and spin around in Times Square. I didn't click on this video to learn about the deodorant that changed your life. I clicked on this video to hear a grown man rant about the Fairly Odd Parents for 3 hours. So in that way, this is kind of my fault. I don't know what I was expecting. Also, no. I'm sorry. You don't have to do this. I literally do. I signed a contract. Now, based on everything I just described, you might be thinking, okay, so you want every video to be as concise as possible. You mean like Mr. Beast? No. That's not what I'm saying. That is on the entire other end of the spectrum. There are videos that go on so long that large portions of them become nothing more than background noise. And then there's the most hyperactive, fever dream editing, nonstop cacophony of colors and sounds meant to overstimulate the 8-year-old boys watching on their iPad. And then there's a lot of space in between. But I guess because of all that space, it's weird to me how many videos end up on either extreme. It'll either be like, I just dropped my friend in an elevator for 72 hours without any food or water, but none of that even mattered because they ran out of air and suffocated before they even got hungry. Or it'll be like, but before I can talk about season 2 of How I Met Your Mother, we need to go back to the beginning. The first camera was invented in 18... I'm just asking that we meet somewhere in the middle, that's all. Also, to be clear, Mr. Beast and all of the channels copying him have never made their videos that way because they value people's time. They're just trying to keep their retention rate as high as possible. It's just a different metric they're prioritizing. If Jimmy cared about his audience at all, he wouldn't sign off on doing this unbelievably deceptive bullshit where during mid-roll ads, they put this progress bar on the bottom that starts off really fucking fast. It makes it seem like, oh, this will be done in a few seconds. I don't need to skip this. And then once people have done the math in their head and decided they're just gonna see it through to the end, the progress bar mysteriously slows down. Like, a lot. And suddenly that last 20% is starting to feel like an eternity. I thought we were almost done, and now I'm not even sure we're halfway through. This shit really pisses me off, because this is a very deliberate choice. This is not an accident. You have to go out of your way to keyframe it like this with the intention of deceiving your viewers. It's such an openly manipulative thing to do to your audience, and is very telling of the way you view them. That you're willing to lie to their face if it means a number on an analytics screen might get a little bit bigger. To you, they're not real people, they're just data points that can be orchestrated in whatever direction you want them to. And that sucks. And if you agree with me, please sign up for my Patreon. Right now, I'm trying to buy a bunch of Teslas so I can see how many you can stack on top of each other before they explode. I have a lot of respect for creators that make algorithmically counterintuitive decisions because they don't want to waste their viewers' time. I think Internet Shaquille is hands down the best cooking channel on YouTube. He's knowledgeable, he's funny, and he always just gets right to the point. There's a promise of information in the title, and he doesn't try to withhold it from you just because he could theoretically put more mid-rolls in by meandering for a bit. For a long time, Tom Scott was kind of the science version of this. Nerd Writer is like the film version of this. In a world where most video essays end up being somehow longer than the piece of media they're about, Nerd Writer's still barely hitting that 7-minute mark. It's just, here's this thing I noticed in a movie, here's some insight about it, and that's all I got for you, brother. But I think it's also worth noting that these channels are successful. They're not doing the thing you're supposed to be doing, but it works for them. And I just want to use that as a testament to making things the way you want to make them, or making the type of video you wish there was more of. Sometimes going against the grain actually is the best way to make yourself stand out. Like, don't just throw together a bunch of crappy videos about whatever drama is trending. Make a retrospective about some niche hobby you had as a kid. This shit is way more interesting. Remember, this website is called YouTube, not do the thing that you think will become popular tube. That would be a really stupid URL. Now, I'll admit it's not totally fair to get mad at other people for wasting my time when really no one wastes more of it than I do. There was a day last week where the screen time on my phone was 106 hours. And I slept in that day. There's so many things I want to do in my life before I'm gone, so many people I want to spend time with, so many places I want to go, but I can't stop scrolling. I don't want to, but it's as if it's been scientifically engineered to be the easiest thing to do.
Adam and Eve were caught on camera. Can you guess who's holding the camera? Keep scrolling if you choose the devil.
It's this weird feeling I get whenever I go on TikTok or Instagram Reels or Threads, just kidding, where I'm simultaneously aware of what it's doing to my brain, but I do nothing to try and intervene. I just sit there and let it destroy me because I have to see that next video. What if it's so funny, but I exit out of the app before I ever get a chance to watch it? I'd cry. No. I'd kill myself. And it's almost as if that feeling is intentional. They've made it so the distance between you and a chance at dopamine is just one small swipe away. I'd almost say it's malicious, but I know that's not true, because a billion-dollar company would never do that. Billionaires care about your well-being. That's how they made so much money in the first place. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, they would never intentionally show us things to make us upset because studies show that people spend more time on a platform if they're seeing something that makes them angry. They wouldn't do that, because that's not nice. This is what most of my timeline is whenever I scroll through Twitter. It's the most blatantly obvious engagement bait that has weaseled its way into being prioritized because it's successfully baited engagement. It's arguments about body counts and whether Nickelodeon shows were good or not. And it works on me. It has the intended effect when I see it. I was scrolling one day and I saw someone say, iCarly, Victorious, Zoe 101. And at first I had to squint for a few seconds because I wasn't sure what they meant by this. And then I realized they were saying the first two are good, LeBron James, and the third is sort of an imposter that doesn't belong. And I, in my head, got defensive. I was like, what are you talking about? Zoe 101 was good. It was certainly better than Victorious. How does this have so many likes? What's wrong with Zoe 101? And then I exited out of Twitter and sat in silence for a few seconds as I pondered what just happened. How I got upset that someone I don't know said a show from 20 years ago that I kind of liked isn't as good as a different show that I barely watch? Why is this how I'm spending my time? In this moment, I could have been doing anything else, and yet I chose to introduce this argument into my head? That can't be good long term, right? Like, we can all agree that's probably not great for my brain. If you're like me and you've been struggling with the endless scroll, I do have a recommendation. I found this by accident while I was doing a video a couple years ago about dopamine fast. It's called Screen Zen, and it's free. I have it set up so it only gives me a few minutes at a time on each of the most poisonous apps that I hate but am addicted to. So you can still pop in for a sec and get the feeling of being up to date, but then it'll grab you by the shoulders and yank you out before you get too sucked into the void. You still get a little bit sucked, but not all the way. But of course, I saved the most important issue for last. Video games are too big now. and I'm tired of pretending like they're not. When I was a kid, the idea of an open world game blew my mind. Up until a certain point, everything was very linear, very insulated. You load into an area, you do what you have to do there, and then you move on to the next place. But this idea that you could go anywhere in any order, what could be more immersive than a world that you could essentially live in? And boy, did I want to live in any other world than the one in which I played clarinet and got bullied by someone who also played clarinet. You're not better than me. We're the same. To me, open world games felt like the culmination of every technological milestone. It felt like the future of gaming. And then over time, it became the standard. It became what every game had to be. And then all of a sudden, it seemed like the goal shifted from making the best game to making the biggest game. I guess because it's easier to market something based on scale than to just come out and say, hey, the story's really good in this one, trust me. I started to get overwhelmed by games because of the seemingly endless list of tasks I needed to complete, the chores that I needed to do. And to be clear, I'm not talking about games like Crime Scene Cleaner. That's a great game, okay? I don't mind chores when the game is chores. I'll play Power Wash Simulator all day. I played unpacking shortly after moving into this house, and I hadn't finished unpacking in real life yet. My wife was not happy about that. What I'm specifically referring to is when games feel artificially padded with repetitive side quests. When there's like 7 different activities to do, but you just end up doing each of them 100 times. And as someone who goes into games with a completionist mindset, this is the quickest way to make me give up. Cause I'll try to collect every item and go into every corner for like 20% of the story until one day I just stop opening the game altogether, relieved by the massive weight now off my shoulders. I think this is a big reason why Elden Ring had such a big impact on me and so many other people. Yes, you're in this staggeringly large open world littered with places to go and things to kill, but it's not in the form of just a bunch of exclamation points on your minimap. Almost everything you do in this game is motivated by, oh, that looks cool, I want to go over there. It's the feeling you should have while playing an open world game. It's that sense of wonder that has mostly been lost by all these cookie cutter taskathons. Also, the more bloated a game is with content, the more narrative dissonance there ends up being, which of course only matters as much as you let it. But it's still really funny sometimes when the main questline of a game is trying to instill this sense of urgency, but at any given moment you can just go fuck around for 15 straight hours. We've only got until midnight tonight to rescue my uncle, or they're gonna execute him. Hey, do you think there's anything cool in this cave over here? A compromise that works great for my brain is a semi-open world, like the 2 most recent God of War games. I like when there's enough optional side exploration that it still scratches that itch for me, without it ever feeling like I'm missing out on this overwhelming amount of content by just wanting to streamline the story for a bit. I think it's okay for a game to be modest in scope. Just because the technology exists to procedurally generate 1,000 different planets doesn't mean we have to do that. Sometimes I wonder if the technical limitations from previous generations actually made games better. I mean, it certainly made them more contained. It made them more approachable. I love going back and playing older games that only take a few hours to finish. I want to be able to complete things. I want to have a full experience in a reasonable amount of time. I'm tired of not getting any closure from games because they make it so tedious and long-winded to get to that point. And that's assuming the game even works when you first buy it, which chances are it won't. It's become so normalized for games to be unfinished and littered with bugs on release that it's actually surprising when a game comes out and works the way it's supposed to. A lot of even really good games aren't worth buying for like 2 full years. Cyberpunk, fantastic game in 2024. But I bought this on release and had to slog through so many bugs, retread so many areas because of crashes, all before encountering an immovable obstacle. I could not progress the story because every time I tried to initiate this cutscene, the other character would not say the next line he was supposed to, so they would both just sit there in silence indefinitely. I couldn't continue the game past this point, and I was like 10 hours into it. I had a similar game-breaking experience with Dying Light 2, Metro Exodus, and I'm not even touching Starfield anytime soon. The bigger a game is supposed to be, the more I don't trust it to be a complete experience when it first comes out. out. It usually takes years to fill out all the missing pieces, so I'm not gonna waste my time or money on what I assume will be a significantly worse experience than if I were to just wait until it's on sale in 2027. But in a world of titles forced out prematurely by a deadline that was never realistic, nothing feels quite as egregious as the yearly full-priced sports game. You spend 11 months building up a player or a team or a general manager if you're a weirdo like me, and then as soon as the calendar flips over, you gotta start from scratch. All right, everyone, time for the new game. Yes, it's $100 again, but we've made so many improvements. The number on the box is different. And where's your credit card? NBA 2K has one of the most aggressive microtransaction systems I've ever seen in a video game. But they're not just dedicated to milking every single dollar out of your bank account. They've also made it their personal mission to waste as much of your time as humanly possible. A few years ago, they added something revolutionary. They turned the park into the city. Now, functionally, at its core, the city is just a menu. Every physical location that you have to trek to could have just been text on a screen and it would have been way more efficient to navigate. But that wouldn't be innovative. Innovation is when you have to jog a mile just to have Gatorade before your next game. Innovation is when you create something tedious so you can sell the solution to it. Man, aren't you guys tired of having to navigate this big stupid city we made? Then buy a bike. It's $10, fuck you. Imagine if every time you turned on your computer, you had to make a little guy run across town just to go to the Gmail store. Oh shit, forgot my password, gonna have to sprint over to City Hall. I feel like every single element of this game is designed with the goal of wasting your time. Whether it's getting interrupted in the main menu to show you 2 separate ads, or a halftime show you cannot skip even if you press X the whole time. Don't get me wrong, this halftime show is great. They've got Ernie, Kenny, Shaq, my 3 favorite guys. They show highlights and relevant stats, they make jokes. By sports game standards, this halftime show is fantastic. But there are 1 million games in every basketball season, and I don't want to watch 1 million halftime shows. I'm just trying to speed run to the playoffs so I can take a virtual trophy home to my real life Orlando Magic. Is that too much to ask? 58 seconds, by the way. But whatever, those are just minor inconveniences. The really egregious wastes of time are in the My Career mode. Now the thing is, when you start his career, this guy fucking sucks at basketball, which is a problem because that's the thing he's trying to do. He's slow as hell, he can't shoot to save his life, he has 1 shirt and it's brown. And in order to fix these things, you need to obtain virtual currency. Now, there's 2 ways you can do this. Option 1, grind. Spend dozens of hours playing dozens of games, scraping together pennies so you can get 1% faster, 1% stronger, 1% better at handling ball. But it's never enough. This process is miserable. You're useless out there. You don't belong in the NBA. You would be better off in any other line of work. And this is exactly by design. This is how the game wants you to feel. They want you to hate this part because they know the more frustrating of an experience you have, the more likely you are to just skip to option 2, spend $40 more. Come on, just do it. You don't have time for this. Don't you want to get to the fun part? You'll start doing the math in your head and rationalize it as a no-brainer. Yeah, $40 is a lot of money, but it's not nearly as much money as I could earn in the 40 hours it's saving me. You feel like a genius. You feel like you outsmarted the system, and then you realize this is the system. I did the exact thing they wanted me to do. And it wouldn't even be that bad if the game itself didn't already cost $70. But now you're out over $100, maybe $150 if you pre-ordered it. Also, the professional athlete you created doesn't play like he's never touched a basketball in his life before.
And I've got all the natural ability in the world thanks to my genetics.
And then you get to do it all again next year. This whole system of paying to skip a grind that has been intentionally designed to be insufferable has become way too common. Developers are purposely holding our time hostage, knowing we'll probably spend a few bucks to get some of it back. I feel like that's almost the entire business model of MMOs. It's one of the reasons I stopped playing RuneScape after our lifelong on-off relationship. I kept having to fight the urge to spend a few bucks on gold because the alternative was earning it in the game, but then I'd have to play the game. And I don't want to do that. I just want to play the end of the game. How long does it take to get there? Oh. Well, I guess this is where I live now. In conclusion, life is short and your time is precious. It's your most valuable resource and you should treat it that way because unfortunately, no amount of it is guaranteed. And I just hate seeing how much it's become commodified, how companies have figured out ways to steal as much of it as they can from us. You can't even pause a fucking movie anymore without having your attention demanded. I know you're just getting up to pee, but if you could please scan this QR code, we got a lot of interesting information about Lysol wipes. The way our attention gets pulled in every direction at all times also makes me feel like I should be multitasking always or I'll fall behind. I always feel like I'm missing out on something. There's so many movies I want to watch and games I want to play and there's not enough hours in the day to do it all. So when I do give myself free time, I try to be overly efficient with it. I can't just play a video game. I should be catching up on podcasts. Loading screen, perfect. That gives me exactly 9 seconds to scroll through TikTok. I hate to be bored. I'd hate to have to listen to the thoughts that are already in my brain. I need to be absorbing new information constantly or I'll die. I've been trying more and more lately to not let the feeling that there's something better I could be doing prevent me from enjoying the time that I have. Sometimes it's nice to go for a walk without bringing my AirPods. There's still plenty of stuff to listen to. Birds, cars, 1 billion cicadas making the world's loudest sound. I don't need to min-max content consumption. In fact, I probably shouldn't be doing that. I don't think prioritizing constant small hits of dopamine, hoping it all adds up to something meaningful is the secret to being happy. The secret to being happy is gambling. Nobody's ever had a bad time in the casino.
This is free. So how do you make money?
The advertisers cover the cost of the TV. So this is an ad.
This is always on.
Whatever you're watching, we're able to monetize using the bottom device. Okay, so check this out. So there's a Pizza Hut ad right there. We literally are now on pizzahut.com and we can order a pizza.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hey guy. Gender reveal parties are the world's stupidest tradition. What probably just started as an innocent excuse to throw a pregnancy party with your friends has transformed into this never-ending competition to try to find the most destructive and dangerous way to announce that your child is gonna have a penis. Now, I'm not normally one to shit on people's innocuous hobbies, unless it's pretending to do magic or listening to Kids Bop. Or cutting a bagel weird. Okay, maybe I do that. But in general, if you're doing something and it's not harming anyone, I'm not gonna take up too much issue with that. And for the most part, I think gender reveal parties tend to be pretty harmless. Maybe you just eat a pink cake with your family, or you all huddle around your dog waiting to see what color his shit is because you fed him some food coloring, and then everyone cheers when he finally poops, and he's confused, but he likes the attention. I'm sure there are plenty of ways to celebrate your fetus child that don't involve the destruction of property. The problem is, like a lot of things that end up on social media, gender reveal parties have turned into this quest to one-up everyone. Whenever an idiotic stunt goes viral, most people probably look at it like, wow, that was dumb that they did that. But some people look at it as an opportunity. They got 1 million views for making a piñata explode? I'm gonna set my grandparents on fire. If the smoke is pink, we're having a girl. Don't get me wrong, I love my family, but the only thing more important to me than their well-being is the possibility of becoming a Twitter moment for 4 hours. Now, I'm sure you've already heard about what I'm referencing, but it just makes me so angry that I had to come on here and talk about it. There is a wildfire in California, not was, because so far they've only been able to contain like 7% of it, that's burned about 10,000 acres and forced people to evacuate their homes, all because someone set off a pyrotechnic device at a gender reveal party in the middle of the woods. Because everyone knows the best place to set off fireworks is next to a bunch of trees. According to a surveillance video, the family could be seen afterwards scrambling and grabbing water bottles, which, believe it or not, was not enough to put it out. I am continually shocked by people who underestimate how quickly a fire can start and immediately become out of control. Especially in California, during a heat wave, the air is as dry as it can be, you're surrounded by foliage. What did you think would happen? I'm sure the family will try to plead that this was an accident, but I don't know if this even counts as one.
I am upset that people are stupid.
As idiotic and as preventable as this wasn't even the first time a giant fire was caused by a gender reveal reveal party. A couple years ago, an off-duty Border Patrol agent shot a target he made that said boy girl on it, and because it was filled with an explosive illegal substance and placed right next to the world's most flammable plant, things went a little south. It took over 2 weeks to extinguish the fire and cost the city about $8 million in damages, but the good news is, it's a boy. I was curious what ended up happening to this guy, so I did a little bit more digging. Turns out he got off really easy. He didn't get arrested and was only fined $200,000, which is a lot of money, of course, but a pretty insignificant fraction of the damage that he caused. Like almost nothing in the grand scheme of things. Now, I don't feel bad for this guy at all, but apparently someone did because they started a GoFundMe for him. Help Border Patrol Agent Dad. He said it was the worst day of his life. Aww. Man, I hadn't even considered that. Order in the court. All right, I'll give the defendant one last chance to plead his case before I sentence him to 100 years in prison. Well, one thing I forgot to say was, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to steal the school bus and run over all those people. I was just having a bad day. I can't stay mad at you. All right, I'll give you 45 minutes of house arrest and this coupon to Bath and Body Works. Court dismissed. I don't know if you guys have noticed this or not, but there's actually a lot of fires going on already. It's just kind of one of those things that happens now where every summer the entire west coast of America has a different color sky than the rest of it. You know what we don't need right now? More fires. What was it that bear used to always say? Only you care about the gender of your baby, please put down the explosive device. It's just so infuriating to me, all of this unnecessary destruction of wildlife, so much damage that is caused by the selfish actions of one person. Now, you might be thinking, well, at least no one died, right? Well, you wouldn't even be right about that. Last year, someone actually did die at a gender reveal party because they didn't realize how powerful the bomb they made would be.
Marion County Sheriff Jason Sandholt describes the device designed to explode colored powder into a puff of smoke revealing the gender of the baby.
You were right. It's a girl. Hey, so Grandma's funeral is this weekend?
A horrible accident, something that's really just terrible. Who can expect such a terrible loss to happen when somebody's trying to celebrate and welcome a life?
You know, it's a real tragedy what happened. They did everything right, too. You detonate a homemade pipe bomb from not that far away. You don't expect no one's head to come flying off, but I guess crazier things have happened, right? Wait, this ain't going on TV, is it? So that means in 2019, at least one person was killed by a gender reveal party. I was doing some research. You know how many people were killed by dinosaurs in 2019? 0. And they're giant monsters! Gender reveal parties are statistically more dangerous than dinosaurs. Anyway, so this happened in Iowa, and it was pretty big news at the time, but apparently not big enough. Because the very next day, in a town 20 miles away, someone else almost died at a gender reveal party. What the fuck is going on? Now, if you're like me, you might be wondering, how are so many people getting access to explosives? What is there, like a website you can go to where you can just order one for yourself? Yes. There is. For the low price of just 99 American dollars, you too can order your very own Tannerite gender reveal boombox. It shouldn't be this easy. No wonder this keeps happening. You can't trust the average person with this kind of power. Most people can't even handle a party popper. How do you expect them to handle real explosives? Knowing this, I'm actually surprised more people haven't died at gender reveal parties. Apparently last year, shortly after these instances, a plane crashed at one after a pilot dropped 350 gallons of pink water. Miraculously, both people on board survived with very minimal injuries. I guess they're invincible. And I haven't even shown you guys the gator reveals yet.
Oh, yeah.
Can you guess what state this happened in? That's right. The one where I live. I think this last one really sums up the attitude that people have about these kinds of things.
Gender reveal party in Boardman leads to a call to police. Officers were called to the Applebee's restaurant Monday night for a fight that broke out between staff and a large group of customers. A manager told officers a group of 20 people came to the restaurant with confetti poppers, and she asked them to go outside so they wouldn't disturb other guests. The manager says they left a mess behind, and when she asked them to clean it up, a fight broke out and menus were thrown. The incident tonight remains under investigation.
What do you mean I have to clean up all this blue confetti that I shot on private property? I'll kick your ass. I feel like this is so indicative of the problem that America's having right now, where people are just so self-absorbed that their celebration is more important than your convenience, or even worse, your safety. Sorry I burned down your house, Deborah. Can't you just be excited we found out about the genitals on my baby? Again, I'm not here to stand in the way of your weird little tradition. If you want to pop a balloon to see what color smoke comes out so you can start imposing a personality on your unborn child, then do it, I guess. But if you knowingly take part in something that has the potential to put other people in harm's way, and you still do it because it's kind of fun for you, you are selfish and you suck. I think I would attribute some, but not all of the blame to family vloggers who, when they're having their own gender reveal parties, probably feel this obligation as content creators to make it as extravagant as possible. For them, the gender reveal party is just one of the many pieces of content you get to milk out of every pregnancy. When most people find out they're pregnant, it's like, oh shit, we're gonna have to spend a lot more money. But when family vloggers find out they're pregnant, it's like, oh shit, we're about to make a lot more money. As an example, here is just one family's pregnancy content journey. Mom's pregnant. Mom still pregnant. Looking at the baby. Guessing the gender. Gender reveal. Gender reveal part 2. Baby training. Another gender reveal. Baby name. Baby doctor again. Baby name again. Baby got feet. Side note, this is some extremely ominous clickbait. Belly getting big, belly at the doctor, belly on the bed, the baby's coming out, baby shower, baby hurtin', the official baby mama dance, and labor, birth, baby, you get the idea. No shade to this family, they're just living their lives. I'm not saying that they're having babies just to get content out of them. That would require an almost impressive amount of commitment. All I'm saying is it probably doesn't hurt knowing that every positive pregnancy test comes with 4 videos and about 20 million views focused solely on whether it's a boy or a girl. And this is why, in spite of the destruction that often gets caused, I think gender reveal parties are not going away anytime soon. For content creators, it's money in the bank, and for everyone else, it's the spectacle of it. If we're trying to get a video that people are gonna go crazy for and share with their friends, a little bit of confetti just ain't gonna cut it. So honey, grab the camera, grandma, you light the fuse, and everybody else, buckle up, because we're getting Facebook views. So I guess that's pretty much it. With everything going on in the world, I decided to donate the AdSense money from this video to that one guy's GoFundMe. I think he really needs our help. Just kidding, I'm gonna try to find some relief fund for the wildfires that are going on the West Coast. I'm not sure which one yet, but when I do, I'll put the description in the link. Put the description in the link! I'll put the link in the description, and if you have any recommendations, comment those down below. Although now that I think about it, this video probably won't be monetized because YouTube doesn't seem to like it when I talk about current events that have tragic aspects to them. So if that happens, I'll just donate some of the money from my brand deal instead. Hey, speaking of brand deal, how did he explode? Thank you so much for watching today's video, guy. I do want to say, if you're having a baby, that is absolutely something to celebrate. I'm very happy for you. Congrats on becoming a parent. That's a big deal. My whole life, I've been looking forward to becoming a dad. Even when I was a kid, I'd be like, you know, I suck at everything, but you know what I would be good at? Being a dad. I can't wait for that day. And when it happens, you better believe I'm gonna be just as excited as every single one of these people. But all I'm saying is, you know, maybe channel that excitement into something that isn't arson. That's all. Well, anyway, thanks for sticking around till the end of the video. You have a great attention span. I will see you back here first thing tomorrow morning for a brand new video where I teach you how to remove your fingerprints and put them on your toes. All right, bye. You ever watch a wholesome video on TikTok or Instagram and it makes you feel good? I mean, so much of the internet can be this toxic, argumentative wasteland, but for once you're sitting there smiling at your phone. Imagine that. Imagine a piece of content that actually makes your day better. And then you open up the comment section and it's a fucking war zone. Going into 2023 with the same person since 2010. Oh, that's nice. They've been together for a very long time. Clearly they've worked hard and been able to make a life for themselves centered around their shared interest. And I mean, really that's the dream for anybody, no matter what that shared interest may be. And who cares about this? Cringe. Video gaming is the worst hobby one could have. What a waste of time. Not like what I do, which is spend all day on my phone telling other people that they're wasting their time. I'm piss. Living behind a screen. Aren't you doing the same thing? No. You have gamer in your bio. Are gamers extremely lazy? Do they ever get up? I like to think that this person isn't making fun of them. They're just genuinely concerned for their well-being. Like, wait, have they really been sitting there for 13 years? I hope they're okay. What if they got stuck? Like, I know that you're opening yourself up to criticism whenever you post anything online. That's just the nature of the internet. But it's crazy that even the most uncriticizable posts where someone is just happily doing something and isn't hurting anyone else in the process still gets criticized. All right, here's another TikTok about dishes. Harmless joke, right? They're just subverting expectations of what you might have expected her to say. So really there's no reason for someone to get like super pissed about this or anything. Oh, so he's twice as useful as you are. L-girlfriend. So much entitlement. The women that posted this and the women that are commenting on this, just because you don't like doing it doesn't mean he does. So about helping and being a good person. He rather does the dishes because he knows you'll never do it without moaning about it or showing the initiative to just do it. You just let him do it because you're lazy and entitled, feeling offended when called out. But ask yourself, if you're feeling called out, doesn't that prove my point? This video is 8 seconds long. Slavery. That's right. Someone watched this video and thought, oh my God, that's exactly what being a slave is like. And 5 people agreed? Slavery is when I have to do the dishes, even though I was the one who cooked that night. Simps love to defend this irrational thinking. Imagine if the genders were reversed. I know, right? Then the comments might be insane. Normalize men doing chores. Normalize women changing oil and fixing the toilet and paying the bill. Ah, yes, changing oil and fixing toilets. 2 things that notoriously need to be done as often as the dishes. Shit, I change my oil every time I drive. Only the best for my car. How often do you even have to fix a toilet? Every couple of years at the most? What are you doing in there? You shitting grenades? Look, I don't know who this couple is, but I'm positive that this 8-second video does not sum up their entire relationship. Like, in my house, Amanda does the dishes like 90% of the time, but I cook 90% of the time. She cleans more often than I do, but I do all the grocery shopping. I don't know, one single chore doesn't tell the whole story. But even still, being in a relationship isn't supposed to be this one-to-one transactional exchange where every chore must be split down the middle and every good deed must be reciprocated immediately. Hey, I just did something nice for you. Do it back or I'm gonna post about this on TikTok. What are you talking about? It's my birthday. Oh, I'm supposed to give you a present too? You would if you loved me. Like, no, you just figure out what works best for you guys, and if something's not working, then you talk about it. Clearly these people are traumatized from a past relationship where they had to do a chore, and they haven't been able to stop thinking about it since. It's time to move on, all right? You gotta let that shit go. There's another common type of TikTok I've seen multiple renditions of.
See you later.
Bye. You've been a great help today.
That's all right. Thank you. Bye.
And honestly, I like TikToks like this because I think this is really healthy and a good thing to point out. Like, having the desire to be by yourself for a little bit doesn't mean your marriage is bad all of a sudden or you've lost your spark. Most couples go through this. Most couples do this. You are still your own person with your own hobbies and interests. It's not the end of the world. Like, sometimes Amanda comes home from work and wants to tell me everything that happened that day, and that's great. And other times she just wants to come home and listen to a podcast and play Stardew Valley for 3 hours. And both of those are fine. That's not good or healthy for couples. Well, this is crazy unhealthy in a relationship. That is terrible relationship advice. When kids are down, it's time to be together. Each of you should have some time to do what you like, but do it while kids are up. One watches kids, then the other. It's a very specific rule. Me and my husband, we have 4 kids. That was in the 80s. All our time was about them. Now that they are growing and have their own family, me and him have some our time. We love being around each other, but like, he wishing TV and working. I like being at home alone, and when we at home, we talk about everything, and then like I said, he in one room and I am in another. We be married for 40 years, get along just fine. I think she's on my side here. I'm not 100% sure though. If you love somebody, you'll expect to have its company as much as they can. It seems like there are 2 kinds of negative responses to this. There's the people who misinterpret it to mean that they don't want to spend any time together, even though that's not at all what they're saying. This is what, like an hour of their day, some of the time, relax. But then there's also the people who use TikToks like this to just brag about their own relationship. Sad. We like to be with each other at bedtime, even after 9 years of marriage. Wait, you guys have alone time? That's a choice that you make. No, that's great. I'm happy for you. I guess it's just that you must not love each other very much because I spend every waking moment with my wife. We have the same job, the same hobbies, the same friend, us. Our bathroom has 2 toilets and they face each other. A few years back, I actually took a class on how to stop blinking, and now I don't do it anymore. What can I say? I guess I missed her too much when my eyes are closed. Of course, there's a balance to this, as this guy will tell you, not realizing that the people who posted the TikTok would probably agree with him. If you never prioritize your partner and you're constantly blowing them off to just do whatever you want, go hang out with your friends, that's a problem. If 100% of the time you'd rather be hanging out with your boys than paying any attention to your girlfriend, you probably shouldn't be dating her. You should be dating your boys. But at the same time, I wouldn't personally want to be in a relationship where my life solely revolves around the other person. You need time to cultivate your own interests and work on yourself so you actually have something to bring to the table. And honestly, sometimes when your partner is trying to minimize your other passions or turn you against your friends, it's kind of a manipulation tactic. They're trying to make you fully dependent on them so you have nowhere else to go and no one else in your life to point out all their red flags. I don't think a relationship should be about merging into one entity that is useless without the other person. Because if you get too far into it, you're gonna lose sight of who you were before you started dating. Just like with anything though, it comes down to what you and your partner agree on. If you both want to spend 24 hours a day holding hands and staring into each other's eyes, go for it. That's awesome. I'm not gonna stop you. But that's what really gets me about these comments is that for the most part, everybody's just arguing for their own personal preference in a relationship that they're not a part of. If you see a video like this and you think, well, that wouldn't work for me, or my wife and I could never do something like that, that's literally fine because you're not in the relationship. Like, I just don't understand the need to go around imposing the rules of your marriage onto everyone else. Like, what's the point of even trying to argue with how this couple lives their lives? They've been together for 13 years. If this lifestyle was unsustainable for them, they wouldn't have been able to sustain it. If you see this couple happily on the same page about something and then decide that actually you know what's best for them more than they do, no, you don't. Shut up. In classic internet fashion though, I found another TikTok that's almost exactly the same as these ones, but all of the comments are angry for the opposite reason.
After our kids go to bed, this is how my husband and I have been spending time together at night. I am rewatching all the Marvel movies, and my husband is over here racing. So we're like kind of together, right?
Now, I'll admit, the vibe is a little different in this one. Whereas the other people were like proudly saying, hey, this is something we do, this is what works in our relationship. This woman seems a little bit more unsure. It also kind of looks like maybe she's been crying, but I don't know her life. I'm just gonna assume that it was from the movie. Ultimately, I don't know, and I'm not gonna speculate on it too hard because this is an Instagram reel, and I don't know anything about these people. Is what I would say if I wasn't a crazy person. She just wants him to do what she wants to do. Yeah, she's not happy. Something's going on. She is low-key putting him down. Instead of just talking to her husband, instead she tries to make a video and post it trying to shame him. Could you cry a little less? Have you offered or shown any interest in playing games with him? Reach into his interests? I understand that you are not enjoying this quality time. Visually obvious. Now, the thing that these comments all have in common is that they're all working off of an assumption. We have decided that this video is not sincere, and since that's now a fact that we all can agree on, it's okay to bully you for it. So I was curious, I found them on TikTok. I just saw this one on Instagram. And they made multiple follow-up videos where they had to be like, guys, can you stop telling us to get a divorce? Like, we love each other, we love our kids, we spend a lot of time together. I was just kind of tired because we both worked all day and you guys are looking into this way too hard. Please stop, it's weird. Okay, so mystery solved, right? And now that we have that context, I would like to present to you one of the most unhinged comments I have ever read in my life. I am certain that the purpose of this video was, we've got this whole history and all I'm asking for him is to sit here and watch these movies with me. I even put on Marvel movies because he likes them, and I want to bait him over here to spend time with me because he never spends time with me after all that we've been through. I don't even care about Marvel movies. Right, because Marvel movies are for boys and women can't like superheroes. I'm just making sacrifices to stop enjoying my life, not doing things I want to do or grow as a person, have a hobby, all for him to just pay me the slightest bit of attention. No one appreciates sacrifices they didn't ask for. Do what you want to do. If that doesn't feel like quality time, speak up. If you feel like this relationship is costing everything you want from life, speak up. Otherwise, shut up. Holy shit. We're not even halfway through, by the way. And if you do speak up and that's not what he wants, it's okay to move on with your life. If you feel like you could do better and deserve more, go reach for it. But don't go crawling back just because you don't like the new life you have after you've thrown away your old one and destroyed all semblance of peace for yourself and your family. Stop wasting your time doing things that don't make you happy. You literally have this one life and you're choosing to cry on TikTok rather than make a meaningful difference. Obviously, he's happy and comfortable the way it is, and if you divorce him, he'll probably just enjoy more of his free time after a fucked up dark period of feeling worthless, and that nothing that he does is enough, because that's what you're saying here. Nothing that has happened before was enough for you. Absolute insanity aside, he based this entire rant on the assumption that she's pretending to like the movies. Like, you never stop to think, what if this thing I'm making up isn't actually true? That would kind of destroy my entire argument and make me look like an asshole. Nah, I'll do it anyway. Isn't it fun, though, that the internet is so used to just yelling at each other all the time that you can post 2 videos with essentially the same thesis and cause a riot for 2 opposite reasons? Social media is so fun. I'm having a great time. Now, if you're anything like me, seeing all of this unasked for discourse kind of makes you never want to post any private information about yourself because people are just going to use it to bully you or speculate on your behalf. You might even think to post a TikTok where you're like, hey, my partner doesn't post about me on social media, but that doesn't mean the relationship doesn't work because he loves me in real life. And that's really all that matters to me. Only to find out that even that's wrong too. God, and don't even get me started on parenting TikTok. I would never in a million years post a video of my child because I'm just gonna get a bunch of comments from people telling me that I'm doing everything wrong. Like, you'll see a video of a kid falling down, right? I'm not saying I seek those kind of videos out or anything. It's just sometimes they pop up and I watch them, okay? But the kid will fall down, right? And the mom will be like, oh no, are you okay? And someone will comment, wrong. Let her get up on her own or she'll never learn how to be independent. And then you'll see the same kind of video where the parent will instead be like, hey buddy, you're fine, just shake it off. Wrong. She's clearly hurt. You were supposed to keep her safe and you failed. And now she'll never trust anyone and it's all your fault. It's like, okay, what am I supposed to do then? Because it doesn't seem like anything is right to you guys. What's ironic about this, though, is I feel like a lot of these kind of commenters are the same people who will shame young people for not having kids yet. Come on, guys. Be useful to society. Give birth already. And then post about them so we can nitpick all of your choices. Really, though, that's just like the whole internet right now. No matter what kind of content you're making, no matter what you're doing, you'll just be living your life. And then someone will be like, that's not how I would do it. Well, I didn't ask, buddy. Now, the last video I want to point out has some pretty insane discourse, partly because I found it on Twitter. I mean, in general, when a TikTok gets reposted to Twitter, it's not usually like, hey, look at this funny TikTok I found. It's like, hey, look at this piece of shit I found. We should set their house on fire.
Whole room moves cold. Slide in, old hoodie, fresh mind. Eyes half closed till I headline. Talk like heavy thoughts in the deadline. Turn quiet in a ride in a red light. Cheap shoes.
You get the idea, you know? It's a guy who loves his wife and is clearly doing a good job of taking care of her. They seem to be in a healthy, happy relationship. Not really anything to judge, right? This is more disturbing than gore. In what universe is that a superior life to living alone? It's a terrible lesbian couple. Okay, I lost it at the Beyond Meat jerky. I'm sorry, was there like a meeting they all went to where they all decided one day that all the guys like this on Twitter have to change their profile picture to some random dead guy statue? What does it mean? Every time you see someone on Twitter with a profile picture like this, I promise you they're about to say the worst take you've ever heard. The only thing gay here is using a straw at home. Fellas, is it gay to drink stuff? Have you noticed that like everything has discourse now? Everything is a debate, even if it doesn't need to be. And some of it is constructive. Of course, some of it is very much worth having, but then I'll see people arguing about like which basketball player is having a better season or how much cream you're supposed to put in your coffee. Like the fate of the world is on the line. I feel like there's this anger that's seeped into every part of the internet, and it's so hard to avoid without just staying off of it altogether. Like you'll see the most innocuous comment in the world that for some reason has 97 replies and you're like, huh, what happened here? And the most recent reply will be like, no, I'm not the one defending genocide. You're the one. And it's like, huh, how did they, what? Who even brought that up? And I think what really sucks about it is so much of it is by design. Like there were those documents that came out that showed Facebook's algorithm was more likely to suggest something if a lot of people were using the angry reaction emoji. And then outside of Facebook, on Twitter, I've noticed that a lot of times the tweet at the top of a thread is not the one with the most likes, but the one with the most replies, because it's the most controversial. It is the most likely way to stretch out the amount of time you spend on that thread, because now instead of just the one original paragraph, there's now dozens of insane ramblings for you to scroll through. Even Instagram is starting to show some of the worst comments near the top. That's how I found the ones in this video. I wasn't scrolling to the bottom, they were at the top. And it's all because a computer told them that these kind of comments increase engagement. Let's not worry about what kind of engagement. Let's not worry about the fact that this specific kind of engagement actually makes people feel like shit and they're worse off when they leave the app than they were when they came onto the app. And not only is this making the overall user experience more negative, but by showing the hateful comments to more people, because you know that that's what will get them to interact with it, aren't you like actively encouraging people to write hateful things? Like most of the time, if someone's being an asshole online, they're just doing it to rile people up. They're doing it to get a response. And if the algorithms did a better job of flagging and suppressing those things, and maybe after a while, those people would be like, it seems my efforts are fruitless. This is no way to spend my days. I need to get my shit together. And then they like put on a suit and tie. But from like the user side, our side, I don't really know what the answer is besides just like spending less time on the internet. It just sucks though, because sometimes it's really fun, you know? Sometimes I don't get pissed off at all. I just laugh a lot. I like the internet. I like connecting with people across the world. I like finding new talented creators and following them and seeing what kind of stuff they make. There's so much good out there. I wish it wasn't so depressing sometimes. Anyway, for all the people who have sat through this whole rant and didn't care because they don't really listen to me when I talk and they only watch these videos to see the ad read at the end, you're in luck because today's video is sponsored by Fact. I feel like for the past 3 years, I've heard over and over again that a recession is about to hit, the stock market is gonna crash, the housing prices are gonna come back down to earth any day now, and yet somehow all of these things keep not happening. And for most people, it doesn't make sense. What do you mean the economy's good? My dentist just tried to get me to sign up for a credit card. Since the pandemic, the cost of living has skyrocketed, inflation is out of control, groceries have never been more expensive, layoffs are happening at an alarming rate. At this point, a college degree might be more likely to get you into crippling debt than it is to help you find a job. And even if you have savings, you're more than likely one stroke of bad luck away from losing it all to medical bills. And yet some people will look you right in the eyes and tell you, I don't know what you're talking about. The numbers are green. Is this guy stupid? The problem is each of these people are kind of correct in their own way. This is the best the economy has ever been if you already have money. If you bought a house 5 years ago, there's a chance it's already doubled in value. If you invested in the S&P 500 in 2021, you could be up as much as 80%. And that's not like saying, you know, you'd be rich if you just bought Bitcoin in 1973. That's just the regular stock market. You didn't need to have some genius level of foresight to be able to do that. You just needed to already have a bunch of cash sitting around. And obviously for the overwhelming majority of people, that is not the case. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, you're not thinking about the stock market. If you're in your 20s, you haven't even been working long enough to save any money to invest. You don't get to benefit from rising home equity if you don't own a house. The only thing this graph represents to you is how much further away that dream is getting. Right now, the average age of home buyers is 59 years old. What a depressing statistic. This is the problem with an economy that disproportionately benefits asset holders instead of the people still trying to earn them. Wealth grows exponentially, but wages aren't even outpacing inflation, which means if your salary hasn't been going up every year, you're effectively making less money. Meanwhile, the fastest way to make $1 million is to just already have 10 million. Leave it in an investment account for a year and congratulations, you now have $11 million. At a larger scale, this is why it feels like there's two different economies happening and they're both moving in opposite directions. 50% of the stock market is owned by the top 1% and only 1% is owned by the bottom 50%. Don't let somebody tell you that these numbers going up should discredit your own lived experience. Don't let somebody who's benefited from untaxed inheritance or years of compound interest granting them passive income tell you that your problem is you're just not working hard enough. No, the real answer is sorry, you should have been born sooner. Have you thought about that? Maybe instead of wasting all that time farting around kindergarten class, you should have been investing in real estate. It's not my fault you're lazy. People are getting squeezed in every direction while also being gaslit into thinking that it's somehow our fault. There's CEOs in earnings calls bragging about how they get to make customers pay for inflation so they don't have to. The economy is so bad right now, I'm about to segue into an extremely ill-timed brand deal in a video about greed. You think I like looking like a hypocrite? Of course not. But my avocado toast isn't going to pay for itself.
Hi, I'm Upside Down, and I'm here to tell you about today's sponsor, NordVPN. If you're watching this video, you're probably connected to the internet. And if you're not watching this video, how are you hearing this? Anytime you're connected to the internet, especially when you're on public Wi-Fi, you should consider using a virtual private network for an extra layer of security. A VPN creates a nice, warm, encrypted tunnel for all your precious data to pass through as it gets communicated between your devices and the internet, keeping your sensitive information safe from criminals, losers, and especially freaks. But NordVPN takes online security a step further with Threat Protection Pro. All you gotta do is flip it on in the desktop app and it'll block dangerous ads, check your downloading files for malware. It can even warn you if you stumbled onto a fake online shop before you try to buy something that doesn't actually exist. You may think you're way too smart to fall for something like that, but take it from me, it could happen to anyone. You might have also heard that a VPN allows you to unlock websites and content that may be restricted in your area. Just by changing your virtual location in the app, you can essentially trick the internet into thinking that that's where you are, unlocking that show, movie, or YouTube video that randomly got blocked in 98 countries for some reason in the process. If you want to try out NordVPN for yourself with a 30-day money-back guarantee, go to nordvpn.com/gooden for my exclusive deal with 4 extra months added on. You can also get there by clicking the link in the description or scanning the QR code on the screen. But don't scan me. It's not gonna do anything. I'm just a guy. Thank you to NordVPN for sponsoring this video.
The economy sucks ass for most people right now. The only reason we're not technically in a recession is because the GDP is still going up. But the only reason the GDP is still going up is because of the AI industry. But the only reason that even looks as good as it does is because a handful of companies are just like passing money back and forth. But there's no recession. You're hallucinating that. Because the AI industry is now single-handedly propping up the entire global economy, there's really only 2 paths forward. Worst case scenario, turns out it is all bullshit. The bubble pops in spectacular fashion, trillions of dollars of investments cannot get paid out, and everything goes up in flames. Or best case scenario, a few billionaires get even richer. Wait, is that what we're hoping for? All right, you're gonna have to bear with me while I go on another AI rant here. I know I do this like every 6 months, but it's not going away. It doesn't count as beating a dead horse if the horse is still alive. We gotta kill that horse first. People largely do not like AI and are worried about the future it imposes. It's currently being used to make a bunch of promises that almost no one asked for. The main appeal of it comes from corporations who see advancements in AI as a way to further reduce their dependence on human labor. The only thing cheaper than outsourcing jobs is just eliminating them altogether. The wet dream that soils the sheets of every CEO is a company that's somehow run entirely on its own and they can just sit back and collect all the profits for themselves. No more dealing with pesky labor laws or health insurance or can I have Saturday off? My family died. No! Shut up. That's the eventual goal and why they're all pouring billions of dollars into NVIDIA chips and data centers and cool shirts for Mark Zuckerberg. And in the meantime, we're stuck with ChatGPT, a humanized Google search designed to affirm whatever belief you share with it, even if it's incredibly dangerous, or generative video apps that are already being used to trick people into thinking something happened that didn't actually happen. Awesome technology. I'm so glad this exists. And I think the best thing we can do to fight back against AI is to simply not engage with it. The problem is, even if you don't use these tools, if you live in certain parts of the country, you might be paying for them. There's been a lot of really good investigative journalism done on all these new data centers that are popping up around the country, who's funding them and who's getting screwed over in the process. For example, some residents in New Jersey who noticed that their power bill kept going up, even though they were actually using less electricity than usual. Well, it turns out it's due to an overall supply cost. Basically, when the total amount of electricity usage in an area goes up, power companies tend to pass those higher costs onto their customers. And for the past several years, electricity usage has been skyrocketing, with over half of that increase coming solely from data centers. Your utility bill is going up Because Elon Musk wants to pretend to have a girlfriend. You see, AI doesn't just exist in some theoretical space. It has to be trained on trillions of gigabytes of data, and that data has to be stored in a physical location. To power this, it requires an absurd amount of electricity, which generates an absurd amount of heat, which then requires an absurd amount of water to cool off. Most of these buildings use over 1 million gallons per day, roughly the equivalent of 10,000 people. This would be even more problematic if they were being built in areas where water is extremely scarce. So we should be good as long as we don't build a bunch of them in like the middle of the desert. Whoops. But to be fair, they are extremely efficient about it. They don't just use the water, they also poison it. Every part of this process is wasteful and destructive, and this is only the beginning. AI is still a relatively new phenomenon, so we're only just starting to see the effects of this. But the Department of Energy projects that the percentage of electricity used by data centers could nearly triple in just the next 3 years. And who gets to pay for it? We do. It's hard for me to accurately express how infuriating this is. The giant buildings that power this stupid fucking technology are being subsidized by people who just happen to live near them. Oh, but hold on, because they're technically contributing to the operating costs. So does that mean that they get to share in the eventual profits? No, of course not. They're more like involuntary investors, doing it for free. Or really, worse than free, because a lot of them are being kept awake at night by the deafening hum endlessly emitting from the factory shoved into the backyard of their homes that have now surely plummeted in value as a result. But hey, at least they're doing all of this to make a product that hopes to replace 80% of humanity. It's not enough that these people already own everything they could ever want. They could so easily afford to pay for these things without even noticing that that money is gone. But why would they do that when they could simply have poor people pay for it instead? Because nothing will ever be enough for them. You know, when a rich person makes some shady deal to screw over the working class, people will joke that they just need that money to buy their 4th yacht. And like, I don't even think it's that. They could buy 1,000 yachts and still not run out of money. They don't want to spend their wealth. They just want it to get bigger. It's the same obsession with seeing number go up that keeps me addicted to old school RuneScape, except the only life that's ruining is my own. What they have is a disease. They have been scourged with the blight of insatiable greed, cursed to an endless pursuit of wealth that will never bring them true happiness. I would almost feel bad for them if they weren't actively destroying the world in the process. One of the most frustrating things about this problem is that if you even try to suggest that maybe these guys should just have a little bit less money, like you guys can still be rich, whatever, just turn it down a notch because you're kind of making shit terrible for everybody else, you're treated like you're crazy. No, this is the American way. If you don't like it, then leave. And yet these ideas aren't radical. They're not even new. Most people who advocate for a more progressive tax system are only calling for a return to something that used to exist in this country. We just forgot about it. So I think it's important to do a little history lesson here.
If you can believe it, there was a time where the working class in this country actually had it really good. And it was mostly because things got so bad during the Great Depression that the government was worried about the country collapsing. Thousands of banks had closed, millions of people lost their entire life savings, unemployment peaked at 25%. So in fear of a revolution happening, the government was like, all right, fine, we'll give you livable wages. Just please put that musket down. I don't like the way you're looking at me. So the New Deal was born, and with it came Social Security, better labor standards, the right to unionize, a national minimum wage, an 8-hour workday. And over the next 2 to 3 decades, America became the most prosperous country on earth. Productivity skyrocketed and wages rose with them. Extra profits weren't just redistributed to employees, but their employers were proud to do it. They would brag about how lucrative it was to work for them. Look, 37% of profits went to our employees last year because this is a team effort, and when we win, they win. In 1943, Johnson & Johnson puts out this mission statement that's like, here's our list of priorities in order. Customers number 1, we gotta make good products. Employees number 2, everyone who works here needs to feel valued and respected. Our community number 3, we all wanna live in a better world, and as a company of our size, we feel like it's our responsibility to contribute to that however we can. And finally, all the way at the bottom, our shareholders can just have whatever's left left. Of course, we need to make a profit to survive and grow, but that should just come naturally as a byproduct of focusing on these three tenets. Compared to modern corporate standards, this is all such a foreign concept that it almost sounds like it's coming from a fictional universe. But this actually happened. This was just America 70 years ago. Now, during this time, what do you think the tax rate was on the wealthiest Americans? For reference, in 2025, the highest income tax bracket is supposed to be around 24%, but because of how many ways there are to circumvent the rules, it often ends up being as little as 3%. For someone like Elon Musk, who doesn't take a salary from Tesla and instead just owns a large percentage of its stock, as long as he doesn't sell any of that stock, then technically there's no income to tax him on. Now, he can still leverage the value of those stocks to make purchases, you know, like how money works, but it's still not taxable because of the rules. This is how people like him and Jeff Bezos can be, in terms of net worth, two of the richest people on the planet, and in some years pay $0 in taxes. In the middle of the 20th century, the tax rate on the ultra wealthy was not 3% or 20% or even 50%. It was between 70 and 94%. It honestly sounds crazy, but even a lot of the people being taxed understood that it was necessary for society to continue to exist. And having a strong middle class was a crucial investment into the future of the country. But I don't know, man, I just think it's kind of interesting that during what's referred to as the golden age of capitalism, the government did a bunch of socialism. During the period of time that birthed the idea of the American dream, the government was taxing the absolute shit out of the richest Americans and using that money to provide jobs and welfare programs for everybody else. A single income household working a regular ass job could afford to start a family, buy a house, send their kids to college, and retire at a reasonable age. No wonder people who grew up then gush about capitalism the way they do, because for them, it was great. But at this point, it is disingenuous to use that time period as the example for why capitalism works, because that version of it stopped existing a long time ago. The generation of people who started as beneficiaries of a more equitable system changed the rules once the roles were reversed and they had the power. So what the hell happened? Everything was going great. What changed? Well, there were a lot of things, obviously, but one of the first big dominoes was the US's involvement in the Vietnam War, which was expensive and deadly, but to be fair, also accomplished nothing. And this had long-term ramifications. America had been diverting so much money away from manufacturing and towards defense that it opened the door for other growing industrialized countries to surpass them. More and more products were becoming cheaper to import than they were to produce. This led to factories getting shut down, unemployment starting to creep back up. A recession hits, and we're now facing a pivotal fork in the road in the late 70s. Either we could go back to what worked in the past, prioritize the working class, reinvest into our own infrastructure, try to help lift people out of poverty they've fallen into through no fault of their own. Or we say, fuck the government, we don't owe you shit, we're stupid, isn't that right? I don't even know my own name. Exactly, the deal is you pay taxes and we don't do anything. And you like that, right? They like that? Sounds good to me. The prevailing philosophy throughout the 80s became trickle-down economics. The logic being, oh man, these rich people are really handcuffed. You know, I bet if we lowered the corporate tax rate from 70 all the way to eventually 28%, then companies will use all that extra money to pay their employees more. I mean, if there's one thing we know about rich people, is that they're always looking out for the little guy. Now, for some reason, this hasn't worked out yet, but it's only been 55 years, so the jury's still out. See, I would argue that part of the reason why companies in the 40s and 50s were so generous with their extra profits was because the tax rate was so high. I mean, think about it. If you're faced with the decision between giving a huge chunk of money to the government or redistributing it back to the employees who helped you earn it in the first place, you would be much more likely to do the latter, because it's an investment in your own company. It's a mutually beneficial exchange. Well-compensated workers are proven to be more loyal and more productive, and those are two things that you want. Now, there were other factors as well, loosening a lot of anti-monopoly regulations, the legalization of stock buybacks, but this dramatically lower tax rate is a big reason why the 80s serves as the dividing line on just about every economic graph you could look at. This was the beginning of a long and continuous transfer of wealth from the working class to the top 1%. And while it would be very easy to just blame all of this on then President Reagan, that would only be mostly true. Sure, this new approach opened the door for more exploitation and greed, but you still needed a few scumbags willing to go through that door for the evolution to be complete. And nobody sprinted through it faster than one man. The real-life cartoon villain who designed the blueprint that most modern CEOs are still following to this day. His name was Jack Welch, and he's often referred to as the man who broke capitalism. During his tenure as CEO of General Electric, he turned the once quintessential American company that reshaped people's lives and supplied hundreds of thousands of high-paying jobs all across the country into a worthless carcass and a joke of a corporation, all while he became one of the richest people on the planet. In the century before Jack Welch took the reins, GE invented things like X-ray machines, jet engines, TVs, radios, and just about any kitchen appliance you can think of. In the 1980s, Jack invented laying people off. That was his big idea. What if we just fire a bunch of people? And then we don't have to spend as much money. It seems so simple and obviously very commonplace today, but before Jack, companies were not doing this. It was almost seen as un-American to fire somebody unless you absolutely had to. But Jack didn't think like everybody else. He was a pioneer. He bravely instituted the rank and yank system, where every year the bottom 10% of employees would get laid off no matter what. Not because they all deserved to be fired, but just because they fell on the wrong side of a spreadsheet. What's that? You were 3 years away from retirement and now you no longer qualify for pension? Okay. Then die. And to be clear, the layoffs were also not because the company wasn't profitable. It very much was, but it just wasn't profitable enough. See, when you routinely shut down entire facilities, you uproot thousands of lives, you create a toxic and selfish work environment where loyalty is replaced with fear, and if you're a company with the size and influence that GE had at the time, you can almost single-handedly destroy any semblance of a middle class across all of America. But this number gets a little bit bigger. So it's kind of a fair trade. GE was at the forefront of this countrywide philosophical transition from an economy that cared about making things and rewarding the labor it took to do so, to an economy that only cared about shareholder value and would prioritize anything it could to make that number go up. But the thing about the stock market is, it's mostly just about perception. As long as something seems to be growing in value, then people will be more likely to invest in it, which will in turn cause it to be more valuable, even if it shouldn't be. A lot of what Jack did during his time as CEO did not make the company better, but it did make it bigger. And in the eyes of Wall Street, that was all that mattered. I mean, come on, a business that relies on something boring like selling products can only grow so much. But a company that's constantly acquiring other companies simply has no ceiling. I mean, they could be worth infinity dollars when you think about it. So that's what they did. Over the next few decades, GE bought and sold hundreds of companies, and Jack was lauded for his brilliance because from the outside, everything seemed to be working. I mean, sure, they were becoming a bloated, nonsensical hodgepodge of unrelated businesses, eroding the company's infrastructure and prioritizing constant quarterly gains over any long-term sustainability, but no one gives a shit because the stock price has never been high. They've stumbled upon an infinite money glitch. They're just alchemizing value out of thin air. It gets to a point where the company founded by Thomas Edison doesn't even make their own light bulbs anymore. It's cheaper to get them somewhere else. Who cares? All they care about now is their ballooning financial division. They're issuing high-interest loans. They become a massive holder of subprime mortgages, a famously good investment to make in the early 2000s. Literally whatever it took to juice the numbers, that's what they would do. After about 30 years of short-term decisions that received instant gratification from shareholders but were gradually making things worse for the company and its dwindling number of employees, GE had become severely overvalued. And it wasn't until right after Jack retired with his $400 million severance package where his successors stepped in and were like,
wait, this doesn't make any sense.
The time bomb Jack planted explodes in their faces, and GE spends the next 20 years slowly bleeding out. And at this point, they couldn't fall back on just like selling microwaves because they'd been cutting corners on production so long that nobody wanted to buy any of their shitty garbage anymore. And of course, they had fallen way too far behind on innovation because they spent all their money on acquisitions instead of research. By 2021, the company that helped bring electricity to America was mercifully laid to rest, split into 3 separate institutions, none of which have come close to the dominance or influence that GE once had over the American economy. But here's the thing. You know who isn't affected at all by the cataclysmic downfall of General Electric? Jack Welch. Because he's dead now. He already got to live his entire life of luxury and adoration without ever having to deal with the fallout caused by his actions. He took control of a building with a rock-solid foundation and just kept scrapping it for parts until the only thing left for it to do was collapse under its own weight. But by that point, he was long gone. I believe that this is the goal of those who now follow in his footsteps. They don't need to care about whether or not what they're doing is harmful or unsustainable. As long as the facade can be maintained long enough for them to reap the rewards, it doesn't matter that the ship is sinking behind them because they have a lifeboat. It doesn't matter that America spent the past 60 years exporting all its jobs and decimating the economies of small towns all across the country because a few hundred people responsible for those things already got to live long, happy lives. They don't give a shit.
This cutthroat corporate culture that Jack pioneered is still seen all around us today, and through the magic of time, it's only getting worse. CEOs make $1,000 every second, while their employees have to piss in water bottles so they don't fall behind. Routine layoffs, regardless of if a company is even struggling, are so normalized that it's just something we've come to expect. The stock market rules the world. Every major decision is dictated by this inherently volatile and short-sighted metric, and look at where that's gotten us. Millions without jobs, an enshittification epidemic, and a concentration of wealth that should be seen as a threat to humanity. Even while owning everything, billionaires live in fear of losing it, so they weasel their way into politics, they influence elections, they buy policy changes, they use their wealth to reshape the world to benefit them even further. They try to control narratives by buying up news outlets. They can dictate what's on our social media feeds. They spend an enormous amount of resources on pitting us all against each other, so we're too distracted to see that the real problem is them.
Should the human race survive?
Everything kind of sucks right now, and as a result, most people are justifiably pretty angry. But for media outlets and politicians, that anger is their single most powerful tool because they can tell you where to direct it. And they don't even really care who it is, so long as it's not them. That's why it changes all the time. Sometimes it's trans people, sometimes it's immigrants. Most recently, it's been poor people. There's been this whole war going on over food stamps because when the government shut down, 42 million Americans lost access to SNAP benefits. Now that's an objective piece of information, an inarguable statistic, but depending on how it's presented to you, it may lead you to draw a drastically different conclusion than somebody else. For some, it might put into perspective how dire the situation has gotten. Like surely there's underlying issues with a system that's allowed 12% of its population to be unable to afford food. Alternatively, you might hear that and think, wait a minute, my tax dollars are paying for these greedy freeloaders? I'm busting my ass over here to barely make ends meet, and these leeches are using my money to buy cookies? That's not fair. And all it takes is highlighting a story or two of someone taking advantage of the system to make you think there's this rampant issue, that you're expected to feed all of these people with money you barely have enough of to feed yourself. This narrative has been used since the 70s because it's very effective. You work hard, they're lazy, this program is bad. It's easier than ever now to push this narrative because you can just AI generate a video of a fat lady screaming in Walmart and get everyone pissed off. But in order to properly analyze this, let's take a look at the data. First of all, SNAP only makes up about 1.5% of the overall federal budget. Less than 1/8 of what we spend on defense and 1/8 of what we spend just on interest on the debt that we owe. By my math, cutting this program would only save the average taxpayer a couple $100s a year. And of course, that's assuming that if they were to cut it, they would send you a refund in the mail. No, I'm pretty sure they would still take the same amount, but instead of reinvesting it into the economy, which is what SNAP ultimately does, they would just buy some more missiles or send a pile of cash to Argentina. Second of all, by definition, the majority of SNAP recipients fall under the umbrella of elderly, disabled, veterans, full-time caretakers, or just temporarily unemployed. Remember, not everybody who isn't working does so because they don't want to. It is very hard to find and keep a job right now. The fact that SNAP spending ebbs and flows so closely with the overall state of the economy should be proof that this program is primarily used for temporary relief. Even still, still, many of the people on SNAP do work, and about 70% of the ones that do work full-time. That doesn't seem like a laziness problem, that seems like a wage problem. They need supplemental income to survive because of how little they're being paid. Of those full-time employees, their two most common employers were McDonald's and Walmart, who combined to earn $23 billion in profits last year. $23 billion, and you're telling me they can't afford to pay their employees enough so that they don't need government assistance? See, what that means is you wouldn't have to help pay for these people's food if their employer, a nearly $1 trillion corporation, just paid them a livable wage. You're more upset at the people using the program than the companies who have put them in a position where they even need it in the first place. Also, Walmart double dips here. The majority of food stamps are redeemed at Walmart. So not only do they save money by underpaying their staff, but their revenue then gets subsidized by this program because that's where people tend to use it. Final statistic, about a third of SNAP recipients, over 12 million of them, are children. What's the argument there? Are they not working hard enough? What, you don't want to get a job just because you're 7? Like, can we stop for 1 second to think about what you're saying here? You have let somebody convince you that in this situation, the only way to make your life better is if 12 million children starve. So I want to ask, who is more to blame here? A bunch of kids who got born into poverty, or CEOs with more money than anybody could spend in 1,000 lifetimes who expect you to solve the problem that they helped create?
For some people, it doesn't matter what you say about capitalism, they will still go to war for it, even if it's not working for them. Statistically speaking, it's probably not. You'll try to criticize a multi-billionaire who's not paying enough taxes, and people will defend them like, hey, it's not their fault, they're just taking advantage of loopholes like any smart business person would. And you're like, okay, so then we agree there's a problem with the rules, right? If they're just exploiting the system, then maybe the system shouldn't be so easy to exploit. We've reached a point where a lot of the core principles of a free market no longer apply. Like the idea that you can vote with your dollar. I get to pick which businesses I support, therefore the best ones will succeed and the worst ones will fail. Yeah, except when one company is allowed to corner the market and price out all their competition, suddenly there isn't any.
And we would have small businesses tell us if they walked into a Walmart or a Costco, the retail price at those stores, the price on the shelves at those stores, is lower than the wholesale price a small business is getting. And so there are huge disparities here.
And that's now feeding into itself, right? The more dire the economy is for everyone, the less freedom they have when they're deciding what to pay for. Amazon is certainly not the only place to buy things, but historically speaking, it's almost always the cheapest and most convenient. So how do you convince somebody who's also been forced to pinch pennies due to their own circumstances that they need to spend more time and money buying that same thing from a local mom and pop shop when they could just click 3 buttons and have it magically appear at their door in 3 hours? It's not even really fair to impose that because that person is also struggling. But then the cycle continues. The small business closes, Amazon and Walmart extend their reach even further, and once all competition is defeated, then they can just raise the prices to be whatever they want. They can train an algorithm to charge you the maximum price they think you'll pay at any given moment. Now, one of the most common counter arguments you'll hear if you bring up the idea of raising taxes on the ultra wealthy is that, well, if you do that, they're just gonna leave. First of all, no, they're not. That's a bluff they've been using for years, perpetuated by media networks owned by, you guessed it, rich people who don't want their taxes to go up. Sure, a few of them might leave, but the kinds of people who are willing to go to the trouble of moving their entire business from New York City to like Kissimmee, Florida, are probably already doing everything they can to avoid paying any taxes at all. It doesn't seem like a very productive mindset to cater to this parasitic minority at the expense of everybody else. Second of all, oh my God, can we grow some fucking balls here?
You don't understand. They're not gonna like it if we raise their taxes.
Do you hear yourself? Do you hear how pathetic you sound? Okay, so what, we can't do anything then? That's it? It's over, they won? Your plan is that we should just give up and let the billionaires have whatever they want. Buddy, we've already tried that, and that's not working either. Third of all, this criticism is predicated on an idea that taxation essentially has a bell curve to it, where after a certain rate, your overall revenue actually decreases because people will lose the incentive to work as hard or, like you're saying, move away. With this in mind, there have been studies done by economists who believe that every country has its own ideal rate for maximum efficiency. However, the implication that raising taxes would cause the overall revenue to go down would only be true if we were on the tail end of this bell curve, and we are nowhere close to that. So if your main concern is to maximize total revenue, it's pretty clear which direction we should be moving in. Otherwise, the very metric your point is referencing contradicts the argument you're trying to make. Now, even having said all of that, I'm not going to sit here and act like just raising taxes is an immediate fix to all of our problems, because we'd still have to rely on elected officials to actually use that money in a sensible way. I'd be happy to contribute more if I knew it was going to better healthcare or nicer parks or public transportation, but if my money's just going to be used to blow up a hospital on the other side of the world, then yeah, maybe I'd rather just give it to a food bank. I don't know all the answers, because at the end of the day, no matter how hard I try to expand my legacy beyond it, I'm still just the road work ahead guy. But I do know that this amount of wealth inequality that's showing zero signs of slowing down anytime soon is not sustainable. Turns out that actually every single thing in the world becoming a for-profit commodity, from housing to healthcare, is just a way to enrich a few people at the cost of many. And I have to wonder if we've finally reached a point now where the greed has gone too far, that it's now so impossible to ignore that no amount of gaslighting about how the economy is good actually will convince people who are dying because they can't afford to go to the doctor that this is just how life should be. History shows that unfortunately sometimes things have to get worse before they can get better, and if this is what it takes for a return to class solidarity, then I guess at least we're closer to that than we've been in a long time. We just need to put down our phones, set aside our differences for a little bit, and unite on this one issue. They want us divided because they're afraid of how strong we would be if we stood together. Do not fall for it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go argue on Reddit about how Ghost of Yote is woke because they didn't make the main character hot enough for me. Thank you for watching. Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr., the greatest quarterback of all time. He's won 7 Super Bowls, set almost every imaginable passing record, and has made probably over $1 million or something like that. But what I find truly interesting about Tom's story is that he isn't that special of an athlete. It's not like he can throw the ball further than anyone else, and he's probably the slowest player on every team he's ever been on. Giannis Antetokounmpo is superhuman. JJ Watt looks like if a muscle came to life and started talking. But on the surface, Tom just kind of looks like a guy. In fact, he's so unassuming as an athlete that almost 200 people were picked ahead of him the year he was drafted. And he played longer than every single one of them. In many ways, he got better as he got older. His face changed shape like 6 times. Everything he's doing defies all logic. So what the hell is his secret? Is he a cyborg? A time traveler? Was he an experiment created in some kind of football laboratory? Or is all of his success attributed to his famously specific diet? This dude hasn't had sugar in like 14 years. No wonder he's able to pull off the impossible. I had a toaster strudel for breakfast and now my tummy hurts. But why am I making this video? Well, because a few days ago on February 1st, Tom Brady finally retired from the NFL, which means someone has to take his place. And that's where I come in. Slightly above average height? Check. Total underdog story? Check. Lives within reasonable driving distance of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers practice facility? Check. And just like Tom, everything I do for my son. My son is 4 inches tall, he lives in this box, and as of 1 minute ago, he's now available for purchase for a limited time at youtooz.com. But if I'm gonna become the new starting quarterback of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I'll need to eat like Tom. I'll need to train like Tom. At least for about a month. That should do it. So starting on February 14th, the day after the Super Bowl, because I'm probably gonna eat a lot of crap that night, I will begin my transformation. But first, I have to prepare. Like a lot of mega popular athletes do, Sweet Thomas has very much turned his identity into a brand. It's called the TB12 method. He has 2 books about it, he has his own recipes, his own workout gear, and supplements, and hats, and podcasts, and training centers, and Vital Fit Tart Cherry. Congrats, Tom! While this chapter is closing, the best is yet to come. You know, I hate to say it, but I don't think that's true.
Some people just peak early in life. There's nothing wrong with that.
You think anyone's gonna give a shit about me in 20 years? Hell no. I gotta savor this while I can. So this says get started, but then there's so much shit here that I don't even know where to begin. Oh wait. Yeah, I do. I'm getting the Big Tom. Tom Brady drinks 200 to 300 ounces of water on active days. Jesus Christ. I feel like I'm gonna have to get a second bladder surgically inserted into my body if I drink this much water. Oh, here we go. They have starter packs. Here's what people are saying. But it's not customer testimony, it's just their employees. No biases here. Guys, people have been raving about my YouTube videos. Don't believe me? Just ask my mom. You know, I am actually wondering what Brian thinks.
Hey everyone, Brian Hart here, body coach down in Tampa Bay. By far my favorite product that TB12 has is the TB12 electrolytes. Helps me stay hydrated, gives me energy, prevents muscle cramping, tastes great.
Does it? I saw that eye roll. Believe me, this stuff is awesome.
TB12 plant-based protein,
right.
TB12 omega.
Okay.
One of the products that I really loved recently is the TB12 sleep. And I don't really struggle to sleep or go to sleep.
This stuff is amazing. I don't need it, and I've never actually taken it before, but Tom said I had to throw in a fourth thing, and so I just picked one randomly.
I'll wake up every morning feeling awesome after I take that TB12 sleep.
Yeah, I can tell. You're like a ball of energy.
Feel free to go to tb12sports.com.
What a coincidence. That's a website I was already on. Oh, I guess I should probably just get the Tom pack. Sorry, Brian. In his honor, I will at least get his favorite flavor of electrolytes, and I will think about you every time I drink them. Okay. So it's $200, and that's just the first page. Gonna be another $216 just for the equipment. That at least seems more reasonable. What was the other one? Vitamins and protein powder. And I'm supposed to buy that every month? Well, it's a good thing I'm only doing this for one. Oh, you have to subscribe to it? But what if I don't want to? Why is it $600? I got the Tom pack. The starter home gym pack should be $425, and it is $600. What the fuck, Tom? I mean, yeah, I have the water bottle in here too, but that's only $65. Oh, I see. Once you go to check out, they sneakily raise the price of the exercise equipment by $111. That's cool. No, I get it. I would do the same thing if I was the worst. You know what though? I have to suck it up. I'm trying to change my life here. I want to live to be 300 years old, and you can't put a price on that. So I guess I'm already out $600. And I haven't even bought any food yet. It's funny, I've always heard the main criticism of the TB12 brand is that it's overly expensive and inaccessible to the average person, but I actually think we're off to a great start. Oh my God, I still have to buy the book. I almost forgot. They're sold out on the website, so I have to settle for an acceptable used copy from Amazon. Would I like to spend half of that on a new copy? Of course I would. But then I won't get it for a month, and I'm trying to start this diet in a few days. What are you gonna do? Before I forget, I should also go ahead and cancel my subscriptions while I'm here. Luckily, they've made it as difficult as possible by making you do one at a time. Hello. My first impression when I saw this in front of my door was that this box is way bigger than I thought it would be. And then I remembered I bought the Big Tom. So I'm picturing that that's pretty much taking up most of the space. It's just like a giant fat water bottle, and then everything else is just pushed into the corner. Forgot my box cutter. I'll be right back. Best thing about the moon pod is how easy it is to get up. Sorry about that. There's the Big Tom. There it is. Wow, these are fancy. Glass jars. Everything's kind of dusty, which is fun. Oh. Because this popped open and there's very expensive protein dust all over this box. And I got my electrolyte, my vibrating pliability sphere. So that's all the stuff that I put in my body. Now for what I put my body on top of. To be honest, I kind of blindly just bought the starter kit. I didn't really look at what was in it. I just assumed, you know, if this is good for Tom, it's good for me. But I did end up doubling up on water bottles, and I don't know what anything else is. Don't know why they gave me a little bag when clearly that's not big enough to put all this stuff in. I got a vibrating pliability sphere and also a vibrating pliability roller. Lots of different shapes in which I can vibrate. This is just like a phone stand that they threw in here. Don't know what I was expecting. It's gonna be a journey figuring out what to do with all this crap. So we got some pills to pop here. Thanks, Tom, for that. You've got sleep, which is pretty self-explanatory. I'll try this once, but I'm probably not gonna take this every night because I don't like melatonin. It makes me feel weird and gives me really crazy dreams, and I don't want that. But then you've got the other two. This one is like brain pills, daily support for mind-body performance, and then the other one is for like joint support. But this is one I'm really intrigued by. For like a year, I used to take something called Alpha Brain, and I'm pretty sure it was just a placebo, but I would take it every time I filmed or wrote anything, and I felt like it helped, like I could think more clearly, but again, it might have just been I told myself that I would be more focused, and then I was more focused, so who's to say? But this shit was personally engineered by the greatest quarterback of all time, and if anyone knows something about brain performance, it's Tom Brady. So let's see what happens. I don't know, I didn't really, whoa! What's going on? I have so many thoughts. I think I'm finally using 100% of my brain, just like Bradley Cooper in that Limitless movie. Oh my God, the ideas. I can't stop them. Hey, sorry to bother you. I know you're at work right now, but I had to call you. I just thought of a new invention. Silent ice. It's just like regular ice, but it doesn't make any noise. I did it. I finally finished my book. Wow, what a productive day. I even managed to move my couch into the middle of the room like I've been meaning to. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and hit the hay. Never mind, it has been 4 minutes. I don't really know what to say about the supplements because I've taken them a bunch now and I kind of feel the same, but I've also been taking multivitamins every day for several years and those don't make me feel any different. So does that mean I should stop taking them? It's hard to judge something that is supposed to have this like silent effect on your body. So they may not actually do anything, but at least they're very expensive. The best thing about them though is that they don't taste like anything because you're also supposed to drink these electrolytes every day, multiple times a day. First thing you do when you wake up. I excitedly tried the lemon one first, and let me just tell you, it is one of the grossest things I've ever tasted in my life. Tastes great. It doesn't taste so much like lemonade as it does lemon pledge. I did actually just notice today that they also sent me the same thing but in packet form. So I'm pretty sure there's like a powder instead of something that's already a liquid. Maybe that'll make it taste better? Oh, thank God. Okay, this is way better. This is a huge relief because drinking electrolytes is very much part of Tom's daily routine, and I physically was not able to drink the other one. It was so gross. And it's not like, oh, it doesn't taste like Gatorade. This isn't very good. I don't need it to taste like Gatorade. I don't need it to taste sweet. Honestly, I don't need it to taste like anything. Good thing they also have one called unflavored. This has no flavor. It's just gonna go in my water. I'm not even gonna notice it's there. It's just gonna taste like nothing, right? No, this shit just tastes like salt. I'm just relieved that a lot of the reviews say the same thing and I'm not the only one going crazy here. This person said it tasted like watered down cough syrup. That's a good description. I love Tom, but I threw away the electrolytes' terrible taste. The electrolytes did not agree with me, and I agree with you. I think when I run out of these packets, I'll just buy a different brand of electrolytes and hope they don't also taste like shit. As previously discussed, Tom Brady loves water. You think this is a lot? This jug that weighs almost 5 pounds when full? Well, he drinks 5 of these every day. My goal for this has been to at least drink 3 of these a day because that's still on the low end of the spectrum. And 3 a day is doable, but it's also a lot. There are a few things that I don't love about the water bottle. For one, it takes about 90 seconds for me to fill it up all the way because it's so goddamn big. It's also so heavy and bulky that you need to use 2 hands to drink out of it, and it makes you look like a baby drinking out of a sippy cup. It's too wide to fit in a cup holder, so it kind of just jostles around in my car as I drive. And unless it's more than halfway full, I can't drink out of it while I drive without it hitting the ceiling. But do you think I'm gonna ever drive somewhere without having a little beverage in my car? Hell no. But all of that pales in comparison to the worst thing about drinking this much water, which is that I now pee roughly 600 times per day. Sometimes I'll just drink and pee at the same time because I know I'm gonna have to do it in 5 minutes anyway. It really makes me mad that Amanda and I thought it would be funny to have the Pledge of Allegiance in our guest bathroom, but now the joke's on me because I have to recite it every time I go in there. I did the math and I don't think I've gone an entire 2-hour period without having to go to the bathroom. And that made me realize that Tom Brady pees his pants. It's not like they have a bathroom on the sideline. It's not like you can call a timeout to do a potty break. This legend, this sports hero, has been running around on the field with piss in his uniform.
Gross! I looked up to you, man.
Anyway, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but someone had to say something. This book's not too crazy. A lot of the stuff I had heard before, like how he was born on a spaceship and came out the womb holding a football. But the thing that's weird about this is, like, this is supposed to be the Tom Brady Bible. But there are things I've read online about him that contradict some of the stuff I've read in here. Like, apparently he doesn't eat nightshades, peppers, tomatoes, but then there's recipes in here that include those things. He's famously on a plant-based diet, but almost all of the recipes have meat in them. So maybe this book is not as all-encompassing as I hope. It might be because they didn't want to include every restriction here, so as to not scare people off. Or maybe it's that some of the things Tom Brady believes in aren't actually backed up by science, so they're like, hey, just because Tom does that doesn't mean you have to too. You know, I've read a bunch of books like this before. A bunch. I've read like 2 books like this before. And the funny thing is, I feel like I always agree with almost everything they say. I just forget to actually do it. We all have one body and one life, and you should make it a priority to treat that body and life as respectfully as possible. And it's like, of course, what a beautiful mindset. Of course, I'm going to only eat the healthiest foods I can so my body can function as healthily and as prosperously as possible. And oh my God, is it 1 a.m. already? I'm gonna have a snack. Part of the reason I wanted to make this video is just to force myself to do it. I'm so bad at self-discipline, but I'm really good at making excuses. Like, I've had a long day today. I deserve this. I deserve to go to Twisty Treat. Twisty Treat is a restaurant shaped like ice cream, because they sell ice cream. Obviously, life would be really fucking boring if you never ate anything fun, but there has to be a balance to it, one that I rarely achieve. But one thing I've realized as an adult is that if I don't hold myself accountable, no one else will, because it's not their responsibility, it's mine. I have to do it, so I will do it. So let's start off with what you're not allowed to eat. You're not allowed to have dairy, or bread, or fast food, or soda, or things with added sugar, or overly processed foods that have a bunch of preservatives. Let me tell you the betrayal I felt when I found out these snap peas aren't actually healthy at all. They're not even real peas. They're just cleverly engineered to look like them. Everything is always too good to be true. Whatever, I'm not mad. You can have alcohol, but in extreme moderation, and I just went ahead and didn't have any because beer makes me want pizza. You can only have a little bit of caffeine, which thankfully wasn't much of a change for me. Something happened a couple years ago, and ever since then I've had an extremely low tolerance to caffeine, even though I drink coffee every single day. But I usually don't even finish 1 cup because I know if I drink it all, I'm gonna get all jittery and probably end up with a headache. You know what my Starbucks order is? I get a venti cold brew and then slowly drink it over the course of 4 days. That's not a joke, that's just my life. As far as what you are supposed to eat, it's pretty much a lot of vegetables all the time. Mostly just vegetables, actually. And you have to buy organic produce, preferably sourced locally, otherwise Tom will come to your house and kill you. According to the book, it's because non-organic food tends to have less nutrients in it, and also when food has to travel really far, it loses nutrients. I don't know how true that is, but man, was it depressing to have to ignore all the regular fruit that was on sale so I could get the special version of it. So I'll get to the meals themselves in a little bit, but there were 2 things that I've eaten every single day. Number 1, I have a smoothie with spinach and blueberries and most of a banana and almond butter and Tom powder and Greek yogurt and almond milk. These I don't mind at all. They taste really good and they fill me up for a few hours. I actually used to make smoothies like this all the time until one day our blender broke, and instead of buying a new one, I was just like, all right, well, guess I'm not doing that anymore. The hardest thing about these smoothies is that you always run out of different ingredients at different times. And it's like, am I really gonna go to the store right now just to get blueberries? For the sake of this video, yes. Yes, I am. The other thing I get to eat every single day is homemade guacamole. This is, for some reason, an absolute staple of the TB12 diet. Well, it's a good thing finding perfectly ripe avocados every single day isn't like hard to do or anything.
Otherwise, this would be really annoying. For me, this was the first major example of this diet being 100 times more doable if you have someone else go buy ingredients and prepare food for you. Tom's not going to the grocery store. He throws a few footballs around and then yells, "Feed me," and an army of TB12 assistants come to shovel kale into his mouth. Now, if you're like me, you might be thinking, guacamole every day? That sounds awesome. But remember, you can't eat them with chips. That would be too easy. So usually I just add it to whatever meal I'm eating, or I'll dip celery or carrots into it and scarf it down that way. As far as grocery trips go, I've been doing them a lot. Basically every 2 to 4 days. I probably could have consolidated some of these trips, but I get overwhelmed when my grocery list is way too long, so I would split it up into smaller trips and only get like 1 or 2 meals at a time. And I will say the meals in this book are all pretty good. This salad is stupidly easy to make, so that's been a go-to for me. The cauliflower you make with this salmon is fucking great, so I don't even mind the fact that you have to eat like 12 pounds of it every time. And the chicken and lentils recipe is really good too, although the Dijon mustard flavor can be a little bit much when you're having leftovers, and at that point, it has soaked into every single ingredient. I even got to make my own hummus. That was pretty fun. So really, I have almost nothing but good things to say about all of these recipes, except there is the one.
I tried making one of Tom's famous fish taco bowls and everything went wrong. The cod completely fell apart as I was trying to cook it, so it was basically ground fish. The sauce was way too runny and just tasted like sesame seeds. The beans were all wet. The worst part is that it's been about 14 hours and the whole house smells like fish. Still.
To make my life a little bit easier, I have been ordering the same meal prep service that I've used for a while now. Only where before I was mostly doing it out of convenience, now I have to make sure I'm pretty much only eating chicken and vegetables or fish and vegetables. This takes care of 5 lunches a week, so I only have to worry about breakfast and dinner and then what I'm gonna eat on the weekends. I would say my biggest takeaway so far is that what you do eat is a lot more important than what you don't eat. I've had a couple of 2 or 3 day stretches in here where I don't really have the energy to cook, so then I don't eat enough, so then I don't have any energy, so then I don't cook any food. It's not enough to just not eat sugar. Just because I'm not eating McDonald's doesn't mean I'm doing a good job or being healthy. I need to have like a checklist of things that I do eat every single day, otherwise it's inevitable that I end up going crazy one night and eating half a block of cheese at 1 a.m. Am I saying that because that's what I did last night? Yes. But I'm not gonna beat myself up over it. I'm just gonna go outside and spike some footballs and get right back on track. So I'm about 2 weeks into eating like Tom Brady, and I can't say a lot has changed. I did notice that I've started floating. I don't really know how I'm doing it. I just know that whenever I go to walk somewhere, I am now levitating off the ground. If I had to guess, I would assume that my body has simply transcended past the need for gravity, which is cool. I don't think I used to be able to do that. At least not that I remember. I love how this box they gave me is just filled to the brim with crap, and yet there's no instruction manual of any kind. I don't know what any of this stuff does. I mean, I know what this bag does. I've used a bag before. So I was looking at some of the exercises in the book, and I kept getting confused on like, okay, I see that you're supposed to pull on the rope, but what is the rope attached to? And the photos don't help, because it sort of just fades off into the void. But I realized one of the things in here was this like door strap. So I should be able to strap this to my door and then connect things to it, hopefully without breaking the door in the process. The issue with this for me though is most of the doors in my house, there's not a lot of room in front of them to maneuver and do things. So I'm gonna have to be doing most of my workouts in my laundry room. I'm realizing maybe I didn't put the camera in the right spot for this because I did the whole thing and I don't think you could see any of it. All right, looks pretty good, I think. Still worried this is somehow gonna break my door? If it does, I'll just ask Tom to buy me a new one. I now have something else I'm deathly afraid of, which is that while I'm doing one of these exercises, the back will snap, propel forward into the back of my head, and I will immediately die. The good news is if that does happen, what's going on here? So something that seems to be unique to Tom's workout is his emphasis on pliability. And I'll let him explain it for me.
Pliability is at the core of the TB12 lifestyle. Use a TB12 vibrating pliability roller
or sphere.
Just a few days left, having transformed into the best shape of my adult life, which unfortunately does not mean anything. It's time to hit the field.
Hi, my name's Drew Gooden. I'm over 4 feet tall, and this is my audition for the role of quarterback. Dear Roger Goodell, President of Football, I am politely demanding that you have me signed to one or all NFL teams as soon as possible. Obviously, my talent and positional versatility should speak for themselves, but I also have other attributes I can bring to the table that will make me instantly marketable as the new face of the league. Number one, I'm charitable. When this crazed fan came up to me and demanded my attention, I didn't throw 100 footballs at her face until she went away, even though I wanted to. I took the time to take multiple photos with her, a memory I'm sure she'll treasure forever. Reason number two, I'm already friends with several Hall of Fame athletes like Rob Gronkowski, Jeff Gordon, and Air Bud from the movie Air Bud. I believe these connections will help me thrive in the NFL. After all, it's a relationship game, not a football game. Reason number three, I think I could do a touchdown dance. And the final and most important reason why I should be immediately given a lifetime contract is that I am desperate for money. Over the past month, I have spent all of my life savings trying to do the Tom Brady diet, and now my house is being foreclosed. Not to be nosy or anything, but I saw how much you're giving some of these other guys, and I decided, can I have some?
I'll do any position. I'll even be punter. Please let me play.
Anyway, I hope you consider me for the role of quarterback. Have a wonderful day.
What the fuck? You're telling me I lost 5 pounds and felt great for a month and I have nothing to show for it because I can't even play professional football?
I'll get you, Tom.
Ooh, I just know for a fact that I am the person most negatively affected by this. Okay, so maybe I am the person second most negatively affected by this. So I'm gonna break down my final thoughts on this by answering 2 questions. Number 1, is the TB12 diet good? Yeah. With the exception of the one disaster, all the meals were tasty and they got easier to prepare the more I made them. And a lot of the restrictions are easier to pull off than it seemed at first, as long as you don't think about what you're missing out on. Like, it's really daunting when you start off and you think, oh man, I can't have this or this or this. But then you get going and you're just focusing on the food that you are making and you realize it's been 2 weeks since you thought about pizza. I'm proud to say I only cracked twice. There was the cheese incident, and I also went to Taco Bell one day because I was kind of going through it. But I think it's good to at least have one meal every once in a while that you can look forward to. Otherwise, you're gonna lose motivation pretty fast. In hindsight, yeah, maybe I should have swung for something better than a 5-layer burrito, but at the time, it's all I could think about. Other than that, the meals were all just good enough to keep me from daydreaming about junk food. But the other question is, given the financial and time investment necessary to pull this diet off, how feasible is it? And that's a little bit trickier. It would be dumb of me to ignore the obvious advantage that I had while doing this, which is that I was able to put my job on hold for a while by turning the diet into my job. And even still, there were days where I'm like, fuck, it's 5 o'clock already? I don't want to cook. I just made food yesterday and now I gotta do it again? When will it end? And I tried to imagine what it would have been like to try to do this back when I had a 45-minute commute to my carpentry job, where I'd be lucky to get home before 6 o'clock, and I'm tired and I'm sore, and now I have to prepare this complicated ass meal. And whoops, our broccoli went bad. Should I go to Publix? No, I'm gonna go to Chipotle for the 3rd day in a row. You know what would be nice? If there were more convenient, healthy food options. The best I could find around me is a place called Fresh Kitchen, and it's pretty good, don't get me wrong, but the bowls are like $15. Also, I don't even know if that place is healthy. Did you know that restaurants aren't required to provide nutritional information unless they have over 20 locations? I didn't know that till I tried to look it up. And yeah, you can always drive through somewhere to get a fast food salad, but not only do I not want to eat salad every day, but a lot of the time, the salads have more calories than the regular food that they sell. Without a doubt, the best way to follow the TB12 diet is to have multiple fresh cooked meals every single day. And the easiest way to do that is to pay someone to cook them for you. But I'm not gonna do that, and you're not gonna do that, so who the fuck is gonna do that? Following this diet is possible, but it's expensive, and it's time consuming, and you have to sacrifice a lot of convenience in order to make it work. And just like with all diets, you have to be patient. If you're hoping to lose weight, it could take 2 weeks before you even move the needle at all. So really, in the short term, there are almost no noticeable differences. Like, I remember my dad asking me after a couple weeks how I felt, and I thought about it, and I was like, just kind of normal, I think. For some reason, I guess I thought, I'm eating all these superfoods. I'm gonna feel amazing. These omega-3s are gonna be coursing through my veins. But I realized it's more so just an absence of feeling bad. It's been a week or so since I officially finished doing the diet for a month, and I've tried not to stray too far from it since then, but I've loosened up the restrictions. Like the other day, I had a milkshake, and it was fucking delicious. It was so good. I don't regret it at all. But I felt like garbage afterward. I was in a bad mood. I was groggy and irritable, and I went to bed really early for some reason. Same thing happened when we had pizza a few days later. It was the best pizza I've ever had in my life. At least it felt like it at the time, you know how it is. But it also made me feel like shit. I was so full, but I was also really grumpy. I kept getting annoyed at everything. It kind of ruined my night. And when I thought about it the next day, I was like, I think I'm good on pizza for a while. It also gave me acid reflux, which made me realize that I had not had that for the entire month that I was on the diet. So now that I think about it, maybe I'm onto something here. So food good, diet good, but everything outside of the meals, I could take it or leave it. The electrolytes are disgusting. The vitamins cost like $2 a pill. The water bottle's nice, but you're essentially paying an extra $40 just to have Tom Brady's name on it. And I love the guy, but not that much. The exercise equipment was a pretty good deal as far as I can tell. I'll let you know if all that shit just starts breaking one day. But ultimately, for a lifestyle change as drastic and as costly as this can be, I wouldn't recommend starting it off by wasting a couple $100 on a bunch of the less necessary crap. Just save that money for all the fish you're gonna have to eat. I know there's probably gonna be a lot of people who watch this video and think, whoa, you went on a diet for a month? That's crazy. What are you, like a regular person? And that's fine, but I'm proud of myself for doing this. It's not that I don't normally pay attention to what I eat and try to eat as healthy as possible, but I'm certainly not very consistent about it. So every day that I would get through the entirety of without making any bad dietary choices, it felt good laying in bed that night knowing I did a good job. And the more I stacked those days on top of each other, the better I felt overall. And I also realized when I'm only having one truly bad meal every week or two, it makes it taste so much better, because I've earned this. I'm gonna savor this shit. Again, I know these are very basic human principles that a lot of people are gonna hear and be like, yeah, Drew, it is hard. Everyone struggles with cravings and making good choices. It's not like extremely healthy people were just born with a different brain and they never think about how good ice cream would taste right now. They just have better self-discipline than I do. Anyway, this is a diet that I've wanted to try for several years, and maybe it's a good thing that Tom pretended to retire for just long enough to make me actually do it, because if he didn't, I probably wouldn't have. I'm still kind of pissed that he took my spot on the team, but I'll try not to hold a grudge. Well, I think I have finally run out of things to say. I've been working on this video for almost 2 months now, and I'm ready to be done. That said, I probably won't do any other videos like this for a while, so if you liked this one and you want to support me, consider sticking around and hearing me talk about today's sponsor, which I will do now. Hi, I'm Immortal, and I'm here to tell you about today's sponsor, ExpressVPN. Have you ever been in a competitive online game when all of a sudden, at one of the most crucial moments, you have a massive lag spike that completely screws you over? Well, either your internet provider just decided you're not paying them enough, or you could be the victim of a DDoS attack. Essentially, this is when a rival player finds a way to look up your IP address, launches the attack on you, and massively slows down your internet in the process. This can be especially detrimental in a game like old school RuneScape, which I do still play all the time, and there's nothing you can do to stop me, where you have the potential to lose all of your hard-earned items without being able to do anything about it. By using ExpressVPN, though, your IP address gets masked, allowing you to not only browse the internet anonymously, but it also provides protection against nefarious individuals. And where other VPNs might slow down your internet to a standstill, ExpressVPN has had almost no impact on my connection whatsoever, so I can enjoy all the benefits of it without creating a new problem in the process. You can use ExpressVPN on just about any device, so whether you're on your PC, your iPhone, your Android, your Xbox, your Wi-Fi enabled clarinet, you can connect through them and stay protected. Don't let your internet and/or phone service providers snoop on all your data so they can sell it to advertisers. They don't deserve that. Sign up for ExpressVPN and keep all that shit to yourself, where it belongs. And guess what? My subscribers, that's you, right? You did subscribe, right? My subscribers, or anyone viewing this video really, can get 3 months free of ExpressVPN by clicking the link in the description. That's also the link that's on the screen and the link that's coming out of my mouth. ExpressVPN.com/Drew. Thank you so much for watching today's video, and thank you again to ExpressVPN for sponsoring it. I know you guys are all probably pretty impressed right now by how well I'm able to hold my composure, despite the fact that I can very clearly see the dryer that held me captive for 2 weeks. But I'm a new man. I have no fears. I'm not afraid of looking at the dryer. I'm only closing this door because I think it's funny. Not because I'm scared of the dryer. Also, if you want a U2s, don't forget to buy one. They're only on sale for a limited time, starting right now. So, go get one. See you next time.